Mecha, the Silicon Invasion. Chapter 1. The massive steel skeleton was exposed without any covering. Although it was sprayed with anti-rust paint, some of it had peeled off due to lack of maintenance over a long period, revealing patches of rust. The walls around were covered with white tiles, with grey paint applied to the lower section. The Technology Exhibition Hall, with a height of 30 meters, appeared very simple. The exhibition hall occupied a vast area, with dozens of booths of various sizes inside. The aisles, covered with red carpet, were crowded with people. Students, what we have before us now is the Pioneer 21 type mech. The female teacher leading the group was wearing sportswear and speaking loudly through a small megaphone. Her voice was pleasant to listen to, but it didn't attract much attention from her familiar students. These big kids gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into giggles, completely ignoring her, which made the female teacher feel exceptionally annoyed. But she didn't have much of a solution. The students were going to have their summer vacation tomorrow, and it was already quite rare that they could maintain basic formation. Luo Rui's eyes were vacant at this moment, instinctively following the team's movements. Since junior high school, the school had organized several outdoor activities every year. The wilderness was too dangerous, so various exhibition halls became the best places to go. But Dongmuo County was a small place, and besides this mech exhibition hall, there was only the Geological Museum 2 kilometers away. And Luo Rui, who was about to enter his third year of high school, didn't know how many times he had visited this place. Moreover, the updates here were too slow, and he had already memorized a lot of the data. For example, the K-13 mech with military green paint in front of him was an old antique that had been here since his first visit. The mech was 7.5 meters tall and weighed 55 tons. Because it focused too much on defense, the armor thickness in most areas of the mech was as high as 200 millimeters, which made it not only overweight and bulky, but also caused damage to the knee joint components due to the inability to find suitable materials for slightly larger torques. In the end, the part below the thigh had to be replaced with a track structure, which looked awkward. However, even with reinforced tracks, even though the alien world's gravity was only 0.8 times that of Blue Star, its excessive weight made it unable to adapt to the complex road environment of the alien world. This made the thing essentially useless in actual combat, and after building 2 units and collecting some data, production was stopped. But even if the K-13 was terrible, its limited quantity determined its rarity. An exhibition hall in a small city like Dongmuo County couldn't afford to bring in a mech of this level. Therefore, the K-13 in front of him was just a holographic projection. Although the exhibition hall's technology was updated 3 years ago, making it more lifelike than before, with various details meticulously crafted, the fake thing couldn't express the heavy oppressive feeling of 55 tons. Luo Rui rubbed his hands. Was it free to use electricity in this place? Why was the air conditioning so high? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. The exhibition hall should have a machine that sells tissues by scanning a QR code. The sales would definitely be good. A plump and sturdy classmate next to him crossed his arms and shrank his neck. Luo Rui, are you going to get in a mech later? His voice had a heavy nasal congestion, indicating that he had also been frozen quite a bit. Luo Rui rolled his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? Every year during this activity, the military would bring 2 real mechs for display. Students could take photos with the mechs at close range, but the second-year high school students had a chance to have zero-distance contact with the mechs. Since the appearance of mechs, mech pilots had become a popular profession. In the early stages, because it was in the exploratory phase, there were no clear requirements for the assessment of mech pilots, which led to many people wasting time and energy. This contact was also to help students have a clear understanding of themselves. The third-year high school students had finished their exams last month and had already left the school. And the mechs used for display were generally in service and couldn't be away from their posts for too long, so the first-year high school students also missed the opportunity. Luo Rui had been envious of seeing his seniors get into the mechs last year for a long time, and now that it was finally his turn this year, how could he miss this opportunity? The young homeroom teacher finally realized what the students really wanted, and stopped wasting time on those projections. They quickly went through the motions, and in half an hour, led the team to the final booth. This booth was extra large. In its center, stood 2 humanoid mechs. Unlike the experimental first-generation machines like the K-13, the Warrior 7 was a very mature third-generation machine. It was 8.2 meters tall, and the 100mm armor thickness still made it look majestic, but because it used titanium alloy material, the overall weight was only 31 tons. Both Warrior 7s were unmodified standard machines, with military green camouflage paint. The left shoulder was equipped with a 3-caliber recoilless gun, which could be folded behind the body, with an ammunition base of 20 rounds, including 10 armor-piercing rounds, 4 tracer explosive rounds, 3 incendiary rounds, and 3 illumination rounds, giving it decent long-range support capabilities. The right shoulder was equipped with a 6-tube small rocket launcher that could carry 30mm caliber tracking and anti-aircraft missiles. The arms were equipped with 12 7mm semi-buried machine guns, which could quickly clear miscellaneous enemies. In addition, there were 2 1.2-meter alloy daggers hidden on the outside of the thighs, giving it a certain close combat ability. But the biggest difference between it and the K-13 was that the Warrior 7 was a real bipedal humanoid mech, which was not only very flexible in short-range turning, but also more adaptable to the complex geographical environment of the alien world. Luo Rui's eyes shone, and various data flashed through his mind. Like all boys, as a mech fan who had been in the circle since kindergarten, becoming a mech pilot had always been his dream. He had also been working hard in this direction, but there was still a little gap to this goal. But this little gap was like a chasm, preventing him from crossing it so far. The chest armor of the Warrior 7 opened upwards, hiding its cockpit. To enter it was the most basic test for a mech pilot. On both sides of the front of the mech's body, there were hidden climbing structures. After all, it was impossible to prepare ladders for the pilots on the battlefield at any time. But it was impossible to demand too much from the students. The exhibition hall not only prepared ladders, but also arranged safety officers. Haha! That's hilarious! Can you do it? The experience was a very interesting part, and also a very easy part to be socially awkward. Even at a height of 6 meters, it was still an insurmountable gap for some people. But this may be the only chance in their lives to enter the cockpit, and few people would give it up. Some people overcame themselves and climbed up tremblingly, while others were a little bit worse, stuck in the middle, unable to move up or down, causing a burst of laughter from the onlookers. Fortunately, the experience had strict time limits, 5 minutes per person. When the time was up, even if they were hanging on the ladder, they would be pulled away by the safety officer. Luo Rui received a number plate. As the number of people waiting in front of him gradually decreased, his heart rate began to accelerate. His kidneys were like 2 big furnaces, roasting his whole body hot, and the palms of his hands holding the number plate began to sweat. The coldness just now had also been swept away. After nearly an hour of waiting. Number 97. The voice was so pleasant. It was the number he was holding. Chapter 2. Luo Rui had been preparing for this day for a long time, even specifically practicing rock climbing. Perhaps it would still be difficult for him to climb a mech barehanded, but climbing a ladder was definitely no problem. It only took a few seconds to climb to the top, and then he needed to enter the cockpit without any protection. Most of those who hung on the ladder before were stuck at this step. There were some damp marks on the cotton pad under the ladder. As a Virgo, Luo Rui didn't want to fall. With one step out, he stepped on the pedal outside the cockpit. While his body was leaning, he grabbed the handle on the opening hatch, and then used his arm strength to pull his entire body over. Whew, perfect! Finally entering the place he had dreamed of, Luo Rui took a deep breath to calm his somewhat excited mood. The cockpit was slightly cramped for Luo Rui, who was 1.8 meters tall. The seat was very narrow and uncomfortable to sit in. As he fastened the 2 seat belts and a fixed strap, the opened hatch slowly descended and closed, blocking all external light. The sealed space of less than 2 cubic meters was the second test for the mech pilots. A minute of silence allowed the students to fully understand whether they could overcome claustrophobia. Fortunately, these procedures were not confidential, and Luo Rui had prepared for them. He had locked himself in the closet to simulate this scene. The small space made his body want to stretch, and the uncomfortable feeling rising from his spine once made him want to give up, but he was a ruthless person and locked himself up for a full 12 hours. Compared to that experience, this closed assessment was nothing at all. Light reappeared, originating from the illuminated panoramic screen in front of him. It provided real-time feedback on the external situation and had a super-large viewing angle of 270 degrees. Below the center of the screen were various instrument panels, radars, and data displays, allowing the mech pilot to understand the mech's condition in real time. Further down was the control panel, which had left and right joysticks with many integrated buttons, including operation rollers, main control mode selection, priority target switching, weapon selection, launch mode selection, weapon launch trigger, external loudspeaker, target acquisition mode switching, communication mode switching / selection, external camera switching, and of course, a safety lock. In the middle of the two joysticks was a 156-key instruction set keyboard, allowing the mech pilot to make more delicate movements with the mech according to the actual situation. In addition, there were two pedals under his feet, controlling the mech's output level. On the left and right side panels, there were also many less frequently used function buttons integrated. Luo Rui tried pressing a few times, pushed the joystick, and stepped on the pedals, but the mech's permissions were locked, and his operation did not receive any feedback, but this kind of satisfaction could only be understood by those who had actually experienced it. Time was accelerating, and before Luo Rui had time to connect with the mech, the hatch opened again. Time's up. The safety officer waved below, the noisy environment forcing him to shout loudly. Luo Rui reluctantly unfastened his seatbelt and quickly climbed down the mech under the guidance of the safety officer. As soon as he returned to the queue, his best friend Fatty came over. Not bad, Luo Rui. You're much better than those cowards in front. I think even our class beauty took a few more glances. If you get her now, there might be a chance. Remember to treat your brother to a good meal later. The class beauty's name was Luan Hui, and she was also an old acquaintance of Luo Rui, because enrollment was based on the neighborhood, so they were in the same school in elementary school. This girl didn't used to be that pretty, just plain and ordinary, even a little dark. Luo Rui remembered very clearly that during a physical education class in the first grade of elementary school, the teacher taught calisthenics and called out two female students to demonstrate, giving them the nicknames Little White and Little Black. The girl called Little White had particularly white skin, and Little Black was Luan Hui. But from some point in time, this girl seemed to have taken medicine, and now she actually earned the nickname of Class Beauty. You must know that when everyone is wearing school uniforms and doesn't use makeup or beauty filters, the gold content of a Class Beauty is still very high. But Luo Rui wasn't bad either. When he created his account, he chose all of his parents' advantages to grow on himself. From a young age, he was fair and tender, loved by everyone, and often harassed by strange young ladies. He didn't grow up ugly later, and has been handsome until now. Although his family was just an ordinary family, the proportion of looks during student days was still higher, so he often received small notes from young ladies, including Luan Hui's. Therefore, he scoffed at Fatty's statement that there might be a chance. However, Luo Rui believed that students should focus on their studies, and he also had to strive for his dream of becoming a mech pilot, and women would only affect his hand speed. And hand speed is a very important indicator in the mech pilot assessment. But even without the interference of women, Luo Rui's hand speed was still a little short of meeting the standard. Alas, in the remaining year, he hoped to rely on hard training to eliminate this gap, but now his body hardware was basically set, and his fingering had already been practiced to perfection, making it difficult to improve further. Thinking of this, the excitement of touching the mech just now faded a lot. Next, the exhibition hall completely lost its attraction to Luo Rui. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, he squatted in a corner, ignoring the caring gazes of the young ladies passing by, and fell into a daze. Hey! Luo Rui, where did you run off to? Gather up, bus number 7, hurry! Luo Rui, who was in a daze, was awakened by the phone ringing. As soon as he answered, he heard Fatty's roar on the other end. Okay, okay. Luo Rui twisted his ear and responded. The atmosphere in the exhibition hall was much higher than before. The students who were originally listless were now full of energy. Luo Rui skillfully walked through the crowd and found the green bus with the number 7 on it. The young homeroom teacher was standing at the door of the bus, holding a list in one hand and making a phone call in the other, calling out to the students who were frolicking somewhere. Luo Rui quickly took 2 steps. Report, Luo Rui is back. Okay, get on the bus quickly. The homeroom teacher nodded, then tilted his head to hold the phone and put a check mark next to Luo Rui's name on the list. Fatty, how do you feel? The seats on the bus were already mostly occupied, but fortunately his best friend had saved a window seat. Not bad, just a little better than you. You didn't see the way those young ladies were looking at me. Fatty laughed and said smugly. Keep bragging. Students were still relatively easy to manage, and those who had left the group had not gone far. Under the summoning skills of the homeroom teacher, they quickly gathered back. The mighty bus convoy began to return, the students chattering, and Fatty boasting to the female students in the front seat about how nice his performance was just now. While they laughed and swayed, their eyes always unconsciously glanced at Luo Rui, who was staring out the window in a daze. Suddenly, Luo Rui's blank eyes suddenly widened. The female classmate who was paying attention to him curiously followed his gaze, and her eyes widened as well. Finally, Fatty, who was paying attention to the female classmate, belatedly turned his head. Holy crap! What is that? Chapter 3. The Fatty's exclamation drew the attention of the other students. As they followed his gaze to look out the window, a chorus of gasps erupted. It's a spatial rift. Just 400 or 500 meters to the right of the road, a meter or so above the ground, the space was unnaturally distorted. Flecks of ghostly light outlined an irregular circle of 100 or so square meters, from which one could see strange and bizarre scenes that definitely didn't belong to Blue Star. However, it wasn't beautiful. It was like a landscape painting with a piece cut out and replaced with a picture of a tropical rainforest, utterly incongruous, making Luo Rui feel deeply uncomfortable. Fear began to mix with the exclamations. Everyone was familiar with spatial rifts. These things had suddenly appeared more than 50 years ago, connecting Blue Star to another world. To date, humanity hadn't discovered any traces of civilization there, but the other world possessed even more fantastical creatures. Silicon-based beasts, a product of the combination of silicon and carbon bases. Researchers still haven't figured out how they were born, and ultimately can only attribute it to a unique element of the other world, the Z element. The Z element isn't scarce in the other world. It's widely present in the ecological cycle. Under its influence, carbon-based organisms have undergone wondrous mutations. Those with lower degrees of mutation have only added simple structures like metal armor, while those with higher degrees have had their entire bodies basically replaced by metal structures, even evolving powerful ranged weapons. It was these guys who once caused enormous damage to Blue Star. Even now, due to the randomness of the appearance of spatial rifts, they still pose a threat to people. The spatial rift before Luo Rui and the others was clearly newly formed. In the time before the military arrived, it was at its most threatening. Fortunately, spatial rifts also appear randomly in the other world. If it connects to a place where silicon-based beasts are rare, then even if it closes directly, probably no silicon-based beasts will come out. But if it's the opposite? Everyone's understanding of spatial rifts had always been confined to books and movies. This was the first time they'd encountered one in reality, and at such close range. This was not an experience they wanted. The teachers and students in front and behind also seemed to have noticed the anomaly. The convoy became somewhat chaotic, but quickly stabilized again. The special living environment and the related drills that the school's teachers and students did every year came into play at this time. Everyone, don't worry, the principal has already reported the situation to the garrison. Yeah, this spatial rift just formed, silicon-based beasts won't come out so quickly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Before the person finished speaking, a giant beast suddenly leaped out of the ghostly circle. It's a black wolf. The crowd erupted into another chorus of gasps. Black wolves are a type of silicon-based beast that are extremely numerous and widely distributed in the other world. They are usually 4 to 6 meters long, with a shoulder height of 1.5 to 2 meters. They are hairless, with black bodies that gleam slightly, long snouts, narrow faces, pointed ears, and hooked, sharp claws, full of metallic texture. Their necks and limbs are extremely thick, full of power. In addition, they have a tail that is equally thick, accounting for 1/3 of their body length. Most notably, their foreheads, cheeks, mandibles, necks, chests, backs, and shoulders are covered with naturally grown, ghostly green metal plates, giving them a hint of eerie technology. The metal plates increase their weight, reaching 3 to 5 tons. In addition, Blue Star's gravity is much higher than that of the other world, so the black wolf stumbled as soon as it leaped out of the rift. However, its strong physical qualities and low center of gravity allowed it to quickly adapt. The black wolf shook its head, and its attention was immediately drawn to the convoy driving not far away. The buses were large, gleaming with metallic light. The black wolf whimpered, took 2 steps back. Its intelligence wasn't low, and it maintained due caution towards this behemoth it had never seen before. However, the bus was square and without any aggressive structures, making the black wolf realize that this might be extremely delicious food, but it still didn't act rashly. instead turning its head and roaring loudly several times. The sound was obscure and unpleasant, but it was quickly answered. Accompanied by more roars, the second and third black wolves leaped out of the spatial rift, and the number continued to increase. It's a pack of black wolves. Speed up. Woo woo woo. Honk the horn. Faced with the threat, the crowd became somewhat chaotic. Black wolves are fierce predators with extremely strong aggression. With the human body, being brushed by this size of silicon-based beast would cause injury, and being touched would mean death. Before long, the number of black wolves had reached 11, and there were still roars coming from within the rift, indicating that this number was far from their limit. Their numbers emboldened them, and they began to run towards the road. They were very fast, constantly closing the distance between them, but at this time the buses honked their horns together. The sound was deafening. Normally, hearing it nearby would cause many people to curse, but at this time it was like heavenly music. The black wolves were indeed deterred, maintaining a cautious distance, trailing the convoy. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at how happily the black wolves are running now, but that's because their explosive power is strong. Without evolving an energy core, they can't maintain a long period of eruption. At this speed, they can only run for a minute, while the buses can run until they run out of gas. But at this moment, a private car suddenly drove up on the oncoming lane. There were several young people in the car, and heavy metal music came back through the car windows. The few people were having a great time, suddenly disturbed by the buses honking their horns as they passed by. The driver opened the car window and was about to curse when he suddenly saw the pack of black wolves running alongside the road. His body acted before his brain. The driver instinctively braked and slammed the steering wheel, trying to turn around, but the current road conditions didn't support him doing so. The out-of-control car slammed into a bus, the front window of the bus with a foam board with the number 7 clipped to it. The impact caused the speeding bus to lose control. Luo Rui, who was staring at the pack of black wolves in front of the window, experienced the dangers of not wearing a seat belt. Before he could react, he was thrown out of the window by the rapidly spinning bus. Luo Rui felt dizzy. He tumbled more than a dozen times before stopping. Although the weeds on the side of the road alleviated his impact and he was lucky not to twist his neck. But his brain still suffered a slight concussion. He got up in a daze, looking at the pack of black wolves close at hand, and couldn't help but think of the 3 philosophical questions. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? But before Luo Rui could find the answer, a faint light that no one noticed flew out of the rift and struck his body at an unimaginable speed. Strangely, Luo Rui wasn't pierced by this thing, but instead, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 4. Xia Rui, wake up, Xia Rui, yaa. Xia Rui. In a daze, Luo Rui seemed to hear calls, but his body felt heavy, and his eyelids weighed a ton. He tried hard to regain control of his body, but he still couldn't manage it. However, his consciousness had awakened, and he could receive limited information from the outside world. Doctor, when will my child wake up? A familiar voice. It's Mom. Looks like I'm safe. Luo Rui didn't know how he survived the wolf pack, but since there's a doctor and his mom is here, he's probably in a hospital now. The inability to move his body made Luo Rui's thinking clearer. Based on a few conversations, he quickly analyzed a lot of information. Don't worry, ma'am, your child's body is perfectly normal, and there are no external injuries. No external injuries? Looks like this handsome face is saved. Although he's still young, being handsome will always have some advantages sooner or later. Then why isn't he waking up? He might be traumatized. Di. An alarm went off, interrupting the doctor's words. Doctor, what's going on? Luo Ma's panicked voice came. As an ordinary person, she couldn't distinguish what these medical alarms meant. Phew, it's okay, the patient's brainwaves are starting to become active, he's about to wake up. The doctor's voice was magnetic, with a hint of fatigue. Really? Thank you, thank you. It's okay, ma'am, I'll arrange for the nurse to give the patient some glucose. The sound of the door closing came, it seems the doctor had left. I told you Xia Rui was fine. It was Dad's voice, looks like both parents are here. Shut up, you're just saying that now. I only have one child, what if something happened to Xia Rui? Luo Ma's voice was a little choked up. It's not like I have 2 kids, Luo Ba muttered softly. Luo Rui sighed at his dad's low EQ. With his mom's personality, wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, what followed was a quarrel. Mom's voice was loud, taking the upper hand. Although Dad seemed to be at a disadvantage, he argued every point, resisting stubbornly. After listening for a while, Luo Rui suddenly felt like he was starting to regain control of his body. He moved. His finger moved. Quick, call the doctor. Although they were arguing, they were constantly paying attention to Luo Rui. As soon as Luo Rui's finger moved, it was noticed by the two elders. After a flurry of activity. What? I was unconscious for 7 days? Cough cough. A cry of surprise came, because he was too excited. The weak body that had been on glucose for several days, had a burst of coughing. Don't worry, it's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake. Luo Ma patted Luo Rui's back while comforting him. The summer vacation he had been waiting for a semester was only a month long, and he had been lying in bed for a week, which was a quarter of it. What a loss! It hurt so much he couldn't breathe. A dazed Luo Rui was taken for some tests, and after there were no major problems, he was discharged from the hospital. During this period, he also learned intermittently about the situation after he fainted. It turned out that there were more than a dozen buses in front of him, and the wolf pack didn't care about Luo Rui, who had been thrown out as scraps. Bus No. 7 in a private car lost control and crashed into the roadside fence, blocking the road. The buses in front left first, and the buses behind couldn't turn around in time, so they could only gather together, desperately honking their horns. The wolf pack hesitated to move forward, not because the horns scared them, but because the buses were something they had never seen before. Being cautious by nature, they needed time to thoroughly figure out the reality of the food. But with this delay, 2 armed helicopters from the nearby garrison were the first to arrive at the battlefield, which startled the wolf pack. The sound of the propellers spinning at high speed was not small. In another world, the guys who dared to fly so arrogantly in the sky were not to be trifled with. This was a memory deeply engraved in the wolf's genes. But the wolves were very hungry. The huge amount of food in front of them made them unwilling to give up. At worst, they could share some with the guys in the sky. Looking at their 2 sizes, they didn't seem to be able to eat much. Bang bang bang! The 20mm autocannon roared wildly, but the defense of those ghostly green armor plates on the wolves was unimaginably high. The shells hit them, sparks flew everywhere, and there was a chaotic mess of clanging noises. However, the wolf's armor coverage was not very high, and the skin in the gaps of the armor was not so highly defended, and they were beaten until their skin was torn and their flesh was split, and they screamed miserably. The wolves quickly realized that these 2 strange birds in the sky, that they had never seen before, didn't play fair and wanted to eat alone. Without long-range attack methods, they could only choose to swallow their anger. The wolf pack let out a roar, turned around and retreated more than 100 meters. The meaning was obvious: you guys eat first, we brothers don't care, we'll eat the leftovers later. But the sound of the autocannon still didn't stop. The wolf pack cursed and retreated another 200 or 300 meters. The sound of the autocannon stopped. More than a dozen rockets flew over, dragging their tail flames. 5 wolves were blown into the sky on the spot, and the remaining wolves finally realized that something was wrong, tucked their tails and fled in all directions. In the end, 2 more wolves were left on the land of Blue Star, and the rest escaped back to the space rift. Later, a large number of soldiers, police officers and paramedics arrived at the scene of the accident and found Luo Rui, who had passed out, in the pile of weeds. After returning home, Luo Rui enjoyed unprecedented treatment. His intestines and stomach, which had not eaten for a long time, could only drink some thin soup. Luo Ma specially stayed at home, following the tutorials she searched for on Qiandu, changing the way she made soup. Although most of these soups tasted strange, Luo Rui still tasted the love of his mother from them. But Luo Rui had new troubles. He was having visual hallucinations. In the past few days, a blurred information box has always appeared in front of his eyes from time to time. Luo Rui, who used his spare time to read various documents, quickly thought of something. After continuous testing, the blurred information box gradually became clear. As long as Luo Rui thought of words like display in his mind, it would appear. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 53. The information was displayed very simply and clearly. Luo Rui, who had also played a few online games in his spare time, roughly guessed the meaning of the data. The meanings of strength, agility, and endurance are obvious at a glance. Energy should be something like attribute points. Luo Rui was ecstatic at first because of this, thinking that he was about to take off, but who knew that after trying it, he found that these energy points were useless. 53 points could not increase any attribute. Luo Rui now has a clue about how to obtain energy points. His initial energy points were only 21, but shortly after ingesting food, the energy points would increase. But the intake requirement is very large. Luo Rui has intentionally increased his food intake, but he has only increased by 32 points in so many days. He originally thought it was a lot, but now it seems that it is far from enough. Chapter 5. Luo Rui called this information box the attribute table. He was initially very wary of this inexplicably appearing thing, but no matter how he tried, the attribute table only gave him the information box and had no subjective interaction. On the third day after being discharged from the hospital, Luo Rui, as required and accompanied by his mother, went to the hospital for a follow-up examination. Yesterday, he secretly went to a black internet cafe far from home that didn't require ID registration, and searched for related terms. The results were all online novels or game introductions. No one in reality has his kind of situation, at least not openly. He didn't know if spreading this matter would bring him any benefit or harm. He also didn't know whether to tell his parents about it. His parents wouldn't harm him, and their opinions could give him a reference. But after thinking it over, he dismissed the idea. He knew his parents' personalities relatively well. His dad was okay, a shut-in who could go fishing alone for 3 days without saying a word. Logically speaking, he should be an excellent person to talk to, but his dad had something that was both an advantage and a disadvantage: he didn't hide anything from his mom. And his mom? Most couples have complementary personalities. A family always needs a spokesperson. Although his mom wasn't quite a social butterfly, she was still quite outgoing. Moreover, his mom couldn't keep a secret, especially when playing mahjong and bragging, and she also loved to show off her son. Luo Rui felt that if he told his mom about this, even the dogs in the neighborhood might know about it tomorrow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Alas, having such troublesome parents is really a headache. However, hiding it from his parents made him feel uneasy. After thinking it over, he finally decided to wait for the hospital's test results. If the test showed abnormalities, then naturally he couldn't hide it. But if the test didn't detect anything and didn't find any harm to his body, then he decided to hide it for a while. Although the hospital was located in a remote area, it was very busy. Doctors and nurses rushed around, always in a hurry, giving the feeling of racing against time. And the patients, either alone or accompanied by family members, held various forms, occasionally looking up at the signs, searching for the corresponding departments. Luo Rui and his mother were one of them. The two registered, queued for examinations, and waited for results, not finishing until dark. Another day of summer vacation passed, driving another knife deep into Luo Rui's wound. Fortunately, the test results were all normal. Perhaps the 0.1 more stamina than the average person was working, and his body was very strong. The lights were on, a cool breeze blew, and mosquitoes danced happily around the lights. Luo Rui also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, for the sake of family. For the sake of summer vacation. Even if it was just a simple information box, it was like a unique toy, attracting Luo Rui. He didn't know if the attribute table hadn't been perfected before, or if it was because of Luo Rui's tinkering, but he actually discovered a new function. The stamina column could actually pull out a separate sub-option body parameters. And this sub-option could even be pulled down, and this time, the number of options that came out almost dazzled Luo Rui's pay-to-win eyes. There were hundreds of densely packed items. Luo Rui concentrated and looked at them. Good heavens, he could understand things like height and arm length, but what were things like ribs and pelvic bones? After studying it for a long time, Luo Rui understood somewhat. He could use this panel to selectively increase some attributes of these options, such as increasing the length of the arm bones. And he didn't know what most of them were, so he couldn't move them randomly, but there were indeed a few options that were a bit useful. For example, leg length. Who could refuse a handsome face plus long-legged oppa? However, his height of 1.8 meters was already enough. If it had been 20 years earlier, this height alone would have eliminated him in the first round of the mech pilot exam. Because at that time, mech technology was still relatively backward, and the cockpit needed to minimize the occupied space as much as possible. It was difficult to even move your arms and legs, let alone control it, with a person of 1.8 meters crammed inside. Later, because of the continuous growth of people's living standards, newborns were no longer deficient in nutrition, and even had an excess, leading to the continuous breaking of records for the average height of teenagers across the country. If they still followed the previous standards, they probably wouldn't be able to recruit mech soldiers in a few years. Fortunately, with the improvement of science and technology, some bulky components were slimmed down, allowing the space of the cockpit to be expanded, which relaxed the assessment standards somewhat, but there was still an upper limit. Luo Rui smacked his lips, feeling a little regretful. He silently remembered this matter in his heart. With the progress of technology, the cockpit might be expanded, and he might have a second growth spurt then. What is this? The diameter and length of the Armstrong cannon? Good heavens, Luo Rui could only say good heavens. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to add a little bit to this, right? At least it has to reach the international leading standard, right? However, energy points are tight now, so I'll write it down first and increase its priority. Finger bones? Luo Rui was a little surprised that they actually existed. The hand speed assessment for the mech pilot major references the YZ instruction score, which is universally used on Blue Star. It is the time it takes to type a set of 331 instructions using a 156 key instruction set keyboard. Luo Rui's previous best score was 51.2 seconds, while the assessment line for the mech pilot major is generally below 50 seconds. After years of practice, his fingering was already superb. The reason why his score was stuck here was because his fingers were a little too short, which meant that he had to lift his hand for many keys. Originally, he planned to try to improve his score through hard work in the senior year of high school, but the hope was relatively slim. But now he saw a shortcut in hope. Fortunately, the energy points required for the sub-options within the sub-options were not many. For the sake of balance, Luo Rui increased the length of all 10 fingers by 0.5 centimeters, which used exactly 50 energy points. He held his hands in front of him, and time slowly passed. More than 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, but unfortunately, nothing changed. Could this thing be a fake and shoddy product? Luo Rui was a little suspicious. After all, until now, everything about the attribute table, including its functions, was just his guess. However, although the attribute table seemed simple, since it could not be detected by instruments, it must have some tricks up its sleeve. After about half an hour, Luo Rui finally felt a little reaction. His 10 fingers were a little itchy. Luo Rui couldn't help but rub his hands hard, pressing his fingertips to relieve the heart-wrenching itching, but this feeling became more and more obvious, intensifying and becoming unbearable. It was too torturous. Luo Rui never expected the attribute table to be so inhumane, not even giving him some anesthetic. It was a pity that the thing was a product with no brand, no manufacturer, and no date of production, otherwise he would definitely complain about it. The unbearable itching lasted for nearly 4 hours. Luo Rui felt that his whole body was numb. At this time, he was soaked in sweat, and the corners of his mouth were also bitten. Now he could only hope that this suffering was not in vain. Chapter 6. To be honest, an increase of 0.5 centimeters isn't as noticeable as one might imagine. Luo Rui simply felt that the shape of his nails seemed a bit sharper. Luo's mother had those pointy nails. When they grew long, she looked like a werewolf. Luo Rui was very envious, but unfortunately, he inherited Luo's father's flat, trapezoidal nails. Fortunately, he had them now too. Perhaps due to the energy expenditure, or maybe the massive dehydration just now, Luo Rui's body felt somewhat weak. He braced himself, leaning on the edge of the bed as he sat up. Sweat dripped from his temples onto his shoulders, causing his white cotton t-shirt to show 2 different shades. His arms were sore and difficult to lift. Luo Rui struggled to take off his shirt. The cool breeze brushed against his skin, and the rapid evaporation of moisture gave him a refreshing sensation. He couldn't help but hum a couple of times. Luo Rui got out of bed and stood up, swinging his arms and twisting his hips to stretch his muscles and bones. Hey! Luo Rui suddenly exclaimed softly. He saw that his belly, which had previously been slightly flabby with only the vague outlines of the top 2 abdominal muscles, was now as if sculpted by an axe, with 10 distinct abdominal muscles and clear lines. Physical fitness was also a compulsory subject for mech pilots, so Luo Rui paid great attention to exercising in his spare time. However, some people's physiques, without steroids or protein powder, could never develop clear abdominal muscles. There were always a few small pockets of fat, like bone-attached maggots, that could never be reduced. Could these energy points be the fat on his body? Luo Rui was somewhat suspicious. What if there were too many? Those little brothers had followed him for many years, never abandoning him. Alas, Luo Rui sighed, a smile blooming on his face. Pushing open the door, Luo Rui's home was just a typical middle-class family dwelling, a simple 3-bedroom apartment. He wandered around for a bit and found that his parents weren't home. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before the strengthening, he had no idea there was such a process. Luckily, his parents weren't home, or he might have been sent to the hospital again. His already meager summer vacation time couldn't be wasted any further. He went to the living room and stepped on the scale, 151 pounds. He had lost more than 3 pounds. Sure enough, the strengthening had a slight side effect, which was gratifying. If a young fairy obtained the attribute table, this side effect alone would be enough, as for the rest, it would be optional. He washed his face and returned to the bedroom. Opening his pencil case, he took out his set square. After some measuring, the attribute table was honest and fair, not a bit more, not a bit less, each finger had increased by exactly 0.5 centimeters. He pulled a black keyboard from under the bed. Although the style was somewhat different from the Warrior 7 console, the number of keys was exactly the same. Mech technology had developed for several decades, but for a long time, it was laying the foundation. Only in the last decade or two had it begun to enter a stage of rapid development, and the speed of upgrades had also accelerated considerably. Therefore, it was difficult for a mech pilot to stay with one mech for their entire career. To allow pilots to be compatible with more mechs, a global standard for the command set keyboard layout had been established. He carefully placed the keyboard and plugged in the power. The danger of being a mech pilot was extremely high. Exploring other worlds was a given, and even in competitions, it was not uncommon for pilots to get carried away and have their cockpits blown up. Therefore, Luo's mother was not very supportive of Luo Rui's mech pilot dreams. In addition, Luo's mother listened to slander and practiced some kind of raising a son in poverty nonsense. Not only was Luo Rui's allowance pitifully small, but even his lucky money from childhood was only briefly in his hands before Luo's mother took it away under the pretext of saving it for his future wife, and its whereabouts remained unknown to this day. So, this keyboard was something Luo Rui had saved up a lot of effort to buy. For this, he had gone without snacks for a long time, and even missed out on his friends' card-collecting activities. Sitting upright in front of the keyboard, Luo Rui closed his eyes to calm his mind. Sunlight shone through the window and onto his body, the fine hairs on his face reflecting golden light, making the scene seem somewhat sacred for a moment. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light shooting out. His hands began to dance, and at the same time, the timer started working. Pitter-patter, clickety-clack. An old man who could predict with the law of causality once said that appearance is combat power. To know if a warship is strong or if its layout is scientific, just look at whether it is good-looking. Finger technique also has similar attributes in this regard. To know if it is smooth, you can listen to the key sounds. The finger techniques that Luo Rui had previously spent a lot of effort and time practicing, when executing a standard command set, the rhythm was like a sonorous battle song, full of artistic beauty. But at this moment, this beautiful rhythm had flaws. Some parts were intermittent, occasionally there would be stalls, and even worse, it was like an amateur playing the erhu, the awkward and unpleasant sound like a donkey braying. 55 3 seconds. 1 second slower than his best record. But Luo Rui didn't mind. With the increase in finger length, the previous finger techniques were definitely no longer applicable. But now his upper limit had been raised. Although the finger techniques were useless, the various force-generating skills and experiences could still be useful. It was like originally driving a manual minivan, and now switching to an automatic SUV. Although the control system had changed somewhat, with the original experience, adapting to the new car wouldn't take too much time. The difficulty was simply incomparable to learning to drive from scratch. And Luo Rui's situation was similar. As long as he practiced diligently and found a comfortable force-generating action as soon as possible, once he found a new rhythm, his performance would inevitably have a new leap. But not now. His fingers had not yet reached the optimal length, and he would have to go through 1 or 2 more rounds of strengthening. Any practice before that would be in vain. so, his current task was to eat. To eat as much as possible. After so much torment, Luo Rui was very exhausted, and his stomach had long been protesting. He carefully put away the keyboard, quickly washed up, and went out. His empty wallet didn't give Luo Rui many choices. After searching through software, a revolving hot pot restaurant with decent reviews became the next victim. Hunger made him hurry, striding forward, and he arrived at the scene of the crime in less than 10 minutes. The reviews were somewhat reliable. The small shop wasn't big, the environment was nice, and it looked very clean. 2 long tables were placed in the center, able to seat about 30 people. Various ingredients were placed in bowls and plates on the tables, slowly rotating along the track. Since it was just past lunchtime, there were only 5 or 6 people in the shop, which was perfect for Luo Rui to perform. 29.8 yuan, successful payment by scanning the code. Luo Rui found an inconspicuous corner to sit down. There were many ingredients, mostly vegetables, and various unknown balls, either not filling or unhealthy, but for the sake of energy points, it didn't matter. What's more, the peanut sesame dipping sauce in this shop was free. Luo Rui's skin was still too thin. The people eating had changed 2 waves, and he was already a little embarrassed. He elegantly wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Behind him was a dipping sauce pot that was more than half empty. And the beautiful proprietress's eyes that wanted to stab someone. Chapter 7. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 21. In the evening, Luo Rui went home for another free meal. After a night's rest, his energy increased by a total of 18 points. Although not a small amount, Luo Rui still felt it was too slow. After several instances of overeating, perhaps his stomach had expanded, or maybe some digestive conversion had sped up. Luo Rui felt his appetite was growing larger and larger. However, this sudden change would be difficult to hide in front of familiar people, like his parents. If Luo Rui used even 30% of his hot pot eating power at home, they would probably send him to the hospital for tests. Therefore, for the sake of secrecy and for the sake of the summer vacation, Luo Rui had to find other ways to forage for food. Spending a few days, Luo Rui ravaged all the small hot pot restaurants around him, and even mooched a good meal off Fatty. That kid actually wore a seatbelt on the bus and escaped unscathed in that attack. Luo Rui went to see him when he was discharged from the hospital and promised to treat him to a good meal to calm his nerves. Fatty's credibility was still good. As soon as Luo Rui mentioned it, he asked directly which restaurant to go to without saying a word. For the sake of his wallet, and for the sake of their years of friendship, Luo Rui didn't rip him off too much and chose a barbecue buffet. Although Luo Rui's appetite during the meal made Fatty's heart jump, and he almost made him sign a disclaimer, the 88.8 yuan per person price tag meant the quality was naturally incomparable to small hot pot. From this, Luo Rui also learned that supplementing with meat increased energy points much faster than vegetables and meatballs. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, and his finger completion plan could be considered complete. Picking up the calipers that had been prepared and placed on the bedside table, he put them between his index and middle fingers. His index finger had grown from its initial 7.5, 7, 6 centimeters to 9 centimeters. His middle finger had also broken through 10 centimeters from 8, 6 centimeters. The other fingers had also grown to a similar extent, making them look much slender overall. Next was practice. The finger problem being solved slightly reduced Luo Rui's enthusiasm for increasing energy points. Coupled with the lack of money in hand, he settled down for 2 days. And he didn't idle during these 2 days. The improvement effect of the basic hardware was a bit terrifying. Some things really depended more on talent than effort. In just 2 days, Luo Rui easily crossed the 50-second threshold from the initial 54.7 seconds, and still hadn't reached his limit, continuing to improve at a good pace. Luo Rui's academic performance was good, which had always been a source of boasting for Luo's mother since he was a child, and he also paid attention to exercise in his spare time, so the physical fitness test was not a problem. Now that this last shortcoming had been filled, Luo Rui felt a little lost while breathing a sigh of relief at achieving his long-fought goal. However, he quickly found a new direction. Before, he only wanted to get into the Mecha Pilot Major, but now it seemed he could pursue better universities. After all, even for the same major, the difference between universities was very obvious. Most directly, those good universities offered several times more opportunities and time for getting into a mecha than ordinary universities. But Luo Rui hadn't decided which one to apply to yet. Fortunately, he still had a lot of time to think about this problem slowly. Hey, Luo Rui, what are you hiding at home for? Hurry up, come out and play a couple of rounds. When Luo Rui's hand speed passed 46 seconds, the speed of improvement slowed down, which made his heart restless again. Just then, Fatty called to be abused, and Luo Rui decided to grant him his wish. The silver-grey metal structure was surrounded by light cyan crystals, and with the specially added lighting, a strong sense of the future rushed towards you from a distance. Like the hatch of a warship, the huge doorway had 5 large characters engraved on it: Starry Sky Arena. Dongmyo County's largest electronic entertainment venue. Luo Rui, over here. From a distance, Fatty, who was waiting at the entrance of the arena, saw Luo Rui and shouted. You've gotten quite puffed up in the few days I haven't seen you. Luo Rui walked 2 steps faster and teased Fatty. Don't brag, I've been improving a lot these days while you weren't around. Today, I'm going to let you know who the real king is. Fatty snorted coldly, acting like a lonely master, almost making Luo Rui vomit. Alright, let's go quickly, you'll know who's bragging in a moment. This place cost a lot of money. Most of Luo Rui's pocket money used to be saved to help the boss here marry a wife. If it weren't for the fact that he had a membership card with some balance left in it, Luo Rui, who was short on money, wouldn't even be qualified to glance at it when passing by. Limited funds must be invested in the most needed projects. What Luo Rui and Fatty were going to play was the most popular mecha fighting game in the Starry Sky Arena, and even the world, known as the most realistic, Ace Mecha Pilot. Go straight. Turn. Turn. Go straight. Turn. Walking through a somewhat complicated passage, the dim environment created a mysterious atmosphere, and the occasional flickering fluorescent lights added a bit of horror. A good high-tech game hall was made to look like a haunted house, which made people who came here extremely critical, but the boss went his own way and turned a deaf ear to everyone's complaints. If Dongmyo County didn't only have Ace Mecha Pilot here, this broken store would have closed 800 years ago. Along the way, passing through internet cafes, server rooms, and other game rooms, the end of the passage was a huge room. More than a dozen pillars that 2 people could hug supported the place. If it were used for wedding banquets, it would be easy to set up 100 tables. The interior of the house still generally followed a science fiction layout. Dozens of huge discs were neatly distributed, and each disc had a thick mechanical arm painted with silver-white metallic paint. At the very front of the mechanical arm was a black cockpit. The mechanical arm could move up, down, left, and right at will, and the disc and cockpit could rotate 360 degrees. The whole set of equipment could move in 720 degrees in a full 3-dimensional manner. Coupled with the game's ultra-realistic physics engine and complex algorithm simulation, it maximized the feedback of touch from the game into reality. This set of equipment would cost at least 1 million. In Dongmyo County, this price was enough to buy 2 3-bedroom apartments. If you add other investments, this one room alone would cost 70 to 80 million, which was why the Starry Sky Arena was so capricious and still so popular. At this time, all the machines were occupied, the mechanical arms moved back and forth quickly, and from time to time, shrill screams came from a certain cockpit, causing the people in the waiting area to laugh. But don't look at these guys laughing happily now, when they go up in a while, they might be even more unbearable. People who haven't experienced it personally can never imagine the transmission of force when 2 steel monsters beat each other. Almost every day, there were people who came to experience it for the first time in this room, and those who vomited or couldn't hold back their urine when they got off the machine were truly socially dead. Fortunately, Luo Rui didn't have this kind of experience. His adaptability was still very strong, and he had his own trick, which was not to eat before coming, and at most he would just regurgitate some sour water. Chapter 8. The waiting area wasn't boring at all. Besides enjoying the embarrassing displays of the newbies, there were dozens of screens hanging in the air. After obtaining authorization, these screens could display the player's first-person perspective or a god's eye view. Usually, novices wouldn't reveal their perspectives to avoid attracting more ridicule. Therefore, whenever a screen was lit, it usually meant the person had some confidence in themselves. Impressive maneuvers would also elicit gasps and cheers. If one reached a certain level, they might even be scouted and recommended to related leagues. At that time, if you really had the strength to win some awards, you wouldn't lack flowers or beauties. Mechs were originally created to fight silicon-based beasts and explore Macon, but in the early stages, before any results were achieved, related research required a lot of financial support. Although the CISO Alliance had decent scientific research capabilities, it was composed of dozens of countries. Allocating funds involved too much red tape. Seeing that the research was about to lag behind other major powers, the person in charge gritted their teeth and sought their own way out. Thus, a mech competition came into being. However, due to limited conditions, mechs were only in the early stages of research, and many things were not mature. Therefore, this so-called mech competition looked like a turn-based game where tractors grew arms and legs. Several things that could barely be called mechs would exchange a punch for a kick, without any movement or positioning, lacking any skill whatsoever. But this very thing ignited unprecedented enthusiasm in people. Mechs weren't just a man's romance, they appealed to men, women, young, and old alike. Where there's demand, there's a market. Nowadays, high school leagues, corporate leagues, online virtual leagues, and so on have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, attracting people's attention and eyeballs. Among them, the online virtual league is based on Ace Mech Pilots as a platform. Although Ace Mech Pilots couldn't be popularized on a large scale due to gaming equipment issues, the cost was much lower compared to real mechs. Moreover, even if a mech in the game was destroyed, it was just a pile of data that could be restored immediately, and the player wouldn't be in any danger. Therefore, there were more and more frequent related competitions, which well filled the gap of the few and infrequent real mech competitions. It is said that the Starlight Arena also has a team participating in the surrounding competitions, and it seems to have achieved some results. However, because these competitions were relatively small in scale and had no radio broadcasts, Luo Rui, who only came once a month on average, really had no channels or time to pay attention. People pointed and commented at the screens, talking loudly and offering their opinions freely. Luo Rui felt that there were no impressive maneuvers on display. Most were at the level of just getting rid of being a newbie, not even as good as he used to be, let alone now. Getting into a mech was a huge drain on both physical strength and money. Most people would rest for a while after playing for 10 or 20 minutes, so although there were many people in line, Luo Rui and Fatty only waited for a little over an hour before it was their turn. Luo Rui, watch how I crush you today. On the way to the changing room, Fatty took the lead in provoking Luo Rui, dragging him into the trash-talking phase. I don't believe it. Luo Rui succinctly quoted the famous host's three-word motto. Don't believe it. Dare to make a bet. The two had been evenly matched in the past. Fatty had practiced a few times after the holiday, while Luo Rui would need a game or two to get into the state, so he felt he had a big advantage. 2 all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue meals. Luo Rui was stunned. Was there such a good thing? He quickly placed his bet. Fatty was also stunned after hearing this. Luo Rui's gluttonous appearance from a few days ago flashed before his eyes, and he couldn't help but shiver. Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your skills have improved. With just 6 words, you have successfully disrupted my mindset. No, change it. Why? Luo Rui was a little puzzled. 88 UN 8x2, was this condition too much? I'm afraid of bearing criminal joint liability. Fatty looked scared. Damn it. Do you think I'm stupid? Could I really eat myself to death? Fatty frowned at this. He wouldn't have thought so before, but after the last all-you-can-eat experience, he had a hint of suspicion about it. Seeing Fatty not saying anything, Luo Rui seemed to understand the crux of the matter. Don't worry, I'll just go by myself after you buy the tickets. That's fine. Fatty nodded, approving the condition, but he still felt that something was not right. Then let's go, time is money. Being short on cash made Luo Rui very sensitive to money. Wait, I haven't said my condition yet. Fatty finally realized something and quickly stopped Luo Rui. Oh ho, this kid still wants to win? Say it, but don't go too far, it has to be an equal exchange. Have Uncle Luo take me fishing a few times. The words were inexplicable, but Luo Rui understood as soon as he heard them. Fatty liked fishing, but he was limited by time, energy, and the limited fishing spots he knew. Every time, he could only gather in piles and try his luck. But Luo Rui's dad was different. He was a veteran fisherman who went out at least 300 days a year, rain or shine, except for holidays and hailstorms. His long-term attendance made Luo Rui's dad very familiar with the waters near Dongmyo County. He knew exactly where to go when the temperature rose, where to go on cloudy days, what kind of wind to go to which place, what kind of bait to use, what kind of additives to add, and what length and hardness of rod to use, what kind of line and hook to use. It was all a set of knowledge. Luo Rui's basement was full of equipment that Luo Rui's dad had accumulated, looking like an armory. Luo Rui searched for a few kinds online, and those things were not cheap, and he didn't know where the old man got the money. At first, Luo Rui's dad brought fish home every time he went fishing, and the family ate fish in different ways every day, making Luo Rui sick of eating it, and even his breath smelled like fish. Later, when his family stopped eating it, Luo Rui's dad and mom sent it to the neighbors, and after 3 months, they successfully made the left and right neighbors also sick of eating it. Later, under everyone's strong protests, Luo Rui's dad learned to release the fish. Every day, he took a photo of his catch and pretended to be something in his fishing friends group, and then released it all. Luo Rui might have been immune to fishing because he had been sick of eating fish since he was a child, which made Luo Rui's dad quite regretful. Where is it more enjoyable to pretend to be something in front of his son than in front of outsiders? Later, he found that his son's friend also liked fishing, so he tried to save the country by a curve, taking Fatty to fish a few times. The tactic was successful. Fatty became Luo Rui's dad's little fan from then on, bragging in front of Luo Rui every now and then, making Luo Rui's dad quite proud. But the good times didn't last long. Fatty also joined a few fishing friends groups. After posting photos of his catch, he was praised a few times, and he floated and shared the fishing spots. Those were all private plots that Luo Rui's dad had developed over the years. Very few people knew about them, and everyone cherished them very much and never revealed them to the outside world. As a result, it was good now. Not only were the fishing spots trampled by the crowd, but they were also plowed by net workers and electricians several times in turn. In the end, even the whitebait and wheat ears that the anglers hated the most were gone. This matter made Luo Rui's dad very angry, and he parted ways with Fatty from then on, and went to play by himself. Now this is Fatty also learning to save the country by curve? Chapter 9. Although a son shouldn't make decisions for his father, this is just passing along a message. Besides, Luo Rui is different now, he has absolute confidence. Even if Fatty asked him to streak, he might agree. Although Ace Pilot is described as a relatively low-risk game, that's compared to real mecha combat. In reality, its risk level is quite high, and precautions must be taken in advance. Inside the changing room, the two not only added protective pads to their joints but also put on anti-G suits. When the robotic arm simulates feedback in the game, it moves rapidly, and players experience immense G-force. Without protection, the brain could directly crash. The anti-G suit helps resist this pressure, helping players maintain clear vision and a clear mind. Not only in the Ace Pilot game, but also when real pilots go into battle, they need to wear anti-G suits and protective gear, and the technology is even more advanced. After getting dressed, both of them looked quite bloated. Then, they followed the staff's lead to their respective machines. This journey is actually quite dangerous. The robotic arms swing from side to side, and if you don't walk along the path, getting hit by one of these things would definitely be unforgettable for life. The two weren't there to stage an accident or to suffer, so they were both well behaved and cautious. Luckily, one of them got number 8, and the other got number 9, 2 connected machines. The cockpit was already open and lowered to the ground, so they didn't have to climb 6 or 7 meters like in a real mecha. Luo Rui had played a few times already, so he was familiar with the process. Without the staff's assistance, he sat down inside by himself. First, he connected the tubes on the anti-G suit to the corresponding interfaces, then fastened the seat belt, and put on the helmet. With everything ready, the machine started up after detecting that the hatch was closed. Luo Rui felt the air being injected, expanding and compressing the anti-G suit on his thighs, and the world before his eyes changed. The helmet visor integrated the most advanced VR unit, coupled with the in-cabin mind projection, making players feel like they were there. He still remembered the first time he played this. Luo Rui was amazed and excited. But after experiencing the real mecha cockpit a few days ago, Luo Rui now felt that it was just so-so. Although it was very realistic, fake was fake, with a trace of illusion. Mecha startup complete, self-check normal. Greetings, esteemed pilot, I am Auxiliary Intelligence number 8, and I will fight alongside you. A synthesized androgynous voice sounded in Luo Rui's ears. Mecha require too many things to control, and even real ace pilots find it difficult to complete everything on their own. Therefore, auxiliary intelligence came into being. It is said that each pilot has their own exclusive auxiliary intelligence, which will record the pilot's operating habits and grow with the pilot. It is the pilot's most tacit and trusted battle partner. The Ace Pilot game also added this element. Of course, the auxiliary intelligence here is only temporary. Please select the Mecha model. Warrior 7. Ace Mecha provides most of the world's models for selection, but in addition to the first 3 generations of models, the later models have more functions, making them difficult to control. More importantly, they actually require additional recharge to use. Fancy and useless. This was Luo Rui's assessment. Then, he decisively chose the domestic third-generation machine that he had just experienced. Switch to intermediate mode. Switch complete. The early prototype of Ace Pilot was a military training software jointly developed by various countries. Later, for some unknown reason, it was packaged as a game and released to the public. Its cockpit is a 100% simulation of the real Mecha layout, and the external scenery is simulated and fed back through VR and projection. The controls are divided into 3 modes: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Imagine a keyboard with 156 keys for a set of instructions. Just imagine having to memorize and practice the functions of 156 keys just to play a game. It's too hardcore, and that's just the basics. Therefore, in order to allow more people to have a gaming experience, the beginner mode was born, which is the real entertainment mode. This mode doesn't require an instruction set keyboard to control the Mecha, only 2 joysticks and an energy pedal. Although it's still more hardcore than most games, it has already reduced the difficulty of operation as much as possible. The joystick integrates most functions, similar to driving an excavator. A large number of operations are optimized and fed back by algorithms. There is no problem with getting the Mecha moving in this mode, but wanting to do any fancy moves is just wishful thinking. It is only suitable for noobs pecking at each other. In the intermediate mode, although many operations are still completed by game algorithms, the addition of some instruction set operations allows players to have more autonomy. For example, in the beginner mode, controlling the Mecha to throw a straight punch requires that the punch must be completed, while the intermediate mode can already retract the punch halfway. The resulting changes are huge. Players skilled in intermediate mode can easily crush newbies by exploiting the rigid stiffness of the beginner mode. This mode is between amateur and professional and is the mode with the most participants. Most commercial performances and internet cafe competitions use this mode. As for the final advanced mode, it completely simulates the operating environment of a real Mecha, and even the military uses this mode for training. Compared to the intermediate mode, the Mecha can not only retract the punch during the punch, but even customize the angle and strength of the punch, enabling more movements and greater flexibility. Players proficient in this mode can operate Mecha in reality with a little study and training. Historically, many gaming masters have been recruited by real-world companies or the military. It can be said that, in addition to taking the Mecha pilot major step by step, this is also a way to become a real Mecha pilot. The top online leagues, and even the preliminary stages of some actual combat leagues, use this mode. Although Luo Rui's hand speed is good now, he has not undergone professional training after all, and he has little actual combat experience. Although he can try to learn to use the advanced mode, this time is a bet, so he can't be careless. Mecha number 9 is requesting communication. Connect. Haha, Luo Rui, are you ready? As soon as the communication was connected, Fatty's somewhat excited laughter came. It seemed he really felt he had a sure win. Very good. The more he is like this, the better his incredible, frustrated expression will look later. Luo Rui was also a little impatient. Okay, let's start. Number 8, send a battle request to number 9. Sent. Battle request accepted, the battle will begin in 30 seconds. Prepare to attack. 30. 29. As the time counted down little by little, Luo Rui gradually became excited. In his field of vision, the metal door in front of him slowly rose, and the sunlight shone in through the cracks, and the light and shadow shook on the metal pipe wall, simulating everything in reality. 3. 2. 1. Chapter 10. Attack. The countdown ended, and the fixed frames on both sides retracted. Luo Rui's eyes sharpened as he gripped the control levers, slowly pushing them forward while simultaneously stomping on the energy pedal to increase power. Warrior 7 strode forward, its cockpit swaying left and right. A situational awareness system, composed of multiple electronic devices such as cameras, thermal imaging, infrared night vision, laser rangefinders, radar, and sonar, began to operate, transmitting real-time external environmental data to the mech pilot. North wind, level 3, temperature 21 degrees, visibility clear. Target acquired. Just as it left the safe zone, the radar system detected an enemy mech 500 meters away. The mech chosen by Fatty was slightly slender, with a silver-gray body. Its overall structure was similar to Warrior 7. This was the Lime Federation's third-generation mech, the Eagle V humanoid mech, also a free model among ace pilots. The Eagle V was 8.1 meters tall, only 0.1 meters shorter than Warrior 7, but its unladen weight was only 26 tons, a full 5 tons lighter than Warrior 7. The reason for this was not a difference in materials but because the Eagle V sacrificed armor thickness. Except for the front armor of the cockpit, the armor thickness of other parts barely reached 80 mm. Currently, with the mech's skeletal armor unable to be reduced in weight, the only way to reduce the mech's mass was to focus on the armor. In terms of loadout, the Eagle V could carry multiple combat systems, but the basic version was not much different from Warrior 7 except for the caliber of the recoilless rifle. The two chose a 500-meter diameter obstacle-free field for a quick battle. Luo Rui had just scanned the opponent's model when the cockpit sounded a frantic alarm. Enemy fire control radar lock detected. Auxiliary Intelligence Number 8 reported in a neutral voice, unhurriedly. At this moment, the optical observation system had zoomed in on the enemy mech and displayed it on the right screen. The Eagle V was equipped with a set of 19 tube rocket launchers on each shoulder. This posture made Luo Rui couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it. Fatty was going to use any means necessary for Luo Rui's father's reserved land. No wonder he was in such a hurry to ask if he was ready. It was all a trap. Before the battle, guessing the opponent's external weapon loadout and then making targeted settings was also a skill. Luo Rui originally thought that Fatty was so quick to invite him to battle and had chosen a basic model, but he didn't expect this kid to be prepared. He was careless. He would have to pay attention in the future. At this time, in the waiting area, although Luo Rui did not display the screen, Fatty had authorized it. The battle between two intermediate players seemed particularly abrupt in front of a large group of novices, and soon attracted the attention of the waiters. Damn, look over there. That's dark enough, it's a one-trick pony. By carrying a full load of long-range fire systems, a saturation strike was launched the moment the opponent came out, simple and crude, taking them away in one wave. Cheng Yaojin had 3 axes, but this trick, because it didn't have much technical content, was called a one-trick pony, and it was the novice's favorite trick. No sportsmanship. Almost everyone had been tricked by this move, the trickster laughed, and the tricked one suffered. This one obviously just experienced something unpleasant and spoke with some gnashing of teeth. Basic external hardware out of the gate, Warrior 7 is in trouble. Hey, I originally thought I could see a high-level battle, but I didn't expect intermediate players to play this trick too. What's that? The day before yesterday I saw someone playing advanced mode, and also used this trick to trick people. Can this trick work in advanced mode? That depends on the person, there are also noobs in advanced mode. In the discussion of the onlookers, the Eagle vs rockets had already been launched, and the alarm on Luo Rui's side almost deafened him. Number 8, release the interference bombs. Luo Rui shouted loudly, and the armor plates on the outside of the mech's large arms opened, spraying a large area of bright, high-heat fireworks to the left and right. For a time, the mech's optical observation system temporarily malfunctioned for several times. The reason why this one-trick pony can be tried and tested repeatedly is naturally because the reaction time is too short. The distance of 500 meters, the rocket arrives in an instant. Moreover, this thing has no guidance system, and the infrared guidance function of the interference bomb is useless at all. The reason for releasing the interference bomb is to use its short white mist to slightly interfere with Fatty's vision. In a moment of crisis, Luo Rui's adrenaline soared, and his excited spirit made him even more calm. His fingers were like butterflies in a flower bush, flying up and down, rolling up after images. In response to the outside world, Warrior 7 raised its left arm to block in front of the cockpit, and its right palm touched the back of its waist. An easy pull can 10 times larger than normal automatically popped out of the ammunition chain. At this time, the first rocket had already arrived, accurately hitting Warrior 7's left forearm. The instantaneous impact was transmitted to the cockpit, and the violent shaking made Luo Rui a little uncomfortable. Auxiliary Intelligence Number 8 fed back the damage to the left screen. The 100mm titanium alloy armor resisted this wave of attacks, and the damage was not too serious, but the semi-buried 12.7mm machine gun could not be used. Taking advantage of this impact, Warrior 7 leaned backward, dodging the second rocket, and his right hand threw the large easy pulkin forward a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The kin hadn't landed yet, and thick grey-white smoke emerged from it, quickly filling a large area. During this period, the third, fourth, and fifth rockets arrived. The third blew off the reactive armor on the outside of Warrior 7's left leg, and the fourth exploded half a meter in front of his feet, and the soil and gravel splashed and crackled on the armor, but that was all. The fifth one just hit the joint of the mech's left leg. Fortunately, it only deformed the reactive armor, and the movement was slightly restricted. Fortunately, the most dangerous first round of attacks had been dodged. Damn! So strong! He dodged all of this. Awesome! Everything happened in the blink of an eye, stunning a group of onlookers. This level is not something ordinary people can have. With these two moves alone, you can go on stage to play in the Internet Cafe League. The smoke bomb is mixed with special metal powder, which not only interferes with optical observation, but also interferes with electronic signals. Therefore, as one of the opponents, Fatty's perspective is not as clear as in the waiting area, and he has no idea what is going on in the smoke. Although Luo Rui's reaction was somewhat beyond his expectations, Fatty didn't think that Luo Rui could dodge this wave of attacks, and still fired fiercely at the previous position through the thick fog. At this time, Luo Rui had controlled Warrior 7 to roll to the side, and threw 2 more smoke bombs. As the range of the smoke expanded, Fatty had a bad feeling in his heart, but he had no choice but to fire the rockets and expand the bombing range. The interference of the smoke bomb is two-way. Luo Rui, who is in it, cannot even tell the direction without the help of relevant instruments. In this way, he is once again in danger. Time flies. The reason why the one-trick pony is called the one-trick pony is because it has no stamina. The 19-tube rocket launcher has no spare ammunition, and it is gone after all 38 rockets are fired. In less than half a minute, Fatty had already dumped them all, but the system did not send a prompt to win. Chapter 11. Smoke swirled, and amidst the barrage of 38 rockets, even with Luo Rui's best efforts, it was impossible to emerge completely unscathed. The reaction armor on the left knee, deformed, jammed during subsequent movements and was blasted off directly. Not only was the mecha joint completely unprotected, but it also sustained some damage. The left arm, acting as a temporary shield, perfectly completed its mission, blocking 2 rockets. Most of the mecha body below the forearm was gone, with only a few wires, of unknown purpose, tenuously connected. For a game to simulate something like this, it's truly remarkable. Fortunately, he finally endured it. Although for true experts, especially military pilots who frequently go on missions to other worlds, those 2 alloy combat blades were the real trump cards. Because alien environments are complex, fire control systems are subject to a lot of interference, and fiery explosions easily attract more and stronger silicon-based beasts. Plus, there are logistical issues like ammunition carrying, so pilots who operate in other worlds have developed powerful mecha combat skills. But someone like Fatty hadn't reached that level yet. The counterattack began. Although the left side of the body was damaged, it didn't affect the long-range fire system in any way. The recoilless rifle, which had been intentionally protected, was set up. Since the field of vision was obscured, Luo Rui chose to fire a high-explosive round to test the waters. The observation and aiming system hidden above the seat descended, and with number 8's assistance, Luo Rui locked onto the position where Eagle V had been standing. Fatty was holding his breath, waiting for the system to send news of victory, when an alarm suddenly blared, startling him. Before he could react, a shell flew out of the smoke. This shell was much faster than the rockets. A circular hole had just formed in the smoke when it exploded 2 meters away from Eagle V. Although it didn't cause effective damage to Eagle V, it made Fatty even more flustered. At this time, Eagle V's AI had already calculated the trajectory based on the smoke cavity and marked the current location of Warrior 7, but Fatty no longer had any high-powered long-range attack methods. When the second high-explosive shell was fired, Fatty finally came to his senses, manipulated the mecha to pull out the alloy combat blade, and rushed towards Warrior 7. He wanted to make one last desperate attempt. But a distance of 500 meters, for a metal giant 8 meters tall, still required a bit of time, especially when the pilot was only an intermediate-level amateur. Luo Rui had plenty of time to counterattack. The 4 high-explosive shells were quickly used up, and at this time, Warrior 7 had limped sideways out of the smoke, which meant that the battle was about to end. The 6-tube rocket launcher on the right shoulder stood up. Unlike the 19-tube rocket nest, the small missiles fired from this thing were equipped with tracking. The fire control system easily locked onto Eagle V, which was advancing in large strides. The tracking missiles spewed flames and flew towards it, leaving a trail of smoke. 500 meters wasn't considered a long distance for any long-range fire weapon. Fatty encountered the same situation as Luo Rui just now, but he obviously couldn't achieve Luo Rui's level of operation. Boom! Boom! 6 consecutive explosions. Eagle V took all the missiles head-on, without missing a single one. Its armor was already fragile. After being hit by a round of covering fire, although it hadn't withdrawn from the battlefield, the reaction armor was already in tatters, and many important parts were exposed. It was time to end this. Luo Rui's eyes were sharp and calm, a far cry from his usual image. An armor-piercing round. Loading. Aim. Boom. The recoilless rifle spewed smoke, and the shell flew out at top speed. After 6 missiles, alarms went off in Eagle V's cockpit. The screen showed red indicators from the Mecha's self-check feedback. Fatty was overwhelmed by the mixed sounds and didn't even notice the fire control lock alarm mixed in. From Luo Rui's perspective, a large hole was blown out in the Eagle V's cockpit, emitting thick smoke. If the energy core taken from the silicon-based beast hadn't had an extremely high safety factor, this one shot might have caused the Mecha to detonate. Battle victory. A large system prompt appeared on the screen. Phew. Luo Rui exhaled a breath of stale air. He hadn't played a Mecha game in a long time, plus this was his first battle after finger enhancement, and there was the added pressure of those 2 barbecue buffets at stake. Fortunately, his opponent was Fatty. They were familiar with each other, and Luo Rui's victory was partly due to this. The primary mode of the 2 joysticks couldn't produce any close combat skills, so most novice battles were long-range fire exchanges with intelligent assistance. Ace pilot, Luo Rui was brought into the game by Fatty. His first experience was very bad. That was the first time he had seen what was called one-trick pony. This made the young and vigorous Luo Rui very angry. He spent his free time trying to figure out how to crack it, but unfortunately, he had many ideas but couldn't keep up with the operation. When the rockets came head-on just now, he didn't have time to think much. Instinctively, he used the optimal solution he had thought of. No wonder the Mecha pilot assessment tested hand speed. There must be a reason for this. The movements he couldn't complete before, he barely managed to do this time. And this victory could also be considered as him breaking a mental barrier. The joy in his heart made him couldn't help but laugh out loud in the closed cockpit. Fatty? How is it? Are you convinced? The comfort is doubled. Damn. Luo Rui, did you take some medicine or something? Fatty, in disbelief, connected the communication, and then ate a wave of taunts. So, I told you that I've improved a lot recently. In this day and age, why does no one listen when I tell the truth? Sarcasm can make the comfort continue to double. I'm determined to be a sarcastic person today. Luo Rui thought with a grin. Don't say I won't give you a chance to make a comeback. Do you want to play another round? Seeing that Fatty hadn't moved for a long time, Luo Rui pressed his advantage. Mental comfort wasn't as real as material comfort. He wanted to expand the results. 2 meals become 4 meals, wouldn't that be awesome? Unfortunately, Fatty wasn't fooled. Luo Rui had dodged his one-trick pony, although there was a bit of luck involved, but the proportion wasn't large. With this kind of operation, he had even less chance of winning in close combat, so he needed time to think about new tactics. And the explosion feedback just now made him very uncomfortable. Forget it, let me think about it, we'll fight again another day. Luo Rui felt a little regretful, always feeling like he had lost 2 barbecue buffets. Pressing the release button, the 2 cockpits slowly descended, and the doors opened. Although the 2 had only played for a little over a minute, the staff didn't find it strange. The huge equipment cost made its usage time very expensive. Even if Luo Rui had a card with a discount, it still cost 500 yuan per hour. Fighting not only consumes mental energy, but also puts a lot of burden on the body. Someone like Fatty would need to rest for at least 10 minutes. Therefore, not only students like Luo Rui who were short on money, but also most people, except for the real tycoons, couldn't afford such waste. This also made the operation of getting off the machine after playing a game very common. Chapter 12. So young. Are kids these days all so fierce? Could he be a military academy student? Possible, it's summer vacation now anyway. Amazing, with those 2 moves just now, he definitely could beat me. Old Li, can you stop trying to flatter yourself? Did I say something wrong? Luo Rui and the other guy had just entered the rest area when they heard a group of people whispering, and the main topic was the 2 of them. Luo Rui, what's your hand speed score now? The fatty was still hung up on the fight just now, he still couldn't figure out how his one-trick pony had been defeated. Less than 50. Luo Rui had a calm expression on his face, saying it in a nonchalant tone. In his heart, he was thinking, come on, be amazed. What? You really passed it? The fatty exclaimed, his voice so loud that it attracted many glances. But he didn't notice, as a close friend, he knew what kind of situation Luo Rui was in. That's right, that's the feeling, come on, praise me. Luo Rui put his hands in his pockets, thinking calmly. So amazing? Wasn't it still more than 1 second short? How did you suddenly pass? As expected of a close friend, so understanding. I don't know either, I just passed it casually, maybe this is talent. Although Luo Rui didn't show it and his voice was calm, the deliberately pretentious tone made the fatty's fists itch. He gritted his teeth and said, you're already 18, and you're still talking about talent. The fatty's meaning was clear, if Luo Rui had talent, it would have been discovered long ago, why wait until now? But Luo Rui didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning in his words, and still said lightly, perhaps I'm a late bloomer. The fatty had never felt that Luo Rui could be so cocky, he felt his blood pressure starting to rise, and he couldn't continue this topic anymore. Luo Rui, who had been waiting for a long time without any follow-up, felt a little unsatisfied. He felt that his mentality had changed a bit, perhaps because he had overcome the inner demon of his one-trick pony, perhaps because the assessment crisis that had been weighing on him had been resolved, or perhaps it was just because of a simple increase in strength. In short, he was now more confident. The 2 stayed in the rest area for half an hour. Luo Rui provoked him many times, but unfortunately, the fatty didn't take the bait, which made him feel quite regretful. After staying for a while longer, the fatty didn't go on stage, and although Luo Rui was a little unsatisfied, everyone present was a newbie, which didn't pique his interest. Besides, even if he invited them to fight, they had seen his heroic figure and wouldn't agree. Perhaps this is the loneliness of a master? Luo Rui thought somewhat lonely. It's a pity that online battles require account registration, and his ID card won't be ready for a few more days, otherwise he could go online and fight against global experts. Luo Rui suddenly became alert, defeating a fatty seemed to have made him a little too inflated, this is not good. With the attribute table, he will only become stronger and stronger, and in the future, it may not be impossible to fight at the peak, but this requires a process, and he should remain humble in this process. The 2 sat for a while, and left together. The fatty paid the bill for the bet very readily, and Luo Rui also expressed his noble character, saying that although the fatty lost, he would still mention it to Father Luo. As for the result, that was not something he could control. The fatty was grateful. Luo Rui accepted it happily. It was still early, Luo Rui invited the fatty to lunch, the location was an 88 yuan barbecue buffet, the fatty was horrified and left with a reason that sounded fake. Luo Rui was helpless and could only go alone. Mei Yang Yang Barbecue Buffet. The largest barbecue buffet restaurant in Dongmuo County, located on the 6th floor of the county's only large integrated shopping mall. Perhaps because it was the weekend, the store was extra lively today. Luo Rui arrived at 11 o'clock and had already started queuing to get a number. Fortunately, there was a circle of small benches outside the store, and there was free lemonade and popcorn to eat. Luo Rui played with his phone for a while and didn't get bored waiting. After more than half an hour, his number was finally called, and after scanning the code, he took a seat. The decoration in the store is quite elegant. There are 3 types of seats inside. One is a 2-person seat, basically for young couples, exuding the sour smell of love. The second is a 4-person seat, basically for families, a couple with children, exuding the warmth of family. The last is only 2 multi-person round tables, suitable for gatherings of friends. Luo Rui occupied a two-person table, alone, which was rare in the store. But he himself didn't feel anything, not stealing or robbing, for the sake of becoming stronger, not being fussy. Most of the food in the store is high in sugar or salt, but Luo Rui doesn't care. He first took more than 20 plates of fatty beef, which is the specialty of the store. It's a thin layer, with fat and lean intertwined, and it's very delicious when grilled. The last time Luo Rui came, he was too embarrassed to take more, and in the end, he only ate more than 50 plates. He also took some dipping sauce and lettuce. Pizza and seafood are also essential, and then some drinks and fruits. The table was more than half full. Luo Rui felt that it was almost enough, so he would eat the first half first, and then take more after he finished. As the saying goes, eating your own food brings tears, eating other people's food brings sweat. With someone else paying the bill, the feeling of eating is different. It doesn't hurt. Everything tastes good. First, put a few slices of fatty beef on the grill. The sizzling sound is accompanied by an enticing aroma, which makes Luo Rui's appetite wide open. The slices of meat are very thin, and they are almost cooked after flipping back and forth. Roll them in the dipping sauce, and then wrap them in a piece of lettuce, and add a clove of garlic. Awesome! Luo Rui was eating with gusto when suddenly a fragrant breeze blew by. The fragrant breeze didn't drift away. Luo Rui raised his head in confusion, only to see a young lady standing next to the table with a selfie stick. Seeing him look up, she showed a charming smile and said, "Little brother, can we share a table?" Looking at the waiter behind her with an apologetic face, Luo Rui nodded. It's convenient for others and convenient for himself. He alone can't occupy 2 seats. The young lady has a standard internet celebrity face, looks very beautiful and delicate, and has a very good figure. Not to mention her outfit, Luo Rui can only think of the word fashionable, which can't compare with the clothes he saw on the carpet. However, although this person is pretending to be young with a squeaky voice, she looks quite mature. Calling him little brother, isn't she making herself old? Forget it, calling him little brother is not good either. Luo Rui buried his head and continued to eat. Fortunately, the beauty didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise that smiling face would probably collapse. Water friends, today we continue to explore the store, let's see how this 88 yuan buffet is. After the young lady sat down, she didn't rush to get food, but set up a stand on the table and talked to her phone. Without looking, Luo Rui understood that she was live streaming, a very popular industry nowadays. He's been short on money recently, if he didn't still not have an ID card, he would have wanted to go live streaming. As for her talent? With this handsome face, what talent is needed? Gold always shines, and a handsome guy is like a firefly in the night, even if he is low-key, he is always eye-catching. Sister Xiaoyu, the little brother eating opposite is so handsome. I hope the streamer knows what's good for her and doesn't delay me from looking at handsome guys. Go ask for WeChat, I'll send a rocket if you succeed. Chapter 13. The originally quiet live stream suddenly had a few more comments. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. As a new streamer, to retain her pitiful popularity, she wouldn't miss any opportunity to interact with viewers. As long as the request wasn't too outrageous, she would agree. Besides, it was just asking the handsome young man for his WeChat. Little brother, are you here alone? The delicate, high-pitched voice gave Luo Rui, who was busy eating, a shiver. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? If there were 2 people, would she be sitting here? He glanced up. The ancients did not deceive me. Big breasts, no brains. Haha, the streamer got dissed. The little brother's eye roll was so handsome. Seeing the comments, Lu Yu was also a little annoyed. Although her face had been slightly adjusted, it was a very successful adjustment. Combined with delicate makeup, she was almost as beautiful as a celestial being, right? Plus, with her naturally skinny physique and exercise, she maintained a good figure. This usually attracted many admirers, but now she was being ignored after taking the initiative to talk to him. This experience was quite novel. However, looking at Luo Rui's young face, Lu Yu couldn't help but think that he should still be a high school student. She had been there herself. Thinking about her high school life, Lu Yu suddenly understood. Surrounded by unsophisticated girls who didn't know how to put on makeup, they were probably just shy when suddenly seeing a great beauty like her. Thinking of this, she proudly puffed out her chest. Little brother, meeting is fate. Add me on WeChat. Oh ho, a password? Luo Rui's eyes lit up. He understood. A lone figure on a cold river, an old friend in the martial world. Why must we have known each other before? Deliberately lowering his voice, Luo Rui put down his chopsticks and solemnly clasped his fist. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Instantly, laughter filled the screen. Lu Yu confirmed that this kid was definitely a high school student, at the age when Chiyunibu, middle schooler syndrome, was at its peak. However, seeing the increasing comments, she decided to endure it. Little brother, is it delicious? Luo Rui didn't want to talk. This was a buffet. Did she understand what a buffet was? It meant taking whatever you wanted, without spending money. If he wanted to know if something was good, couldn't he just take a little and try it? Little brother, can you finish taking so much? The big sign next to the table said, no waste allowed. Deposit will not be refunded if more than 50 grams of food is left. No one would argue with money. Could it be that this woman was too lazy to move and wanted to eat his food? Thinking of this, Luo Rui gathered all the plates closer to himself. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Could this be an actor hired by the streamer? Streamer, continue. Thank you, Pineapple Honey, for subscribing. Thank you, Passerby Encounter, for the fish food. Thank you, Carefree Cloud, for the stars. Although she was constantly being looked down upon, the number of comments in the live stream was increasing, and people were even sending gifts. Seeing that the cost of this meal was coming back, Lu Yu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if she had found the key to wealth. On the other hand, Luo Rui was getting increasingly annoyed. Since this woman sat down, she hadn't eaten anything and was just babbling on and on. As a Virgo, he had reason to suspect that her saliva mist was contaminating his food. Seeing Luo Rui gathering the plates again, Lu Yu was a little puzzled, but that wasn't important. She continued to ask, little brother, why aren't you talking? Luo Rui was speechless. Didn't she know that eating and talking were physically conflicting? Little brother. Luo Rui couldn't bear it any longer. Big sister, did you pay to come in and not eat? Lu Yu was stunned, thinking that she was originally going to eat, but wasn't she making money now? Moreover, she was more concerned about that title than this question. Big sister? You called me big sister. Was she not happy? Auntie. Luo Rui asked tentatively, respecting the old and cherishing the old. Calling her older should show respect, right? Oh no, the handsome guy is in trouble. Before Lu Yu could explode, the comments in the live stream had already gone wild. Haha, auntie, you're something else. I don't think this young man is that old. He's only 4 or 5 years younger than the streamer, so calling her auntie isn't a big deal, right? Nonsense, it's almost a 12-year difference. 24 years. 36 years. It doesn't matter, I've been called auntie by people younger than me. I've been called big sister by uncles 20 years older than me. You guys are awesome. Maybe it's not their fault, it's just that you really look old. What do you mean? From collectively mocking the streamer to self-deprecating to arguing, the comments went through several theme changes in a short period of time. For a time, demons danced wildly, and the popularity soared. This kid is a treasure. Lu Yu couldn't bother to be angry anymore. She had to get his WeChat today. Maybe they could cooperate in the future and do some more fun stuff. Little brother, add me on WeChat. Her voice contained sincerity and was much more earnest than her light and airy tone just now. Unfortunately, Luo Rui didn't hear it. No way. Although this miss was very pretty, dating cost money. He knew very well that he only had a few coins in his pocket. Seeing that this person's taste wasn't low, she was definitely a money-consuming master. Couldn't afford it. Besides, the age didn't match. Luo Rui was still an honest child and thought a lot in a short time. Haha, so funny. Stop laughing, the streamer is being hit hard, haha. Lu Yu's dumbfounded expression caused another wave of comments. No, she had to take a break first. Making money was important, but ruining her health wasn't worth it. Seeing the miss finally getting up to get food, Luo Rui also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't said a few words, his eating efficiency had indeed decreased. The buffet also had a time limit of 2 hours, so he couldn't delay. Lu Yu came back and forth. When she sat down again, Luo Rui had already cleaned up the food, and the empty plates were stacked together, making the table much emptier. "Friends, this is my first time here today, and I don't know what's good, so I just took a little to try and give everyone a reference." The food review program finally got to the point, and she didn't forget to mock someone, but that someone was focused on what was in front of him and didn't react at all. "The handsome guy probably comes here often. Look at what he took. I've been to this restaurant before, the sliced fatty beef is good. The person upstairs is right. Don't worry, everyone, let's take it one by one. Let's eat some fruit first. This piece of watermelon is not bad." Although Lu Yu had only been streaming for a short time, she also knew that sometimes she had to follow her own rhythm and introduce the restaurant's delicacies step by step. Luo Rui quickly finished the remaining food, then suddenly got up and left. "Hey, you didn't take your phone." Lu Yu had sharp eyes and immediately saw the black phone on the table and quickly shouted. With this reminder, wouldn't adding WeChat be a natural thing? Unfortunately, Luo Rui's answer was beyond her expectations. "It's okay, I'm going to get some food. I'll be back in a while." Chapter 14. Ignoring Lu Yu's surprised expression, Luo Rui took advantage of getting food to observe the location of the dish return cart. Then, he took his plates over there himself, hoping to avoid a little awkwardness. Looking at the opposite table covered with plates piled high with various foods, Lu Yu's mouth was already shaped like an O. When Luo Rui sat down again, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, are your friends coming later?" Luo Rui was a little confused by this train of thought, but he still replied, "No, it's just me alone." "Then can you finish all that?" Lu Yu had personally witnessed how much Luo Rui had eaten earlier. Not to mention the scraps, just those dozens of plates of sliced fatty beef would be too much for the average person. But now, the little brother across from her had taken another 1, 2, 3, more than 30 plates. "You'll be fined if you can't finish it." This time, Luo Rui felt Lu Yu's kindness. He nodded and said, "It's okay, I should be able to finish it." The attribute table had appeared for a while now. Although he hadn't specifically strengthened it, he had noticed some changes. For example, when eating, he could get full with his previous food intake, but the energy points increased relatively slowly. But if he continued to eat, he could still eat more, and the energy points would increase faster. According to his current limit, he could still eat 2 more servings of what he had just eaten. However, humility is a virtue. Although Luo Rui's answer was humble enough, Lu Yu still didn't quite believe it. Her big eyes with cosmetic contact lenses repeatedly scanned him, especially Luo Rui's stomach, which was the main object of observation. Although his clothes were just cheap street vendor stuff, they were clean and tidy, so he shouldn't be a homeless person. He talked a bit strangely, but his spirit seemed normal, so he shouldn't have any suicidal tendencies. Could this kid be some kind of competitive eater? Since they had just met by chance, Lu Yu couldn't say much. She could only observe Luo Rui from time to time, and if anything abnormal happened, she would quickly call the police. Otherwise, this meal would be difficult to explain. At this moment, if Fatty was here, the two would definitely be kindred spirits. Without Lu Yu's harassment, Luo Rui's eating speed increased again. "Wow, that handsome guy can really eat. That's normal, some people digest quickly. That table is enough for my family of 4 to eat 2 meals. Maybe he's the reincarnation of a gluttonous ghost." Looking at the little brother, he's not fat either. "I'm so envious of that physique." "Same here, I'm also envious. I'm on a diet, why did you have to show me this?" "So envious." "There's nothing to envy, it's said that people like that have some health problems. The buffet owner is probably crying and out of contact. Streamer, ask him how he can eat so much." "Yes, yes. Don't ask, unfollow. Don't ask, unfollow." There were many comments, but no one cared about Lu Yu's food introductions. Moreover, the screen was gradually filling up with these comments. Lu Yu was a little helpless. In order to maintain the popularity and attention that she had managed to gain, she could only open her mouth and ask, "Little brother, my name is Yuer, what's your name? Please call me nameless." Luo Rui scoffed, as if he didn't have a stage name. "Damn, nameless. Could it be that one?" "That's right, I guess so. Full health playing the erhu, low health wandering around." "Streamer, ask him if he brought his erhu." Lu Yu would naturally not ask such an idiotic question. A name was just a code name. It was better not to say the real name, so as not to cause trouble. Nameless little brother, why can you eat so much? Because, therefore, scientific reason. Sorry, there's really no way to explain this. Do you usually eat this much? Lu Yu found that this kid in front of her had his own program effect. She could just ask casually, as long as he answered, the comments would take the rhythm themselves and maintain the heat, which made her find the trick. Why do you have to talk while eating? Luo Rui couldn't understand. But just now, people had expressed concern and goodwill towards him, and he was too embarrassed to be as silent as before. It's so annoying. However, although the efficiency was a little slower, the food in front of Luo Rui was still decreasing rapidly. Are you full now? Lu Yu was a little reluctant. In the time it took to eat this meal, her followers had increased from less than 5,000 to more than 10,000. At this rate, if she had 100 or 80 more meals, wouldn't she be a big streamer? No, I can still eat a little more. During the intermission, Luo Rui took the time to look at his energy, which had already increased by more than 10 points. This speed was really fast. You can still eat. Lu Yu couldn't believe it. Wow, he can still eat. I've been watching since the beginning, and the little brother has eaten at least 60 plates of sliced fatty beef. Amazing. Someone, bring the handsome guy the dishes. First, 10 plates of sliced fatty beef. Pineapple Bormi sent a star X10. Thank you Pineapple Bormi for the 10 little stars. As a streamer who dotes on her fans, the fans' requests must be met. While thanking the gift, Lu Yu said to Luo Rui, you sit here, I'll go get it for you. Do you know what I want to eat? Luo Rui thought, but before he could speak, Lu Yu had already run away. Here, 10 plates of sliced fatty beef. After a while, Lu Yu came back with a stack of plates. Not bad, he had already attracted the attention of the sliced meat uncle just now. It's good to have someone help. Thank you. Luo Rui thought happily, and then accepted them all. The completion of this transaction directly exploded in Lu Yu's live broadcast room. Little Yuer, bring the young master a plate of watermelon. Kuakuajia's Niu sent a membership card. Okay, you watch. Looking at Lu Yu, who had run away again in a puff of smoke, Luo Rui scratched his head in confusion. Here, the fatty beef is too greasy, eat some watermelon to smooth it out. Okay, thank you. A cat person who doesn't eat fish sent a rocket. Bring the little brother a portion of Haagen-Dazs. Wow, thank you my cat person who doesn't eat fish for sending a big rocket. Master, you wait, I'll go right away. Lu Yu hadn't even gotten a few membership cards since she started broadcasting, let alone sending rockets. Today was the first time she opened, seeing the appearance of the rocket special effect. Here, little brother, eat a portion of ice cream, cool off. Thank you. Bring the handsome guy a portion of crayfish. I am a little tiger tooth sent a membership card X10. Here, little brother, eat a portion of crayfish. There was too little meat on the crayfish, and it was troublesome to eat, which seriously affected his eating efficiency. Luo Rui showed an embarrassed expression. Little Yuer, peel the shrimp for the young master. Giloi Ding Dang sent a rocket X1. There were many talented people among the audience, and someone immediately guessed Luo Rui's thoughts, and the rewards followed immediately. Come, sister will peel it for you. The boss's requirements must be met. Lu Yu put on gloves and started peeling shrimp. Luo Rui noticed something was wrong, and looked up suspiciously. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This woman had been thanking gifts all along, and then there were abnormal behaviors. What, are you embarrassed? Don't be polite, just eat. Seeing Luo Rui stop eating, Lu Yu thought he was embarrassed and said with a smile. Luo Rui was speechless. This was a buffet, okay? It's as if you're treating me. Chapter 15. More and more people in the live broadcast room were ordering and gifting food, and Lu Yu flitted back and forth in the food area like a butterfly among flowers. Although Luo Rui hadn't heard of some of the dishes, the things in front of him kept piling up. Luo Rui didn't say anything, just buried his head in eating. He could tell that Lu Yu was using him to make money. What stars and rockets after shouting, she'd go and grab food. Did she really think he didn't understand live streaming? Time flew by, and Luo Rui didn't know how much he had eaten. He picked up his phone, checked the time, then elegantly wiped his mouth and stood up. Where are you going? Lu Yu was stunned, a sudden bad feeling washing over her. You go ahead and eat. My time's up, I'm leaving. Luo Rui said calmly. What? You haven't finished your food yet. The woman's voice rose an octave, attracting the attention of 3 or 4 tables around them. But you're the one who got all that. Luo Rui looked innocent. Lu Yu was dumbfounded, and after a moment, she said resentfully, You're ruthless. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, the streamer got scammed. I guessed it just now. Is this a script? The streamer should eat it herself. That's right, don't waste food. Waiting for the streamer to be fined. Luo Rui didn't know about the comments in the chat, he was feeling refreshed. Taking advantage of Lu Yu's daze, Luo Rui grabbed his phone and darted out, avoiding any further complications. He patted his stomach. Even with accelerated digestion, there was still a limit. He really couldn't eat any more. Sigh, he ate a little too much this time. He hoped the unseen buffet boss would seize the opportunity and give the young lady a hefty fine to make up for the loss. The meal added almost 20 energy points and the number was still increasing as the food digested. He remembered that in the beginning, he had saved for many days to reach 53 points. Unfortunately, he had already paid back one of Fatty's 2 meals, and he didn't have much pocket money left. At most, he could eat 5 tons of barbecue. If it was hot pot, he could eat a few more meals, although the energy points would increase more slowly, but it would still be more than eating at home. Luo Rui missed the fish his dad caught. As long as there wasn't a big drop or rise in temperature, his dad would catch at least 10 pounds a day. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good excuse to intercept them, it was a headache. Live streaming? Judging from the young lady's appearance today, it seemed like a quick way to make money, but he didn't have a fan base. Besides, the equipment probably required a lot of investment. However, making money to increase energy points was a long-term plan, and live streaming could be added as an alternative, learning a little in advance so he wouldn't be caught off guard if he really did it. The young lady said her name was Yuer, maybe it was her online name. He could go back and search to see if he could find her live broadcast room and learn from her, hoping it didn't have any Martian characters, otherwise it would be hard to find. He hung out in the mall for a few hours, enjoying the air conditioning and thinking about his future plans, until the weather outside gradually cooled down, and he headed back. Although space rifts had appeared around the county a few days ago, people's panic was quickly quelled after they were brought under control. At this time, the streets were bustling with people, and the shops were open as usual, with thriving businesses, presenting a prosperous scene. The reason for this was that people knew that space rifts would not open within towns, and as long as temporary space rifts didn't develop into permanent ones, their safety would not be threatened. In fact, when humans first came into contact with the alien world, space rifts were truly random. Given the distribution of human settlements, it was not uncommon for rifts to open directly in residential areas, causing considerable losses to various regions. Countries urgently united, and scientific researchers were ordered to take on the task, spending 3 years to develop a regional jammer. Although this thing couldn't prevent the opening of space rifts, it could shield a certain area from them, preventing them from being invaded. However, the jammer was expensive, and the subsequent maintenance was a bottomless pit. Even the wealthy Eastern power was unable to equip every village with this high technology. Therefore, scattered personnel began to concentrate, and all villages with fewer than 5,000 households were evacuated and merged. Dongmyo County had a permanent population of 350,000, and the urban population was initially only 70,000 to 80,000. Affected by this policy, the current urban population has reached 250,000, and the number of streets has increased from 7 to more than 30. The remaining population is distributed in the surrounding towns. Lujiechuan, a small village 3 kilometers outside Dongmyo County, was where Luo Rui's ancestors settled 50 years ago. Later, with the withdrawal and merger of villages and the expansion of Dongmyo County's urban area, the people of Lujiechuan directly became city dwellers, and the old houses were demolished and replaced with large buildings. Luo Rui's family's house and land were exchanged for a house, a storefront, and a little cash. The house is the one they live in now, and the storefront was not rented out. Luo's mother opened a small supermarket herself. Although they have some fixed assets, their living conditions are not too good, at least in his opinion. In recent years, many large chain supermarkets have opened in the county, and in Luo Rui's neighborhood alone, which has a total of only 800 households, 3 small supermarkets have opened downstairs. In addition, Luo's mother often plays mahjong, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2, so the supermarket's income is predictable. As for Luo's father, a person who fishes more than 300 days a year. Although he claims to often write fishing tips for some platforms and earn some royalties, Luo Rui suspects that the money has all been used to buy fishing gear. Luo Rui often wonders if Luo's mother's so-called raising her son poorly is probably out of necessity. Sigh, he hopes that the money saved for his wife over the years is still there. The sky hadn't darkened yet, but the night market had already started, and the barbecue stalls were all set up. The smell is really tempting. Unfortunately, in order to become stronger, limited money must be used to its maximum potential. When he returned home, his parents were already cooking dinner. It seemed that the supermarket was already closed, and it wasn't even dark yet. Although his house is on the second floor, the supermarket is downstairs. The door is plastered with phone numbers, so you can call anytime. But while it seems very convenient, don't forget that there are 2 other supermarkets in this row of storefronts. Why would people bother to call? Can this Buddhist-style management really make money? The original idea of asking for more pocket money was too embarrassing to bring up. The lunch was almost digested, and the energy points had stopped increasing. Although he tried to eat more during dinner without revealing anything unusual, the increase in energy points was really touching. Back in his room, he reviewed the senior year's lessons. This was a task assigned by the school, and the textbooks were borrowed with the teacher's help, but probably few people actually read them. Luo Rui originally didn't plan to read them either, but now that he had higher aspirations, he naturally had to work harder to monetize his talent. Finally, after his parents fell asleep, Luo Rui took out the instruction set keyboard again. Persistent practice may not lead to progress, but it certainly won't lead to regression. What's more, he still has room for improvement. Chapter 16. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 56. The first thing Luo Rui used to do when he woke up was to wash up, but now it has become looking at the attribute table. Energy increased by 35 points, 17 points more than the day he ate the hot pot. As expected, eating meat adds more. The 3 main attributes of strength, agility, and endurance still cannot be increased. There's nothing else to add to the body parts except for the Armstrong cannon, but that thing isn't urgently needed. Energy points still need to be saved up for more important things. Luo's father went to work before dawn, and Luo's mother also went to the supermarket. However, breakfast had already been prepared for Luo Rui, and it was very rich. In addition to freshly cooked corn porridge, there were also many bags of milk, bread, and ham. These were all near-expiration foods from the supermarket. Luo's mother would bring back a batch of these short shelf-life items every few days. In the past, Luo Rui would pick and choose some to eat, and then throw away the rest. But now, he only hated that his supermarket wasn't big enough and that there weren't enough of these things. He devoured everything. The bread looked big, but it was all airy. Fortunately, there was still porridge and milk, which barely filled him up with liquid. No one made an appointment today, and Luo Rui did his own things step by step. First, he practiced finger techniques for 2 hours. 45-7. It's 0. 3 seconds faster again. The speed of improvement is okay. Luo Rui feels that, at this rate, when the improvement stagnates, he might be able to get into 43 seconds. 43 seconds is enough to enter the top 10,000 in the world rankings. Moreover, there are extra points for college entrance exams. If he's lucky enough to get into 42.5 seconds, it's more than enough to be listed in the top 1,000 on the rankings. At this stage, he's already a well-known player. Luo Rui doesn't have high demands. First, set a small goal of 43 seconds as a minimum, and then strive for 42.5 seconds. At noon, he went to Mianjiang Barbecue Buffet again. There's no other way. This is the largest and most popular one in Dongmyo County. With so many people around, no one would notice if he ate more. Otherwise, like that hot pot restaurant, the boss lady would have a murderous look in her eyes after only one visit, which would be embarrassing. This time, there was no live-streaming girl to disturb him. Luo Rui was a little regretful, because having someone help him get food and peel shrimp was a good experience. He also didn't know how it was handled that day. Was it a little too ruthless? If there's a next time, he must let them know in advance. Alas, he's still too kind. After eating, he didn't continue to freeload the air conditioning. Luo Rui went home in the scorching sun, took a nap, and continued practicing. If he couldn't even reach his small goal, it would be too embarrassing. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 96. Perhaps it was the difference in breakfast. The attribute points increased by a full 40, which was 5 points more than yesterday. It's a pity that the 3 major attributes still can't be increased. It seems that they need to exceed 100 points before they can be shaken. After practicing finger techniques for a while until 10 o'clock, Luo Rui packed up and went out. The fatty's 2 meals had been used up, and he didn't have many coins in his pocket, which couldn't support him for many meals. So, if he wanted to continue to quickly obtain energy points, he had to think of other ways. Last night, he took some time to go online and searched for streamers with the words "you" on various platforms. After a little effort, he finally found his target. XX Xiaoer, XX are 2 Martian characters. Luo Rui doesn't know what they mean. It is said that there was a time when this thing was very popular, but now it has long been eliminated. He doesn't know what that big sister is thinking, using these ancient characters. However, looking at the hundreds of search results containing keywords, Luo Rui almost guessed the reason. The live broadcast website is very powerful. Even Xiaoer, a newcomer with just over 10,000 followers, has live broadcast replays. This guy didn't work yesterday. The first live broadcast replay was the video of the buffet that day. Fast forward all the way. The enthusiastic barrage in the live broadcast room made Luo Rui's face turn a little dark. When he saw the paid feeding, his face turned even darker. After calculating the cost of the gifts, Luo Rui secretly clicked his tongue. Good fellow, he can only say good fellow. Later, after he left, although the big sister performed well, there was still a lot of food left, but in the end, only 10 yuan was confiscated as a deposit. Luo Rui beat his chest and stamped his feet, angry that he didn't fight for it, feeling that the barbecue boss and himself had suffered a great loss. It's a pity that his conditions don't allow it. Otherwise, if he came here a few times, he could eat mi yanjiang every meal during the entire summer vacation. However, he also gained something. The words Big Eater gave him inspiration. He remembered seeing many Big Eater challenges when he was watching videos before. Maybe he could learn from them. He searched online and didn't expect that there were similar activities in a small place like Dongmyo County. Giant Burger, Big Eater Challenge, a top-ranked and refined activity on the local forum. It was obvious that they had paid for advertising. Burgers, as imported goods, are not uncommon in big cities, but in small places like Dongmyo County, people are conservative and their ability and speed to accept foreign things have always been poor. Fortunately, many of the new generation of young people in the county have studied and worked outside. They are more fashionable, and under their leadership, the small county is also undergoing changes. This burger shop called Deciding Camp obviously saw this trend. In order to occupy the market faster, they often hold various activities to increase exposure. Coincidentally, the burger shop and Mi Yanjiang barbecue buffet are in the same shopping mall. The buffet is on the 6th floor and the burger shop is on the 5th floor. Even if it's not the weekend, as the most popular shopping mall in the county, it's still crowded near mealtimes. Fortunately, Luo Rui came early, otherwise he would have to take a number and queue up on a small stool at the door. The entire outer wall of the burger shop is wrapped in half a roll of wood, painted with blue, red, and brown paint, and some foreign letters are also arranged, which looks quite exotic. 2 young ladies handing out menus were standing at the entrance of the store. When they saw Luo Rui coming over, one of them smiled and handed him a copy, with a very good attitude. Luo Rui's goal was clear. After receiving the menu, he stood aside and looked at it. The young lady's eyes lit up and she hurried over. The information online was a bit old. The activity that Luo Rui saw had already ended, but the burger shop had started new activities. And there are 2 of them. 600-second skyscraper burger challenge and 3 kilograms giant burger 1-hour challenge. Hello, this is our Deciding Camp special challenge. As long as you complete it, you can get a free order. The young lady's voice was very nice. Seeing that Luo Rui was not interested in those set meals, but directly turned to the challenge page, she enthusiastically introduced it. The burger shop is not doing charity, so the skyscraper burger and the giant burger are more expensive than other set meals in terms of price, but the temptation of a free order will always attract many people to try. However, most people don't have a clear understanding of themselves and don't know what it means to finish the challenge burger within the specified time. Those are all calculated proportions, enough to make 99.9% of people fail the challenge. The young lady smiled, but in her heart she was looking forward to the scene where the handsome guy in front of her failed the challenge and bought the bill in frustration. Chapter 17. What a skyscraper burger is, Luo Rui wasn't sure, but judging from the challenge time, it probably wasn't that big. What Luo Rui wanted now was quantity, so he directly locked onto the giant burger challenge. Seeing that Luo Rui was still hesitating with the menu, the hostess seized the opportunity and continued to talk non-stop. Handsome, which one would you like to challenge? Actually, I think you can try both. If you succeed, you will not only get a 500 yuan bonus, but also have your name on our store's wall of fame. 500 yuan bonus? Luo Rui's ears perked up instantly. Pretending to think for a moment, Luo Rui closed the menu. All right, the money doesn't matter. I'm not interested in fame or fortune. I mainly want to challenge myself and also try your food. The customer is God. The hostess used an even sweeter smile to hide the deep contempt in her eyes. Okay, please come inside. The seats inside were already mostly occupied, with young people making up the majority. Almost everyone had a huge burger in front of them. Some were competing silently, while others had devices set up in front of them, apparently doing live broadcasts. She led him to an empty table, and the hostess said sweetly, Handsome, which challenge would you like to choose? First, I'll take the 3-kilogram behemoth challenge. Okay, please wait a moment. Humph, first one like you can succeed. The hostess turned and left. Luo Rui didn't look around randomly. Everyone was in a hurry. There was nothing to see in their bitter and resentful faces, so he took out his phone. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar fragrant breeze wafted by, and someone sat down in the chair opposite him. Luo Rui looked up and sure enough, he saw a familiar delicate internet celebrity face. Mr. Nameless, what a coincidence. We meet again. The familiar affected voice was filled with gritted teeth. Luo Rui looked innocent. Hello, who are you? Just because he was fined a 10 yuan deposit, she was acting like he had abandoned her. However, adhering to the ancient motto of it's better to avoid trouble than to cause it, Luo Rui decided to play dumb and pretend he didn't know her, hoping to muddle through. Unfortunately, his handsome face was too recognizable, like a neutron star pulse in the dark universe, shining millions of light years away, making it difficult to mistake him. Heh. Lu Yu crossed her arms in front of her chest. The small face under the orange baseball cap sneered repeatedly. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman attracted some gossipy gazes. Sorry, miss, I have face blindness. Luo Rui began to hypnotize himself. Even if I get beaten up today, I won't remember who you are. Pretending to be stupid? How can you not remember a beauty like me after only 2 days? Her embroidered eyebrows furrowed, and her affected voice was about to break. Lu Yu was most proud of her slightly adjusted face, but now someone was saying they couldn't remember it, which was a great provocation. Hearing this, Luo Rui looked her up and down carefully. A light green t-shirt and a small, delicate crossbody bag that probably couldn't even fit a phone outlined her slender waistline. Paired with tattered denim shorts with patches, Lu Yu looked much younger today. However, in the end, he shook his head and said, Sorry, miss, your face is really not recognizable. Lu Yu laughed angrily, Humph, beauty is all the same, only ugliness is unique. For the sake of her own physical and mental health, Lu Yu decided to end the bickering. Before Luo Rui could speak, she continued, You left too quickly last time, and I didn't have time to say it. I received a lot of gifts during the live broadcast that day, and you contributed a lot, so I think you should have a share of it. Luo Rui's eyes lit up. If you put it that way, I might remember who you are. He took out his phone. Unlocked it. Pulled up the payment QR code, placed it on the table, and pushed it forward. The meaning was quite obvious. Lu Yu was really laughed at this time. She looked up, took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Okay, really okay. After speaking, she took out her phone and fanned herself. Can't you even add me as a friend with this? Luo Rui didn't study phones, and couldn't recognize what brand of phone was wrapped in that red phone case full of strange decorations. He only felt that it was being held by equally red fingernails, which was indeed a good match. Regardless of other things, Lu Yu had definitely put effort into this outfit. What's wrong? Is it difficult? Seeing Luo Rui in a daze, Lu Yu's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Usually, others begged to add her as a friend, but she never thought that the tables would turn, and she would have such a day. Alas, Luo Rui sighed bitterly. There are so many temptations in the world. Perhaps this is also a kind of cultivation. After successfully adding him as a friend, Lu Yu felt much better. After sending a cute emoji, she directly transferred 300 yuan to Luo Rui. Luo Rui's just now tangled mood disappeared instantly. 300 yuan can buy 3 meals at Mi Yanjiang and still have some left over. For him, this was a huge sum of money. He didn't expect to get so much. He had learned about live broadcasts and knew that the gift money had to be divided with the platform and the guild, and then taxes had to be paid. Lu Yu received a lot of gifts that day, but probably didn't get much in hand. Besides, she didn't have to give this money at all. This made Luo Rui like Lu Yu a lot more, and even her affected voice sounded much kinder. Okay, the last collaboration is cleared. We should talk about the next collaboration. Lu Yu's mood had calmed down. She had wanted to find Luo Rui to cooperate last time. Originally, she wanted to reason with him and move him with emotion, but now she found that it seemed good for Luo Rui to handle things with money. Luo Rui scratched his head. Cooperate? Last time? When did I agree? But thinking about it carefully, this proposal was not bad. He needed to make money to become stronger. If he did live broadcasts himself, it would not only take time to accumulate, but it would also consume a lot of his time and energy. Moreover, he didn't have any talent. His singing was out of tune, his dancing was stiff, and relying on his face for live broadcasts was just talk. So, it was better to cooperate with Lu Yu, without having to worry and just take money by following orders. How do you mean? Seeing that you ate so much last time and are still alive and kicking, I guess you are a gluttonous king. I invite you to participate in live broadcasts, and the gift money will be divided 3-7, you 3 and me 7, how about it? Too little. Luo Rui shook his head. Actually, he felt that this split was okay. Anyway, it was unexpected wealth, but he still politely bargained, just in case it was increased. Lu Yu waved her hand, it's just 3-7. I'll guarantee you 300, and all expenses during the live broadcast will be covered by me. Okay. This condition was not bad. Luo Rui was not greedy and nodded in agreement. When should we sign an agreement? Let's forget about the agreement. School will start in a few days, and I'm afraid I won't have much time. Making money is for better learning. Luo Rui still knew the priorities. Okay, I'll contact you in advance if there are any arrangements. After each live broadcast, I'll count it and send it to you. Lu Yu nodded. Although she had to pay some money in advance, these were all small matters. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 18. You're here for the burger challenge. Although it was a question, her tone was certain. That's right, the 3-kilogram giant burger challenge in 1 hour. Luo Rui nodded, already guessing what Lu Yu wanted to do. Can you live stream it? Of course. Summer vacation time was limited. Lu Yu wanted to make the most of this handsome young man. Getting an affirmative answer, she quickly set up her equipment. Before long, a stand was set up on the table, and a small spotlight was even set up. After doing all this, Lu Yu took out a small mirror and a makeup box from her bag, and started applying makeup. After applying for a long time, Luo Rui couldn't see any difference between her now and before. Hello, your super giant burger challenge is here. Just then, a waiter came to the table with a large plate. Wow, what a big burger! Can you do it? The size of the burger startled Lu Yu, who was applying lipstick. A man can't say he can't. This was a matter of principle, and Luo Rui said it with righteous indignation. Sir, the burger challenge is only for one person. You see. The waiter scratched his head when he saw Lu Yu, and quickly reminded him. It's okay, she's just doing a live stream, just watching, not participating. Oh, I understand. The waiter nodded. They had several waves of live stream challenges every day. Except for the fact that this beauty's appearance was quite nice, there was nothing unusual. Sir, just let me know when you're ready, and I'll time you. The young waiter was very polite. Okay, thank you. The burger, weighing a total of 6 pounds, was huge. 2 pieces of bread sandwiched beef, chicken, lettuce, tomatoes, and some cheese seasoning. The burger was also surrounded by a ring of fries, and it was not known whether they were included in the weight. Hello, Sister Xiao. The streamer is Liv. Checking in. What did the streamer do yesterday? You actually skipped it. It seemed that Lu Yu had gained a lot of fans that day, and many people came as soon as she started broadcasting. I took a rest yesterday, everyone. Hello, see who's here. Lu Yu greeted with a smile, then turned the camera to Luo Rui. Luo Rui nodded solemnly, like a big leader about to have a meeting. Wow, it's the nameless little brother. Damn, I said he was an actor, the last time was all a script. Just arrived, what happened? Where did this handsome guy come from? For a while, the barrage in the live broadcast room became lively with people who recognized Luo Rui and those who didn't. Let me tell you, this nameless little brother is not an actor. Xiao didn't know him before either. But there aren't many places we can hang out, and we happened to run into each other again. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Lu Yu tried to explain the relationship between the two, but unfortunately no one listens to the truth these days. Okay, whatever you guys say. But I just negotiated with nameless little brother. I will often invite him to the live broadcast room as a guest in the future, and then do some store exploration programs. Explanation was useless, Lu Yu didn't struggle too much, quickly compromised, and took the opportunity to announce the cooperation between the two. See, you admitted it. Is the streamer going to bring a newbie? Tell me, what is the handsome guy's room number? Lu Yu ignored the rhythm in the room and turned the camera to the burger. Everyone, look, this is a 6-pound super burger. Our nameless little brother will challenge it today. If he finishes it within 1 hour, he can get a free meal. If he can't finish it, this burger will cost 228 yuan. What a big burger! 6 pounds. To be honest, it's enough for me to eat for a week. I don't believe it. Streamer, start a guessing game. Luo Rui was a little bored waiting aside, wondering when he could start eating. The burger was no longer steaming, and it would not taste good if it cooled down later. However, Lu Yu was paid a salary, and Luo Rui had to be worthy of this money, so he didn't show anything. Lu Yu rambled on for nearly 5 minutes, and finally signaled Luo Rui to start. After a greeting, the waiter brought a timer and turned it on. Watching the numbers constantly jumping on it, Luo Rui didn't waste any words and started eating directly. The taste was good. It's a pity it's cold, otherwise it should taste better. I wonder if the boss will let me challenge a second time after the challenge is successful. Lu Yu kept interacting with the barrage, thanking them for the gifts. 10 minutes have passed. A quarter of the burger is gone. As long as you maintain this speed, there will be no problem in winning the challenge. If you have time, you can also try the challenge. The location is on the 5th floor of Xingyu City, Dongmu County. In addition to the 3 kg Super Burger Challenge, the store also has a Skyscraper Burger 10-minute challenge. Thank you for the 10 membership cards from Thunderbolt Whitebeard. Thank you for the big rocket from Jiaxin Chong. Love you. Oh, I wish the boss. Luo Rui was not affected and shielded other interference. He saw him holding a knife and fork, dancing quickly. His mouth was like a precision machine, maintaining a fast and uniform opening and closing. Although he ate very quickly, he did not appear embarrassed, but instead revealed a calm and composed demeanor. Now the progress has passed halfway, and our nameless little brother has not shown any reluctance, and the speed has not slowed down. Half an hour has just passed, and there is still about a quarter of the burger left. I think the challenge should be won. Nameless little brother's stomach is really a bottomless pit. He can even drink cheese soup. Amazing, amazing. 45 minutes, the burger has been eaten, and nameless little brother is eliminating the remaining fries. Okay, the challenge is successful. The boss has just come over to confirm the result. Congratulations to our nameless little brother for successfully getting a free meal. According to the boss, only 6 people have successfully completed the Super Burger Challenge since the event started, and all the other 5 are girls. It seems that the potential of girls in terms of food intake is much higher than that of men. It's really amazing, our nameless little brother broke the record of 0 successful male challenges in the burger shop. Thank you. Amazing, I didn't expect you to really succeed. Maybe it's the camera, the burger isn't that big. I am from Dongmu County, I can prove that this burger challenge is absolutely genuine, only more, not less. I also prove it, the last time I ate it, I threw up and it didn't seem to get smaller. It's still not recommended to eat so much, it's not good for your health. The live broadcast room's barrage was swiping, and the burger shop was also in an uproar because of Luo Rui's successful challenge. As a result, everyone watched the excitement, but the timer was still working seriously, causing a large number of people to fail the challenge, making the burger boss smile from ear to ear. That. Can I continue to challenge the skyscraper burger? After all the commotion, Luo Rui's slightly bloated feeling just now subsided, and the energy points began to increase rapidly, soon breaking through 100. But now is not the time to study the attribute table. Chapter 19. To undertake 2 consecutive hamburger challenges at Tasding Campfire is, if not unprecedented, certainly unmatched at present. Are you sure about this? Lu Yu was a little worried. If the last time could be considered a chance encounter, then this time, if Luo Rui were to have any problems from eating, she would definitely be held jointly responsible. If something were to go wrong, she hadn't even earned a few coins from her live stream yet. She couldn't afford to mess around like this. Luo Rui shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He wouldn't joke around with his own body. Moreover, compared to the supergiant burger from before, this so-called skyscraper burger was just a normal-sized burger, only skewered with more iron rods, making it taller. At most, it could be considered an after-dinner snack. At Luo Rui's strong insistence, the restaurant finally agreed to the challenge, as long as they ensured his well-being. This in itself was excellent publicity for the restaurant. 10 minutes, a skewer of skyscraper burgers. Just as Luo Rui had expected, it was nothing at all and he easily finished it. Awesome! Amazing! Impressive, impressive! The onlookers who understood the whole story couldn't help but applaud. Regardless of whether the so-called competitive eater had any practical use, at least Luo Rui had reached the pinnacle of human achievement in this challenge, accomplishing something never before seen. The owner of Tasding Campfire, after seeing Luo Rui complete the challenge and walk around as if nothing had happened, was overjoyed and generously increased the 500 yuan prize to 600 yuan, making it an even number. Lu Yu also reaped considerable rewards. This unique stunt allowed her to gain even more fans and gifts. For a time, everyone gained what they wanted, and everyone was happy. After cooperating with the restaurant to take a few photos, Luo Rui signed his name on the restaurant's wall of fame. Unnamed. I'll do the accounting later and transfer the money to you sometime tonight. The collaboration was very smooth, and Lu Yu naturally wouldn't cause any unpleasantness over the distribution of profits. After the two left Tasding Campfire, she immediately said to Luo Rui. Okay, I'll head out then. Luo Rui nodded in agreement. She was able to find him even when they didn't discuss profit sharing last time. As long as he still had value, Lu Yu wouldn't cheat him. Earlier, he took the time to check his attribute table. The energy points above had already exceeded 100 and were still increasing rapidly. His main attributes seemed to be loosening, so he had to quickly go home to study it. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 115. Returning home as quickly as possible, Luo Rui first took a cold shower. The sweat from traveling under the scorching sun was washed away, and his whole body seemed to shed a layer of restraint. Among the main attributes, strength and endurance remained unshakable, but agility showed that it could be increased. According to the literal meaning, strength was easy to understand, but piloting a mecha didn't require too much strength. Endurance, on the other hand, represented physical fitness, which was very important for a mecha pilot. Excellent physical condition could withstand higher multiples of acceleration to avoid fainting or vomiting in the cockpit during combat. But at this stage, its ability to enhance combat power was limited, so its priority wasn't high. Therefore, among the 3 major attributes, Luo Rui's favorite was agility. The series of attributes related to agility were all extremely helpful in combat. For example, reaction speed. Although Luo Rui had shown great bravery in his previous battle with Fatty, it was under the circumstances that he was very familiar with his opponent and had rehearsed the tactics countless times. If he were to face a stranger, Luo Rui probably wouldn't be able to make the most appropriate response in a very short time. Therefore, increasing agility was currently the fastest way to become stronger. Moreover, judging from the data, agility was 0. 1 less than the other attributes, making it his weakness, which should be made up for as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Luo Rui didn't rush to act. Instead, he drew the curtains and locked the doors and windows. The last few times, just increasing a finger attribute made him suffer so much. This time, he was going to directly use more than 100 energy points, so he had to take some precautions. Luo Rui didn't know how long this enhancement would take, so he could only minimize the chances of being disturbed as much as possible within his power. He didn't want to be forcibly sent to the hospital by his parents. After doing all this, he lay down on the bed, took a deep breath, and solemnly clicked to enhance the agility attribute. The energy points that he had painstakingly accumulated disappeared rapidly, and his body also reacted. Perhaps because Luo Rui focused all his attention on feeling the feedback from his body's nerves, the itching sensation that seemed to burst out from his bone marrow quickly reached an unbearable level from being faint. Sweat gradually blurred his eyes, the veins on his arms bulged, his fists clenched tightly, his fingers pinched white, and the pain of his nails digging into his skin slightly distracted him, but he was soon re-immersed in the indescribable discomfort. Luo Rui clenched his teeth, letting out a soft, drawn-out groan from his nose, as if he were a patient struggling to defecate. The muscles in his long legs tightened, and his toes curled up and crossed unconsciously. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Luo Rui now deeply understood what it meant to feel like every day was a year. I don't know how long it took, but the debilitating discomfort quietly receded like a tide. His ears, which had been deafened, began to work again, and the noisy sounds from the outside world poured into his brain. Weakness. This was the only word Luo Rui could think of right now. The blue checkered bed sheet, which had not been changed for long, was already mostly stained with sweat. He got up, rolled up the sheet, and stuffed it into the washing machine on the balcony. The cicadas were still working, and the sky hadn't darkened yet. Looking at the time, only less than 2 hours had passed. The 0.1 increase in agility cost exactly 100 energy points. Seeing the 3-digit number turn into a 2-digit number made Luo Rui feel a little uncomfortable. After moving his body, this round of strengthening didn't bring any very intuitive feelings. Agility wasn't as immediately effective as the increase in finger length. Where it specifically increased and how much it increased still needed Luo Rui to test and discover for himself. After a while, Luo Rui belatedly realized that his originally dry body was once again covered in sweat, and his underpants were mostly soaked, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was very convenient to take a shower in the summer. A few minutes later, Luo Rui walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Pulling out the black treasure from under the bed, he had already thought of several ways to test it while taking a shower. Dazzling, butterflies dancing. 45 seconds. His previously slow improving hand speed score directly increased by 0.6 seconds. Luo Rui nodded to himself. He was right. Perfect finger length was hard to come by. Many people's finger data was similar to his at the beginning, but they could still easily cross the 50-second threshold. Where was the difference? Now he understood that the improvement in agility made him more comfortable in handling some details. It seemed that even if he switched to the finger data before the strengthening, he could still easily enter within 50 seconds now. Chapter 20. I'm rich, I don't even know how to spend it. Luo Rui hummed a song while washing up, the cheerful tune foreshadowing his excellent mood. He couldn't help but be in a good mood. He had just woken up early in the morning when he received 500 yuan transferred from Lu Yu, plus the 600 yuan he earned from yesterday's challenge and Lu Yu's 300 yuan, plus his original small treasury of more than 200 yuan. How much money is that? Luo Rui said he couldn't calculate it. He had never controlled such a huge sum of money in his life. Moreover, now that he was cooperating with Lu Yu, as long as he showed up, all the food was free. Luo Rui felt that a bright road stretched from his feet into the distance. However, after testing his hand speed last night, Luo Rui used other methods to test himself. If you're a man, go down 100 floors. If you're a man, hold on for 60 seconds. 2 small games to test reaction ability. But the luck factor also accounted for a large proportion in these games. After more than a dozen rounds, the 0.1 increase in agility wasn't obvious in these 2 small games. As soon as he thought about the energy required for strengthening, he felt a headache. After showing a slight frustration as a protest, Luo Rui immediately cheered up again. His opportunity was already a rare find, much better than the past, and there was no reason to complain. Besides, as long as he added his attributes little by little, there would always be a time when qualitative change would occur. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1-1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 31. Yesterday, he gained a total of 35 points of energy, which was slightly lower than the self-service from the day before. Although this growth rate was much faster than when he first woke up, it still felt a bit slow compared to the consumption of the attribute table. Now that he had money in hand and a way to make money, could he increase the number of large meals per day from 1 to 2? However, in any case, there was definitely no place to eat self-service in the morning. Fortunately, Ms. Wang, Luo's mother, brought back some expiring food, so breakfast was also good. Then, Luo Rui took out his precious treasure from under the bed. The attribute table enhanced his foundation, and he had to build on that foundation through continuous practice. During his rest, Luo Rui played a few rounds of the If You're a Man, Do This and That series. He found that this game did help develop his own attributes. Perhaps it was because of the dozens of rounds he played last night, his results today were much better. Near 11 o'clock, Luo Rui went out. He still had work today. He had already told Lu Yu that he was relatively free during the summer vacation, so Lu Yu naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and arranged his itinerary for every day at noon to be full. The place where he was exploited was still the Mi Yanjiang barbecue buffet. According to Lu Yu, they would accumulate initial funds first, and then invite Luo Rui to eat good food when they had more money on hand. Luo Rui wasn't picky, everything he ate was energy, it was enough to have something to eat. After yesterday's hamburger challenge, Lu Yu had even more fans. Luo Rui was like a robot, basically not saying anything, and eliminating the food on the table at a very fast and even speed. And Lu Yu's small mouth was even more skilled, with more words, and the words of gratitude and blessing were even more elaborate. The two cooperated, and the barrage responded enthusiastically. 2 hours later, Luo Rui went home, while Lu Yu continued to do some outdoor live broadcasts. After resting for a while at noon, Luo Rui got up and continued to practice. His fastest hand speed had reached 44.9 seconds, successfully crossing the 45-second threshold, and the speed of progress was very fast. The hot summer made the room extremely hot, and crystal sweat dripped down Luo Rui's neck, soaking his white cotton t-shirt. Luo Rui's home, located on the second floor, was exactly level with the height of the outdoor green trees, and was the core radiation area of cicada noise. The heat and noise were enough to make people more irritable. But Luo Rui, who was immersed in practice, was completely unaware, and the visible progress made him addicted to it. Practice makes me happy. I love practice. This was the most real feeling in Luo Rui's heart. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Luo Rui stopped. The high-intensity practice made his fingers a little stiff. He crossed his hands and twisted his palms, and then stretched hard. The food in his stomach had already been digested, and it was time to go out and replenish a little to speed up the energy collection. The location was still the familiar Mi Yanjiang barbecue buffet, and it was still 2 hours of mechanical eating. Although Luo Rui behaved very low-key, he still attracted the attention of the store manager like a bonfire in the middle of the night, but this time it may not be because of his handsome face. Fortunately, everything went smoothly with the eating. Luo Rui ate his fill, digested some on the way home, and then had another meal at home. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1-1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 105. Luo Rui's efforts were rewarded, and he gained more than 70 points of energy in just one day. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could strengthen again. In the following days, Luo Rui's life became regular. He would wake up in the morning to hum songs and collect money, practice in the morning, go to Lu Yu for live broadcasts at noon, practice until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and go out to eat, and then go home to eat, practice, and sleep. Where did the streamer find a student? Is he an adult? Does it count as child labor? When children are growing up, eating so much may not be good for them in the future. Whose child is this? Too ruthless, people nowadays don't care about anything in order to make money. Is there no limit? Just when Luo Rui thought that this kind of life could continue until school started, a change occurred in Lu Yu's live broadcast room. During normal interactions, some rhythm suddenly appeared. Luo Rui didn't expect to be called a child when he was 1.8 meters tall. He was already 18 years old, and his ID card would be issued in a few days. He should be considered an adult. Besides, people nowadays all look young. People in their 30s and 40s look like high school students when they wear school uniforms. How did these people see that he was a child? This kind of thing had never happened before, and both of them were a little at a loss. After persisting until the end of the broadcast, Lu Yu urgently consulted some seniors and really obtained some information. First of all, those rhythms were intentional, that was for sure. Some people analyzed that it was because Lu Yu's fans had been growing very fast recently and she was being targeted. Lu Yu was thoughtful. Some people also said that maybe the two of them were targeting a store and causing trouble for the store owner. Luo Rui said that the analysis was very reasonable. At 8 yuan, he could definitely eat his money back. Even if he ate a little more, it wouldn't be much for the buffet restaurant. But Luo Rui's posture was a bit scary, not missing a day, checking in twice a day, and accumulating over time, it was indeed a bit unbearable. The two exchanged opinions and finally decided to take a two-pronged approach, first changing the store to exploit, and at the same time Lu Yu also got a room manager to block the rhythm. It's just that Luo Rui scratched his head a little, wondering where to solve the dinner tonight. After thinking about it, it's not bad for this one meal, so let's go to Mianjiang to solve it. He didn't plan to come here for a while after this meal. It's okay to eat buffet occasionally, but eating it continuously is a bit unbearable. It's good to change the taste. Chapter 21. When Luo Rui returned home, he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. The evening's afterglow streamed through the windows into the house, making the room's brightness just right enough to see with or without turning on the lights. Mom Luo sat silently on the sofa in the living room, her face obscured. If a fitting BGM were added, it would be a scene straight out of a horror suspense film. While taking off his shoes, Luo Rui peeked into the dining room. No dinner made? What's going on? Mom. Luo Rui called out softly, his voice filled with deep doubt. No response. What's wrong, Mom? Luo Rui changed his shoes and quickly walked towards the living room. Getting closer, he saw her eyes were open. And her chest was rising and falling. Luo Rui breathed a sigh of relief. This whole thing had made his heart skip a beat. You still know to come back? Mom Luo's voice was questioning, her low tone like a volcano about to erupt. Was it late? The sky wasn't even dark yet. Luo Rui was utterly confused. But, assessing the situation, he decided to keep a low profile. In this situation, at this moment, silence is golden. After 18 years of living together, he knew his patience was much better than Mom Luo's. Sure enough. Where did you go just now? Seeing Luo Rui not speaking, Mom Luo could only ask first. Yuexing City. Luo Rui told the truth, acting like a good boy. What did you go there for? To eat. Luo Rui spoke frankly. It wasn't anything shameful. Mianjiang buffet. Hey? How did you know? Could it be that Mom was following him? Humph, your class teacher called me, did you know? Luo Rui shook his head. He really didn't know about this. Could it be that the class teacher was also at Mianjiang today and saw him? But eating a meal shouldn't warrant a call to the parents, right? Could it be because of Lu Yu? Worried about him having a premature romance? Isn't that just unnecessary worrying? Luo Rui scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Before Luo Rui could even prepare his words, Mom Luo took out her phone, opened a video, and held it in front of Luo Rui. The video footage looked familiar. Luo Rui recognized it at a glance as an excerpt from Lu Yu's live stream. In it, Lu Yu was constantly talking, while Luo Rui was just eating non-stop, not even glancing at the camera. The video also had subtitles, the content being roughly the same set of things that stirred up the rhythm that day, obviously from the same group of people. This video has been sent to your principal, you know? If Teacher Wang hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. Tell me, what's going on? Isn't your mom feeding you enough? Acting like a starving ghost reincarnated. Luo Rui had always been the other people's child since he was little, and this was the first time a teacher had complained about him. Mom Luo found it hard to accept, her tone gradually becoming stern, even slamming the table with her hand to show her anger. Wiping the virtual cold sweat from his forehead, Luo Rui felt no emotional turbulence in his heart. That's it. It gave him a big scare. Mom, just don't worry about it. I'm partnering with someone to make money. Didn't you teach me from a young age to be self-reliant? As long as it wasn't a male-female relationship issue, in his opinion, everything else was not a problem. I taught you to be self-reliant, but is this how you're doing it? Are you not valuing your life? It's okay, I'm growing right now, I need to eat more. Luo Rui tried to gloss over it. Growing? You're 18 already, still wanting to shoot up again? I haven't seen that at all. But Mom Luo was clearly not easy to fool. My fingers are growing, look how beautiful these nails are now, especially like yours. Luo Rui spread his palm in front of Mom Luo, quickly flipping it to show off, the speed so fast that details couldn't be seen. Get out! Sure enough, no one believes the truth these days. Mom Luo felt mocked and shouted angrily. Okay. But this angry shout was so pleasant to Luo Rui's ears. He quickly agreed and planned to return to his room. Come back. As a result, before he could take 2 steps, Luo Rui was shouted back again. What's going on with this girl? How did you meet? Where is she from? What do her parents do? Luo Rui sighed, still couldn't avoid it. This is what it's like to be rich and handsome. Luo Rui had 2 of those qualities. His drawer was often stuffed with small notes, which is why he still had 0 relationship experience. He remembered when he was very young, Luo Rui had a cold, and the female class monitor called to ask about the situation. Mom Luo also asked a lot of questions. Facing this census-like inquiry, Luo Rui was really annoyed. But at this moment, heaven is helping me. How would I know? When you make friends, do you immediately ask how many people are in their family? Where do they live? What do their parents do? Using this momentum, Luo Rui didn't listen to what Mom Luo was saying and returned to his room in a huff. Bang! The door slammed shut, to show his anger. Yes. Luo Rui clenched his fist and roared silently, thinking that Mom Luo would be too embarrassed to come over and continue scolding him now. This is just taking advantage of the fact that his parents are old, otherwise they would create a small account in minutes. Unfortunately, in order to show that he was very angry, he probably wouldn't be able to mooch off dinner tonight. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1-1. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 261. After the energy points exceeded 200, the 3 main attributes were shaken again. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Rui prepared to complete the enhancement. Locking the door and closing the curtains, having had the last experience, Luo Rui stripped down to only his underwear and lay down on the bed. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on agility. In a moment, that prickly feeling all over his body rose again, but having had one experience, Luo Rui's resistance this time slightly increased, but it seemed useless. Time passed little by little, the door seemed to be gently knocked on a few times, and after not getting a response, it died down. The flesh covered in sweat kept twisting, relieving the discomfort on his body. Luo Rui's expression was painful, clenching his teeth, not daring to make a sound, in case his parents heard him. He didn't know how long had passed. Finally, that indescribable feeling receded. Luo Rui finally completed the enhancement. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1-2. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 61. As he expected, this enhancement cost a total of 200 energy points, and agility also caught up to the forefront from the initial weakness. The body after completing the enhancement was still a bit weak, but the sticky sheets stirred up by sweat made Luo Rui unable to bear it. Forcing himself to get up, he stuffed the sheets into the washing machine. In order not to dirty the new sheets, he had to rinse this body. Secretly opening the door, he tiptoed all the way into the bathroom. Although he did it discreetly enough, it still alarmed the 2 elders. When Luo Rui walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, he saw that Mom Luo was already waiting in the living room. This was the only way for Luo Rui to return to his room. He could only bite the bullet and walk over. There's still food in the pot, eat a little, get up early tomorrow. Mom Luo's words revealed fatigue and unquestionable authority. What are we doing getting up early? Luo Rui showed a confused expression and couldn't help but ask. Take you to the hospital to check your body. You're young, you still have a lot of time in the future, you can't ruin your body for some petty gains. Chapter 22. His mother's concern made Luo Rui somewhat silent, but the attribute table was something that couldn't be explained. However, it would be good to get a checkup. Luo Rui also wanted to see if there were any problems with his strengthened body. If there were problems, he could get early prevention and treatment. If there weren't, it would reassure himself and his parents. Okay, Mom. After agreeing, Luo Rui went back to the kitchen. Adding a little to his attributes was always a good thing. Becoming stronger was nothing to be ashamed of. After eating something, his weakened body immediately recovered a lot. He returned to his room and pulled out the big black treasure from under the bed. Increasing his agility from 1 to 1. 2 didn't actually take that long. Luo Rui still remembered what it felt like at the beginning. If the increase of 0. 1 in agility wasn't very noticeable, then now, Luo Rui could feel a very obvious enhancement. Agility was a very broad attribute. Its increase represented an overall improvement. It wasn't just the body's flexibility and suppleness, but also the reaction speed, dynamic vision, and even the speed and ability of the brain to process information, all of which were enhanced. This was by no means as simple as 1 plus 1 equals 2. This was a qualitative improvement. When Luo Rui was typing the third set of instructions, he had basically completed the adaptation to the new agility attribute. His hand speed directly increased by 0.7 seconds, reaching 44 seconds. By the 10th time, the record had been refreshed to 43.6 seconds. At this point, the rate of progress finally slowed down again. And this result had already surpassed many C-level, and even B-level, pilots. Although there was no official standard for the rating of mech pilots, because the performance of a pilot's abilities also depended on whether there was a matching mech. The so-called pilot level was mostly a wild list compiled by folk organizations based on the pilot's personal record and other data. Although there were many factors for reference, hand speed was only one of them. However, hand speed performance had a rigid assessment standard. Luo Rui's current performance was enough for him to rank in the mid-level among mech pilots. Of course, this was only in this one aspect. Early the next morning, Luo Rui was dragged out of bed by his mother because he needed to have blood drawn for testing. He didn't eat breakfast. This made Luo Rui feel a little heartache. Not only was his summer vacation time delayed, but he also lost an opportunity to obtain energy points. Although a breakfast didn't amount to many energy points, for the current Luo Rui, even an ant's leg was still meat. The hospital was still as busy as ever. Even at 7 o'clock in the morning, people were coming and going. Registering, queuing, taking X-rays, drawing blood, testing urine. After a series of procedures, all that was left was to wait for the results. Today's live broadcast was cancelled. Luo Rui had already asked Lu Yu for leave yesterday, telling her that he had some things to deal with. Lu Yu expressed understanding. But now, as it approached noon, Luo Rui couldn't sit still anymore. It was one thing to miss breakfast, but missing lunch would be a big loss for him. "Mom, how about I treat you to a buffet for lunch?" The mother and son had been busy all morning, and plus the fact that they hadn't eaten breakfast, it was only reasonable to have a buffet for lunch. Mother Luo's face showed beads of sweat, hidden in the crevices of her fine lines. The sunlight from outside shone in, reflecting a shimmering light. Originally, seeing her son so cooperative, the anger she had brewed yesterday had dissipated for the most part, but suddenly hearing about a buffet, she only felt a nameless fire rising. As soon as Luo Rui saw his mother's brow furrowing, her cheeks straining, and looking like she was about to explode, he quickly interrupted her spell casting. "Mom, I'm really fine. The report will be out this afternoon. There's no need to lie to you. Then why are you eating so much now?" "I've been exercising recently, and I need to eat more, otherwise I won't get enough nutrition." "Exercising can make you eat this much? Do you think your mother doesn't use her phone?" Alas, it wasn't easy to fool a modern-day auntie, but Luo Rui still insisted on his explanation. There was no other reason, he was just stubborn. Mother Luo looked at her son with suspicious eyes. He was indeed a little stronger than before, and the outlines of his muscles were also much clearer, but why did she always feel like he had lost weight? He ate so much but lost weight instead. Could it really be that exercise consumed a lot? Or had he developed some kind of problem? Thinking of some diseases with similar symptoms, Mother Luo's face changed a bit. Luo Rui didn't know that his mother's thoughts had already spread to an alien galaxy. He was still proudly displaying his biceps, but unfortunately there were too many people here, otherwise he could have shown off his chiseled abs. Unfortunately, Luo Rui still didn't get to go. Worried and eager to know the results, Mother Luo rejected her son's proposal. She didn't want to go too far. In the end, the two chose the nearest restaurant, making do with the hospital cafeteria. The furious Luo Rui insisted on eating more than a dozen large steamed buns, which stunned Mother Luo, who was seeing this for the first time. However, the cafeteria staff weren't too surprised. What kind of freaks didn't they have in the hospital? Anyway, the emergency room was upstairs. If he ate something bad, they wouldn't even need to call an ambulance, just carry him up. Your child is in good health, very strong. Other than the slightly high metal content in his blood, there are no other problems. What have you been eating recently? Feeling that he hadn't fully enjoyed himself, Luo Rui felt that he was dragged away from the restaurant by Mother Luo. Fortunately, the results report could already be printed. The two found a machine to retrieve the report and went directly to the doctor's office. The doctor was a middle-aged uncle with an elegant demeanor. When the mother and son entered the room, he was eating a boxed lunch. The uncle understood the parents' anxious feelings and didn't say that it was break time and he wasn't seeing patients. He picked up the report and looked at it carefully. Meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, seafood. Regarding the doctor's question, Luo Rui scratched his head. He had been eating a lot of different things recently. Seafood? In the future, don't eat the heads of shrimp. Okay, that's all. There's nothing else. Doctor, is my son really okay? It's okay, the data doesn't lie. The uncle patiently explained it again. Mother Luo finally relaxed, and after thanking him repeatedly, she left with Luo Rui. I told you there was nothing wrong, do you believe me now? Luo Rui was a little smug. As for the slightly high metal content, it was probably from eating Arctic shrimp. He ate that stuff to save time and didn't even peel it, eating the shell and legs with the ice, crunchy and delicious. But I still feel like something's not right. There's nothing wrong. You have to trust the authorities. I didn't eat enough at noon, how about we go get something else to eat? Luo Rui wanted to change the subject, but who would have thought that hearing this, Mother Luo's heart, which had just been put down, was raised again. I'm not eating anymore, we'll talk about it tonight. Mother Luo shook her head. Then I'll go first. It was even better that his mother wasn't going. Luo Rui planned to find a place to replenish some energy. The power of the agility attribute was gradually showing itself, making him full of energy. Where are you going? Let me tell you, if you cause any more embarrassing things and the teacher tells me about it, don't blame your dad for breaking your dog legs. Luo Rui waved his hand. He always let those words go in one ear and out the other. If Father Luo could really do it, he would have been racing around in a wheelchair by now. Chapter 23. Since there was no live broadcast at noon, Lu Yu arranged an evening program. This time, she didn't dare go to Mianjiang and changed to another place to wreak havoc. Ben Steak. Just by the name, you know what they do. As luck would have it, they also had a challenge event, the Giant Steak Challenge. Luo Rui didn't understand why these challenges always loved using giant something or other, but he hoped there would be more shops like this. This shop was a bit far away. Luo Rui spent a whole yuan and took a bus for more than half an hour to get there. Lu Yu was already waiting at the entrance. In view of the previous incident, the two decided to upgrade the live broadcast room. There was nothing Lu Yu, as the anchor, could do to change, but Luo Rui could. When he appeared again, Luo Rui was already wearing a rabbit mask, covering most of his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth outside, equivalent to a physical mosaic. Okay, it was indeed a bit self-deceiving, like burying his head in the sand, but as long as he wasn't caught in the act, Luo Rui could stubbornly deny it was him. Although the veterans in Lu Yu's live broadcast room all knew who the challenger foodie was, without Luo Rui's handsome face bonus, the growth rate of new fans had obviously declined, but there was no way around it. Fortunately, Luo Rui still had a talent that barely maintained the situation, better than nothing. When he went home in the evening, he thought yesterday's matter was over, but obviously, Luo Ma didn't think so. I don't care who that woman is. I'm asking you, do you still want to take the pilot major exam? Luo Rui had a headache. How was this starting again? You don't need to quibble. I asked Xiao Peng today. He said that you've been practicing diligently recently and have made great progress. It's more than enough to get into a second-tier college's pilot major. You've been exercising all day, isn't it for this? He had guarded against everything, but he hadn't guarded against the fatty, that traitor. He had only crushed him in one game, and he sold himself out. Luo Rui gritted his teeth, determined to crush him 800 times another day to vent his anger. Seeing that Luo Rui didn't speak, Luo Ma continued to nag, that pilot is such a dangerous profession, hey? Mom and Dad only have you as a child. If something happens to you, how will your dad and I live? With your grades, what major can't you get into? When you want to start a business, Mom and Dad can also support you with some startup capital. If you don't want to start a business, go to work. If you don't want to work, our family still has some property, enough to keep you from starving. Mom and Dad don't expect you to have any great achievements, just be safe and sound. Why do you have to do such a dangerous thing? Property? A small supermarket. It's true it wouldn't let him starve, but that's not what he wanted. However, Luo Ma's heartfelt concern still made Luo Rui feel a little uncomfortable. Mom, you also know that I've been listening to you since I was a child, but on this matter, I want to be willful once. Don't worry, your son is very powerful now and will only become more powerful in the future. As long as he's stronger than his opponents, there won't be any danger. Oh, you silly child, no one can walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. You can beat 1, but what about 2? What about 3? Your own people talk to you about rules, but will the silicon-based beasts of Makan talk to you about these things? Luo Ma's words were reasonable and well-founded, but Luo Rui's dream, which he had insisted on for more than 10 years, would never be abandoned with just a few words. Mom, you can learn more about it. At worst, I'll just compete in matches in the future, okay? The alien world, also called Makan, as a mech pilot, he definitely had to go. As a mech pilot, wouldn't it be a pity not to see the different beautiful scenery? Besides, all countries on Blue Star have similar regulations. All registered mech pilots must respond to the call of their respective countries when necessary. Therefore, as long as you are a mech pilot, you may have to fight silicon-based life forms. There is no such thing as a mech pilot who only participates in matches. But Luo Ma didn't know this. It should be no problem to fool her for a while. Moreover, Luo Rui didn't lie about one thing. With the attribute table, as long as he continues to strengthen himself, coupled with his own efforts, he will definitely become the top mech pilot. By then, the safety will definitely be greatly enhanced, right? At this moment, Luo Rui felt that he seemed to have clarified and strengthened something. However, Luo Ma was not so easy to persuade. The mother and son ultimately did not come up with a mutually agreeable view, and eventually broke up unhappily. Shamelessly clinging on for a free dinner, Luo Rui returned to his room and took out his big treasure to continue practicing. Because he had clarified his goal, his will was now stronger than before. Only by becoming stronger could he take care of his parents' feelings while fulfilling his dream. The morning sun shone into the bedroom, casting a little light and warmth, representing the beginning of a new day. Washing, eating, practicing, the crackling sound of typing echoed in the room, alone, repeating over and over again, no one witnessed, only loneliness accompanied him. Incoming call, incoming call. Hello. Luo Rui's tone was not very good. One night was not enough to make him forget the fatty's betrayal. Luo Rui, emergency help needed. No time. The fatty's loud voice came over, sounding like something urgent, but Luo Rui was unmoved. Starlight Arena, come quickly, 2 barbecue meals. Okay, you wait. Wouldn't it have been over if he had said so earlier? They were all brothers, there was no hurdle that couldn't be overcome, a mere backstab was nothing. Luo Rui didn't ask what was going on. At worst, he was making an appointment to fight. When the time came, he would watch from the side, and after the fight, he would send the fatty to the hospital, and then help him call his parents to express his feelings. In order to avoid arriving too late and the fatty cooling off, with no excitement to watch, Luo Rui reluctantly called a car. The number of times he had taken a taxi in the past 18 years could really be counted on the fingers of one hand, but fortunately, he was now carrying a huge sum of money, so he could be a little extravagant, but this bill must be charged to the fatty. The driver was a young uncle. As soon as he heard where Luo Rui was going, he immediately opened the chatterbox. Young man, let me tell you, when I was young, I was also a high-end mech pilot player, and I played Warrior 7 very well. It's a pity that I'm married now and have children. The pressure is too great, and I can't afford to play anymore. Although I don't play myself now, I still have to watch the matches. Every time I rest while waiting for customers, I watch all kinds of matches. That college league a few days ago, let me tell you. Don't be discouraged. After all, they passed the single plank bridge and were specially studying this. They will be driving real mechs in the future, and it's normal to operate well. Young man, do you want me to teach you 2 tricks? These are the tricks I've learned over the years. It's a pity I haven't practiced them yet, but they must be effective, let me tell you. 9 yuan, just scan the code. Haha, fast, right? My level of driving mechs, coming to drive a taxi, is a dimension reduction attack for other drivers. Okay, take care, bye. Looking at the taxi speeding away, Luo Rui stood in front of the futuristic building, not knowing what to say. I hope I can be like them in the future. Sigh. Chapter 24. Adhering to the principle of sneaking into the village and not firing any shots, Luo Rui quietly slipped into the star arena. He cautiously approached the Ace Mecha pilot game area and first observed the situation. If Fatty was in the middle of getting beaten up and saw him, it would be a bit awkward. What if he was dragged into the battle? Who would call the ambulance then? However, things didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. Through the dim light, Luo Rui saw Fatty sitting alone on a bench in the rest area, playing with his phone. Not only did he not have any injuries, but even his clothes weren't wrinkled. What's going on? Luo Rui scratched his head in confusion. Could it be a battle of words? But with his clumsy mouth and social anxiety, a verbal battle wouldn't work either. After watching for a while and still not finding anything unusual, Luo Rui had no choice but to take out his phone and send a message. 2 seconds later, Fatty, who was buried in his phone, suddenly looked up and scanned left and right before locking onto Luo Rui's location. That's the bad thing about close friends, they know each other too well. In the past, when they encountered similar situations, they often worked together, one in the open and one in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. If there were many people, they would call the police, if there were few, they would resort to underhanded tactics. However, Luo Rui understood that there shouldn't be anything major happening now, otherwise, Fatty would have secretly used hand gestures instead of walking directly towards him. You finally came. What took you so long? Luo Rui didn't want to talk and silently showed Fatty the paid message he had just sent. You came pretty fast, you truly are my brother. Fatty immediately changed his tune and patted Luo Rui's shoulder with a grateful expression. Just remember to reimburse me, what's the situation? According to Fatty's account, he felt that his skill level was about the same as Luo Rui's. After losing to Luo Rui last time, he went back and summarized that Luo Rui had been secretly practicing, while he hadn't. So, he also started practicing diligently and often came to the arena for actual combat, hoping to get revenge. Unfortunately, he was taught a lesson during today's battle. Although he felt that Luo Rui's skill level might not be enough, he still called Luo Rui over as a last resort. That's it. Luo Rui sneered inwardly. This young man holds quite the grudge. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that the difference between them, besides effort, also includes a bit of opportunity. Moreover, Fatty didn't have good intentions when he called him over. If Luo Rui gets crushed, Fatty would probably be the one laughing the loudest. Before Luo Rui could expose Fatty, a few people walked over. The leader was a burly man with thick eyebrows and a crew cut, looking very energetic, but his eyes were a bit small. Plus, he was deliberately squinting. In the dim light, Luo Rui almost mistook his eyebrows for eyes at first. This person was a few inches taller than Luo Rui and brought a sense of oppression as he walked over. Kid, is this the helper you brought? He doesn't look like much. Haha, I thought you were going to call your dad or your uncle or something. I didn't expect you to call a nobody. That's right, your skills are probably just at this level. That's right, our brother Tian is a top student in Dongning. It would be one thing if you called an adult, but calling a little kid is just asking for a beating, isn't it? Luo Rui stood behind Fatty, secretly wondering where these people came from. The leader sounded like he was from Dongning College. This is a second-tier college in a neighboring city with a mecha pilot program. It seems that this brother Tian should be a student of this major, otherwise, there would be no need to specifically point it out at this time. He just doesn't know if he is a current student or already graduated. Luo Rui's finger speed has greatly improved now, but he hasn't blindly inflated. If he is a current student, he can still fight. But if he is an old graduate who has been working in the relevant industry for several years, perhaps his hand speed is not as good as his, but he can't match him in terms of practical experience. Fortunately, he is here to help, so there is no pressure. Just try to play at his best level. However, Brother Tian's subordinates don't seem to understand the rules of the game. How can the younger brothers interrupt randomly when the two sides meet? Look at our position and look at our mouth, which is closed like a bank vault, highlighting Fatty's authority in all aspects. Enough nonsense, my brother is not an ordinary person. Let's see the real chapter under our hands. Fatty snorted coldly, as expected of a boss. Okay, you have guts. Don't cry when you lose. Kid, get the bet ready, and don't make the brothers embarrassed later. Haha, everyone keep an eye on him, don't let this kid run away and welch on the debt. Luo Rui was a little dazed. Why is there a bet? Fatty is playing a bit big this time, which puts a lot of pressure on him. Will 2 barbecue meals be less? The two sides said some trash talk for a while, and finally 2 machines were vacated. While preparing, Fatty grabbed Luo Rui. Brother, you have to win. Why is there a bet? Luo Rui asked the question in his heart. Alas, don't mention it, those grandsons were too hard to listen to, and I couldn't bear it. But it's nothing, it's just an hour of internet fees. Although Fatty looked annoyed, he still pretended to be indifferent. Ace Mecha Pilot S. Yes. Alright, Fatty, playing so big. An hour is 500, which is not a small amount of money for the two of them. Can you hold on? Not really, you know my level. Stop talking nonsense, I'll split half with you if you win. Then I'll try. Hearing this, Luo Rui instantly felt full of motivation. Good brother is on the road, there is no need to say anything more, you can understand what he means. What's the situation with the other party, do you know? But if you want to eat the benefits, not only must you be strong, but you must also cooperate. The leader is called Tian Junli, a junior at Dongning College. Isn't he going to intern soon? He used his connections to get a spot on the arena team, and his level is okay. Since Luo Rui's hand speed improved, he felt that he could no longer accurately grasp the okay in Fatty's mouth. What exactly is the level? But according to Fatty, this matter is still very promising. I'll try my best. Leaving a word, Luo Rui hurried to the changing room. Today is good luck, it is still machine number 8, which contains some of Luo Rui's custom information, and there is no need to enter voice recognition or anything like that. The mecha is ready, the self-check is normal, dear pilot, hello, I am Auxiliary Intelligence number 8, next I will fight side by side with you. The familiar neutral voice feels a little cordial. The mecha is still Warrior 7. The most important thing in a bet duel is to seek stability, and Warrior 7 is the mecha that Luo Rui is most familiar with. The operation mode is the same. Although his current hand speed is enough to support the advanced mode, but without practice, the unfamiliar advanced mode may not be as strong as the intermediate mode. Next is equipment selection. Last time, Fatty tricked him and let Luo Rui skip this step, but a master will not make the same mistake twice in the same position. The opponent is not familiar, there is no intelligence. According to his own ideas, Luo Rui chose an alloy shield external component. With it, it is more handy to deal with tricks such as one axe. The others can be defaulted, the 500-meter field, there is no need to get too many fancy things. Chapter 25. Everything was ready. Both sides confirmed, and the 30-second countdown began. To be honest, Luo Rui was a little nervous. This was his first time facing an opponent of this caliber. At this moment, the rest area was also bustling with activity. With the previous conflict and brewing tension involving Fatty and the others, many people had already prepared their small stools and were sitting in rows in front of the display screen. Little Tian is deliberately showing off for us, a middle-aged man in his 30s said with a smile. He was surrounded by a circle of people, and his words seemed to open the floodgates. Hehe, after all, he got in through connections, so of course he has to show his value. Humph, beating up some unknown kid, what value can that show? Exactly, if he wins, there's nothing to say, but if he loses, that won't happen. Junli is a professional, after all. His opponent looks like a high school student. What strength could he have? That's hard to say. The video of him breaking the one-axe chop I showed you last time was made by this kid. Besides, so what if he's a professional? It's not like he's from some famous academy, otherwise why would he be here playing team matches with us? The speaker looked like a young punk, with long, deep green hair, in her 20s, and currently wearing a look of disdain. Oh? The pilot in that one-axe chop video is Little Tian's opponent? Then this match is more interesting than I thought. The middle-aged man didn't dwell on the topic of professional background but became interested in Luo Rui. He had heard that a player in the arena had broken the one-axe chop using the intermediate mode. Although this wasn't much to them as team members, it was considered a formidable feat in the Starry Sky Arena, where most were rookies. When he heard that this person was still a high school student, the middle-aged man had specifically watched the video and found that the operations were indeed remarkable, so he had the idea of nurturing talent and planned to take in a disciple or something. But he didn't expect that this high school student would disappear like a flash in the pan and never appear again. He had gradually forgotten about it, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon the person while watching the excitement. It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Besides, the one who argued with Tian Junli is the other pilot in the video. Looking at their relationship, it might be a deliberately filmed video, rehearsed countless times for those shots. That makes sense. Let's see, we'll know soon enough whether he has real skills. Compared to this side, the ordinary rookies and spectators on the other side were much simpler. It is said that this duel is between two big shots, Spectator A said quietly. Shut up and learn. Just right for a break. I felt like throwing up after being in the cockpit just now. Haha, you'll get used to it after more practice. We all went through that. 3, 2, 1. Engage. The mecha detached from the fixed frame and strode forward. Northeast wind level 2, temperature 17, visibility clear. Number 8, scan the opponent's mecha. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. The most important thing now is to know the opponent's configuration and then respond accordingly. While instructing the auxiliary intelligence to work, Luo Rui wasn't idle either. He pushed the control stick with one hand and rapidly danced his fingers on the command set keyboard with the other. The Warrior 7's heavy steel body raised its left arm in front of it. Unlike last time, this time the mecha's left arm was carrying a huge rectangular shield, 76 meters long, 1 meters wide, nearly 500 millimeters at its thickest point, and weighing 2 tons overall. Although this huge shield covered most of the Warrior 7's body and could easily defend against the initial one-axe chop attack, it was also a huge burden on the mecha itself. Each time it moved, the overload alarm would flash at the left arm joint, and Luo Rui had to grab the outer edge of the shield with the mecha's right arm, but this still couldn't allow it to move quickly. Don't even think about actions like shield strikes. Luo Rui felt that doing so might cause the shield and arm to fly out directly. Fortunately, this thing was just a tactical response. It could be thrown away after blocking the first wave of attacks. Enemy unit detected, scanning completed, compared with the database. Although the Warrior series is a third-generation mecha, the configured observation system has been constantly updated. The number 7 at the end is enough to represent the advancement of these devices, allowing them to cope with most situations, let alone the mere 500-meter interference-free distance now. In just a few seconds, the observation system scanned the opponent and completed the comparison with the information in the database. Swift Rainbow. A fourth-generation mecha produced by the So-So Alliance. Unlike the Warrior 7, which is a mecha with both offense and defense, this thing is a product of extreme thinking. It is 1 meters high, bright red all over, and the outer armor is made of very light superplastic material, and the thickness is only 30 mm, which is barely enough to defend against a 12.7 mm machine gun. However, the lightweight armor also makes its mass less than 18 tons without any attachments. The very light weight, coupled with the skirt armor and the hidden boosters on the legs, makes it very flexible. Under the control of a powerful pilot, it can transform into a mecha assassin, making those slow and heavy mechas spin around. But Swift Rainbow is too fragile, and its adaptability and practicality are too poor, resulting in the fact that in reality, like the old-fashioned pioneers, not many units were produced. However, this thing has unleashed infinite charm in the Ace Pilot game because of its characteristics. It is simply the nemesis of those clumsy novices, and is affectionately called a noob-slaying artifact by players. Tian Junli is using a recharged 4th-generation mecha to fight against someone's free 3rd-generation mecha. That's a bit unsportsmanlike. What's wrong with looking down on 3rd-generation mechas? The Warrior 7 is still the military's main battle mecha to this day, so it naturally has its strengths. The military wants mechas with strong adaptability and all-round offense and defense. Can that be the same as us playing games? Exactly, individuality. Do you understand individuality? Don't rush to conclusions. Swift Rainbow is good at bullying noobs, but if the levels are comparable, choosing this thing is a big disadvantage. Now it depends on whether the other party's previous video was deliberately made for show. Little Tian is overconfident. I hope to see something interesting, so that kid won't act like he's all that all day long. On the other side. Wow, it's a recharged mecha. It's Swift Rainbow. I've used this before, it's too difficult to control. A noob slaying artifact, that's a bit disrespectful. External factors did not affect Luo Rui. He now knew why he hadn't received the first wave of long-range fire strikes. For the sake of greater mobility, Swift Rainbow's load capacity wasn't high, and it couldn't carry any decent long-range fire weapons at all. Besides, assassins definitely have to prioritize approaching their opponents. Launching long-range fire would be too time-consuming. However, the opponent seemed to underestimate him a bit. Luo Rui thought to himself, then let's see who the clown is when the tide recedes. He stretched his muscles by crossing his hands forward. When his palms were once again placed on the command set keyboard, Luo Rui's eyes also became sharp. Chapter 26. Number 8, lock onto the target and launch the tracking missiles. As a glass cannon, Swift Rainbow's movement speed is extremely fast. The two thrusters under its skirt armor allow it to fly off the ground for a short time, with a short-range sprint speed of up to 270 km per hour. Coupled with its built-in interference devices, dodging tracking missiles is not a problem. But that doesn't mean the tracking missiles are useless. At the very least, they can force the opponent to move and disrupt their offensive rhythm. Most importantly, why not use them if they're available? Watching the 6 missiles fly out with smoky tails, Luo Rui's fingers continued to move non-stop, while simultaneously giving voice commands. Number 8, release the shoulder mounts. External weapon modules are very easy to install and remove. As soon as Luo Rui issued the command, the connection buckles between Warrior 7's shoulders and the recoilless rifle and rocket launcher quickly opened. With a series of loud booms, they crashed to the ground one after another, splashing up large clouds of dust. Although the combined weight of the two weapon systems is only half a ton, the powerful wind resistance they create seriously affects Warrior 7's agility and coordination during small-range maneuvers. Fighting Swift Rainbow, a nimble assassin, with them is just asking for trouble. Yo, Tian Junli is in trouble now. Green Hair Mei teased in a strange tone, his voice full of schadenfreude. As the saying goes, an expert's move reveals their skill. Locking on and launching missiles, then immediately unloading the attachments, may sound simple, but the actual operation is quite troublesome and tests hand speed. More importantly, the opponent didn't even know what type of mech they were facing at the beginning. To quickly come up with the optimal solution, a strong ability to adapt to the situation is also required. Luo Rui didn't think so much. With the comprehensive improvement of his agility attribute, he could do many things more easily than before. As expected, the tracking missiles did not cause any damage to Swift Rainbow. It used 2 sets of heat-seeking decoy rounds to trick the missile's tracking system. Under the cover of smoke, it approached Warrior 7 at an absurd speed. At this time, Luo Rui had already discarded the giant shield in his left hand. The commotion when this thing hit the ground was much greater, stirring up dust clouds as if 2 smoke bombs had been thrown on the spot. However, naturally, the dust clouds did not contain metal interference particles, and both sides' observation systems remained firmly locked on each other. Warrior 7's right arm rose, and the semi-buried 12.7mm machine gun on it immediately spewed fierce flames. An attack that ordinary mechs wouldn't even bother to block was as threatening as a 30mm autocannon to Swift Rainbow. After the super plastic armor plate on its right arm was torn apart by the metal barrage, Swift Rainbow had no choice but to sidestep to dodge, which forced it to reduce its speed. At this time, Swift Rainbow had approached within 50 meters of Warrior 7. For mechs that are 7 or 8 meters tall, this distance is just a sprint away. The front armor plate of Warrior 7's thigh opened outward, and 2 alloy daggers popped out. The mechanical giant hand reached down and firmly grasped them, then took a step forward, actively charging towards Swift Rainbow. Luo Rui's practical combat experience was not very rich due to his limited resources. But as a mech enthusiast, he read many related posts online and knew the advantages and disadvantages of various mechs like the back of his hand. He could also talk eloquently about various battles and often argued and flamed people online about certain operations. He was a seasoned keyboard warrior. Moreover, he was also good at mental practice and had many ideas in his head. Unfortunately, none of them had been tested in actual combat, and now he finally had the opportunity. If it were in the past, suddenly encountering these situations, he would probably panic and be unable to respond effectively. But now, the agility attribute enhanced his various reactions, and adapting to the situation didn't seem so difficult. According to Luo Rui's idea, to deal with speed-type mechs like Swift Rainbow, you must not get into its offensive rhythm, otherwise you will be very passive. As long as you interrupt it, the balance of victory will tilt towards your side. Facing Warrior 7 charging over like a mountain, Swift Rainbow did not panic. Small openings appeared in the armor plates on both shoulders, each revealing a muzzle. Crackling small caliber bullets hit the 100mm thick reactive armor, crackling and sparking, but they couldn't penetrate it at all. However, Tian Junli was not doing useless work. As a melee assassin, Swift Rainbow was equipped with a complete system for this purpose. And this small long-range fire, coupled with a powerful self-aiming lock-on system, was not intended to create fireworks, but to pinpoint and eliminate Warrior 7's external observation systems. The observation system is equivalent to Warrior 7's eyes and ears. There is no such thing as listening to the wind to discern direction in mech battles. Once they are destroyed, Warrior 7 will become a metal coffin, at the mercy of others. This system was designed for this very scenario, and naturally it was extremely accurate. In a short time, a dense alarm sounded in the cockpit. Luo Rui waved his hands, and Warrior 7 sidestepped, shifting most of the observation system to Swift Rainbow's long-range fire blind spot, while simultaneously using the auxiliary system to turn off all secondary observation systems. Secondary observation devices account for 70% of the entire observation system. Compared to those higher priority observation devices, they all have a hidden mode. When turned off, they retract behind the armor plates to prevent being sniped by enemy long-range fire. When external observation devices are destroyed, they will be released one by one to replace the damaged devices. Although this will limit Warrior 7's field of vision, it is better than becoming blind. But Swift Rainbow wanted this sidestep. Tian Junli had obviously used this mech often. Unlike Luo Rui, who was just a theorist, his experience came from actual combat. He had encountered and dealt with all kinds of opponent reactions. A chain sword was drawn from the waist and then secured by a mechanism, turning into a large sword more than 3 meters long. Swift Rainbow held the sword in its hand and, using the momentum of the charge, swept the sword towards Warrior 7's weakest point, its waist. This move is called Flash. It refers to a high-mobility mech using the impact force of its forward charge to deliver a fierce blow with its weapon. If this hits, Luo Rui would probably be forced to GG on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Warrior 7 took another sidestep and spun, while simultaneously retracting its right waist and arching its body sideways. This simple movement from calisthenics is not easy to achieve with a mech. It requires issuing more than a dozen instruction set combination commands in an instant, which requires extremely high hand speed. The armor plate on the waist was squeezed due to excessive proximity, making a creaking sound. This movement is also a burden on the mech. Fortunately, the mech does not need to maintain this movement for a long time. Although the chainsword driven by Swift Rainbow's own speed was swift, it also had a significant flaw, which was that it was extremely difficult to retract and change moves. So when Warrior 7 made the appropriate dodging movement, when the tip of the chainsword passed Warrior 7's waist by a hair's breadth, Tian Junli could only watch helplessly, unable to extend it forward even 1 millimeter. Luo Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Everything was subconscious operation, and only now did he realize it somewhat belatedly. Fortunately, under Luo Rui's several operations, Swift Rainbow's sprinting speed did not pick up, and this most dangerous move was easily avoided. Chapter 27. Tian Junli is in danger. Not necessarily, they've only just started. That last exchange required very high hand speed. The opponent isn't just posing, they actually have some skill. Indeed, Swift Rainbow is a mech for bullying newbies. Once the opponent's level isn't low, the mech has some disadvantages. That's not certain. The disadvantage is in comparison to mechs of the same generation. Compared to third-generation mechs, there's no disadvantage at all. That's true, but the result will be out soon. Just watch calmly. Swift Rainbow's speed was too fast. It wasn't until it had rushed out more than 30 meters that it regained its balance with the help of multiple small thrusters. At this time, Warrior 7 had already charged towards it. However, Swift Rainbow's speed was indeed unmatched by Warrior 7. The main thrusters on its shoulders and skirt armor were fully activated, allowing it to fly 3 meters above the ground in a large circle, widening the distance between the two again. Warrior 7 didn't have this kind of high technology. Luo Rui could only watch Swift Rainbow leave. They can fly. He could only comfort himself like this. Fortunately, it wasn't that disgusting pure ranged fire high mobility mech. Otherwise, Warrior 7 could only be a target, and only have a chance of winning after exhausting the opponent's ammunition. With a mech like Swift Rainbow, Luo Rui didn't believe it wouldn't come closer. Since he couldn't catch up, Luo Rui simply stopped moving, responding to all changes with constancy, watching Tian Junli perform. Little Tian isn't discouraged, he wants to try Flash again. Flash is a sure kill move against silicon-based beasts, but it's not very useful against mech pilots of the same level. Indeed, this move isn't as lethal as a straightforward axe attack, it can only deal with those with clumsy hands. He's still young, unable to save face, wanting to get up where he fell, not knowing that sometimes he'll only fall even harder. Is that kid really a high school student? He's right there, could it be fake? This kid has some talent, his hand speed might even be higher than ours. Are you kidding me? It's true. His movements just now were obviously very raw, this is a sign of a lack of practice. He probably encountered Flash for the first time in actual combat. That's right, he's just relying on hand speed and reaction to fight. I think you guys are overblowing it. The audience outside the arena expressed their opinions, and after Luo Rui demonstrated his strength, some changes occurred. The two inside the arena, through a brief exchange, also figured out a bit about each other's strengths and weaknesses. In the game of ace mech pilots, which relies heavily on operation, many things can't be hidden. Through some details, it's easy to judge whether the opponent is a master or a newbie. At this time, Tian Junli also felt that things were a bit tricky. He originally thought, what ability could a high school student have? So he chose the newbie bullying Swift Rainbow, planning to end the battle with a handsome Flash and show his strength to those teammates, but now he was in a difficult situation. Not believing in fate, he decided to try again. After widening the distance, Swift Rainbow ejected a launcher from its shoulder. With bang, bang sounds, several smoke bombs were launched. The smoke bombs, like oversized soda cans, landed around Warrior 7, and thick fog overflowed as they bounced. This was a special smoke bomb, containing a very special metal inside, with a certain magnetism, able to automatically adhere to metal, and could be detected by corresponding target radar. Although this configuration wasn't exclusive to Swift Rainbow, many 4th-generation models had this configuration, and 2nd and 3rd-generation models could also be retrofitted, but unfortunately, this was a paid service. Obviously, Luo Rui, who was short on cash, couldn't buy this service. In this way, the smoke became a one-way blockade. Swift Rainbow could scan the general outline of Warrior 7, while Warrior 7 was troubled by the smoke. Since he had closed 70% of the observation systems just now, Luo Rui's vision was limited. Fortunately, the smoke also prevented Swift Rainbow from achieving precise lock-on. The systems that had just been closed were all turned on again, but they were of limited help to the current situation. With the enemy in the dark and him in the light, staying still was a target. Therefore, Luo Rui controlled the mech to take big steps, doing irregular running movements, trying to put pressure on the opponent's operation as much as possible. Ninjas even need Sharingan to lock on when playing with Reikari, and controlling a mech is much more difficult than controlling one's own body. Constant adjustments mean a lot of operations. Tian Junli really felt the pressure. The smoke bomb covered a large area. Luo Rui felt that he had run 100 or 200 meters, and the surrounding area was still shrouded in smoke. The radar had completely lost lock on the enemy mech 5 seconds ago, making him somewhat passive now. The feeling of adrenaline surge came, the taste of iron rust was felt in the mouth, the unusually excited brain was running at high speed, the sounds of various instruments seemed to drag out a trailing sound, and various lights slowed down their rhythm like breathing. Time seemed to be lengthened. It's there. It's coming. In this special state, Luo Rui felt ample time, and his intuition was extra sharp. The information fed back by the observation system, even a slightly different curve, was immediately captured by him. Steel thorns popped out from under Warrior 7's feet, and the grip was instantly maximized. The steel skeleton made an unpleasant creaking sound due to the sudden stop, but fortunately it was limited to this and was not damaged. Swift Rainbow swept past in front of Warrior 7 at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the smoke again. It wasn't until this time that the hurricane brought up by it dispersed the mist a little, but it immediately closed again. Although he didn't see the shadow of that chain sword, Luo Rui knew that Swift Rainbow had missed again. Flash failed. But it wasn't good to passively endure all the time. Since the last time he experienced the life and death crisis of encountering Black Wolf, Luo Rui felt that his adrenaline often came out to find a sense of existence. Its appearance would stimulate this special state, but every time it subsided, his spirit would be depressed for a short time. Luo Rui didn't know when this state would end, he couldn't control it, but he knew that being listless in battle was not a good thing. He had to make a quick decision. Fortunately, he had already collected some data just now. Experiences discovered and accumulated in actual combat. This is true. When the information fed back by the observation system showed that slightly familiar value again, Warrior 7 moved ahead of time. Stop, sidestep, rotate, reach out. Mechs don't have tactile sense. Luo Rui just tentatively reached out and grabbed in the direction where Swift Rainbow was, not knowing if he could grab anything. Before the observation system had time to feed back the result, Warrior 7 suddenly shook, and then was pulled forward by a huge force. The alarm sound of the mech losing control resounded through the cockpit. Damn it! He really caught something. An optical observation device on the shoulder showed a blurry image through the mist. Swift Rainbow was flying about 5 meters above the ground, and Warrior 7 happened to grab its ankle. It really was a coincidence. Luo Rui smiled slyly, he was very much looking forward to the outcome of an assassin being grabbed by the ankle by a warrior. Chapter 28. To be honest, most other mechs, with their thick ankles and heavy armor, wouldn't be something Warrior 7 could grab. But as luck would have it, this mech was a Swift Rainbow, with 20 mm thick super plastic armor, more for decoration than defense. The moment they touched Warrior 7's steel giant hand, they were smashed to pieces. And the giant hand just happened to grab the steel skeleton full of handholds beneath it. The Swift Rainbow's thrusters were extremely powerful. Even with more than 30 tons of weight suddenly added, it wasn't stopped. Instead, it pulled Warrior 7 along with it. Warrior 7 was in a state of imbalance, and Luo Rui was also feeling uncomfortable from the shaking, but his eyes were firm, and his lips were tightly pursed. This was his childhood dream, and it was also what he liked now. The previous cranial nerve training had paid off, and various combat experiences were quickly accumulated. Under his control, Warrior 7's feet popped out beast-like claws, and the heels also popped out stabilizers. Various fixing devices dragged several ravines on the ground, and earth and rocks splashed along the way. After a while, Luo Rui finally adjusted his posture. His right hand gripped very steadily, and the Swift Rainbow's back was right in front of Warrior 7. The mech's left arm was raised, and the semi-buried 12.7 mm machine gun spewed flames. Not only were those super plastic armor plates shattered, but more importantly, the thrusters on the Swift Rainbow's back and skirt armor were wide open, with little defense. Boom! Boom! Several explosions in a short period of time turned the exposed thrusters into fireworks. Fragments of broken metal hit the two mechs, crackling, but that was all. Losing power, the Swift Rainbow first lost its balance, and then crashed heavily to the ground. I don't know if Tian Junli's small body could withstand this critical hit. Warrior 7 suffered less impact and was the first to climb up, raising its metal giant foot and ruthlessly stomping the Swift Rainbow, which was trying to struggle to its feet, back down. The 31-ton mech caused a crushing weight advantage over the 18-ton mech at this time. The Swift Rainbow was trampled like a chick, unable to move. Tian Junli must have a frustrated expression now. Warrior 7's tactical short blade had been lost in the previous battle, but it didn't matter. There was a more suitable one here. Stomping on the Swift Rainbow with one foot, Warrior 7 leaned over and grabbed the Swift Rainbow's right arm holding the chain sword. Luo Rui stepped on the accelerator pedal, and Warrior 7 suddenly exerted force, tearing off the Swift Rainbow's right arm directly. Metal parts splashed, and the circuit burst out with electric sparks. Warrior 7 took the chain sword in his right hand and cleared the remains with his left hand. Then he held the sword high with both hands, the tip of the sword pointing down. Try your own treasure. Luo Rui's mouth curled up, and he whispered to himself. Game over. Warrior 7 pressed down with both arms, the mech squatted slightly, and the chain sword pierced fiercely into the cockpit position from the back of the enemy mech. Combat victory. Wonderful. That young man is quite violent. He's a real man. Awesome. So handsome. At the moment the battle ended, cheers and applause erupted in the rest area. The swift battle just now, and the execution style ending, also gave them a great feast for the eyes. Phew! The cockpit slowly opened, Luo Rui took off his helmet, and breathed a sigh of relief. This fight was much more enjoyable than the one with Fatty. But he was happy, but someone was very unhappy. From a distance, through the dim lights of the game area, Luo Rui saw Tian Junli sitting in the cockpit not far away with a gloomy face, his eyes full of disbelief. Originally, he planned to complete a gorgeous debut by stepping on an unknown nobody. In the end, he was the one being shown off. Completely humiliated. This made him extremely embarrassed, wishing he could immediately dig a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground with his toes and hide in it, never to come out again. Luo Rui didn't continue to provoke him. The two of them had no grievances in the first place. He was just a hired thug who took money to do things. If there was any ridicule, it would be Fatty's turn. When Luo Rui came out of the locker room, he saw Fatty with a dazed expression, even more exaggerated than Tian Junli. 1. Fatty muttered. Of course. Luo Rui hummed indifferently with a calm face. Come on, skip the formalities and just praise me. How is that possible? Fatty still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This was an opponent he had carefully selected. How could he fail? What's the situation? Luo Rui felt a surge of anger at that moment. What did he mean by how is that possible? Did Fatty not expect him to win at all when he asked him to come? Then why did he ask him to come? Just to share the feeling of being mocked? Seeing Luo Rui frown, Fatty realized his words were inappropriate and quickly tried to remedy the situation. It's good that you won, it's good that you won. I'm just too happy to think straight. But to be honest, when did you become so powerful? Is it really a late bloomer? Luo Rui thought for a while, put on a troubled expression and said, Ah, there's no such thing as a late bloomer. That's all a lie. Hearing this, Fatty's eyes lit up. He knew there must be something fishy. Could it be that Luo Rui had found a way to improve rapidly? If he knew it too, wouldn't he be able to climb up a bit more? Get into a famous academy? Looking at Fatty's expectant expression, Luo Rui stabilized his emotions and said, in the past, for the sake of our brotherhood, and to take care of your feelings, I've always been hiding my true abilities, only showing a level similar to yours. But now that there's only 1 year left until the college entrance exam, I've decided to reveal my hand. I'm not pretending anymore. I was originally a genius. Get lost. Fatty looked annoyed. He knew that Luo Rui's grandson couldn't spit out ivory from his dog's mouth, but then he couldn't help but wonder if the truth was really like that. Otherwise, how could he explain Luo Rui's rapid progress? Anyway, he didn't believe in any late bloomers. For a time, he felt a mix of emotions. Is there anything else? Fatty, who was doubting himself, suddenly heard Luo Rui's question and didn't react for a moment, instinctively answering, Ah? No, nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Don't forget the bet. Luo Rui waved his hand and ran away in a puff of smoke. He was very busy now. He had to be on the show at noon. Today, Lu Yu changed to a seafood buffet that was said to be very high-end, costing more than 400 per person. He couldn't be late. It wasn't until Luo Rui ran far away that Fatty reacted. Damn it, he ran away like that? He hadn't even gone to Tian Junli to show off. Although he had intentionally provoked the incident, Tian Junli was also too arrogant. But now he was alone and weak. If he got beaten up, he couldn't win. Ah, forget it. He wasn't a harsh person anyway. He should be lenient when it's possible. Lao Niu? That kid ran away. Aren't you going to take him as a disciple? What disciple am I going to take? With his talent, my few tricks will probably run out in 2 days. I'd better not go embarrass myself. But if I run into him in the future, I can be more friendly. Maybe we'll have to rely on him somewhere in the future. Chapter 29. Auntie. What is it, Xiao Peng? Did the plan succeed? No. What happened? Didn't you say you found an expert who could definitely do it? That person is a third-year student from a second-tier college. His skill isn't bad, but Luo Rui defeated him. What? Didn't you say his skill was about the same as yours? We were all deceived by Luo Rui, that son of a, cough cough, we were all deceived by Luo Rui. He hid himself too well. Then what do we do? Do you have any other experts? Alas, others aren't so easily fooled. Tell me what difficulties you're facing. If it doesn't work, we'll hire someone from outside. Auntie, I think you might as well support Luo Rui. What are you saying? Being a mech pilot is so dangerous. Auntie, Luo Rui is hiding so deeply. He must know his own potential. I suspect that even if he's hit once or twice, it won't be of any use. In that case, you might as well change your approach. How so? Think about it. Luo Rui is practicing secretly now and is already so powerful. If he's properly trained, he'll definitely improve even faster. He might even be able to get into a top university. In the future, if he becomes one of the top ace pilots, not only will he receive special attention, but he might even have his own custom mech and team. His safety will definitely be greatly improved. After the call, Luo Ma put down her phone with a complicated expression. Luo Rui naturally had no way of knowing about Fatty and Luo Ma's scheme. He was currently happily eating an unlimited seafood feast. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1-2. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 126. Although he enjoyed the seafood feast, Luo Rui wasn't in a good mood when he woke up the next day. The increase in energy points decreased by more than 10 points compared to the previous day. In the end, it was because seafood was too troublesome to eat. Peeling crabs, mantis shrimps, and the like was too time-consuming. If Lu Yu hadn't helped peel some, the energy points would probably have decreased even more. He couldn't do this again in the future. In the following days, Luo Rui's life returned to its regular routine. He spent his days practicing and doing shows, living a busy and fulfilling life. Strength, 1-1. Agility, 1-3. Endurance, 1-1. Energy, 12. As expected, the additional 0.1 agility cost 300 energy points. At this rate of increase, Luo Rui's attribute growth would soon enter a slow lane. Especially after school starts, he definitely won't be able to maintain the current rate of energy point acquisition. At that time, attribute growth will be even slower. But just being 30% more agile than the average person already made Luo Rui feel like he had undergone a complete transformation. Think about the difference between an IQ of 100 and 130. That's the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. What if his agility continues to increase? Luo Rui's eyes sparkled. Although it required a lot of energy points, it wasn't impossible. Thanks to the increase in agility, his hand speed score also broke through to within 43 seconds. If he uploaded his score now, he would definitely be able to find his ID in the top 10,000 rankings. However, after thinking about it carefully, Luo Rui decided to keep a low profile. His current strength is still in a period of rapid growth. If he uploads his score, his progress will be concretely reflected. A person who is already a genius and a person who quickly becomes a genius in a short period of time are completely different things in the eyes of those who are interested. Although Luo Rui is just a high school student and hasn't been exposed to society yet, he has learned some things from the internet. The days passed by, and the visible progress filled Luo Rui with positive energy. Every day, he was full of energy. It's just that Luo Ma's mood hasn't been very good lately. She sighs from time to time, especially when she sees Luo Rui looking radiant, her face becomes even more bitter. Luo Rui guessed why his mother was like this, but this conflict was irreconcilable. He didn't know how to solve it, so he could only choose to escape, hoping that time could resolve the differences between mother and son. Luo Rui left early this day and boarded the bus to Lazy County. Lazy County is located northwest of Dongmyo County, more than 40 kilometers away. Although both are county-level units under the jurisdiction of Fengzhou City, because the municipal organs are all located in Lazy County is much more prosperous than Dongmyo County. The number of large shopping malls like Yuexing City is also much larger, and the scale is also much larger. The various challenge activities are naturally more abundant. Nowadays, Lu Yu and Luo Rui have almost ruined all the cost-effective stores in Dongmyo County, so to avoid the behavior of reporting to parents from happening again, the location of the two people's shows began to shift to Lazy County. Because it takes a lot of time on the road, Luo Rui's practice time has been greatly reduced, but he feels that it is not too late to accumulate energy and attributes first, and then strengthen practice after school starts. The daily traffic between the two counties is very large, but unfortunately, because the overall population does not meet the standards, and because it is close to the sea, the geological soil layer in some sections has some problems, which has led to the high-speed rail project failing to be approved. Therefore, public transportation between the two counties can only rely on buses. The bus takes more than an hour to travel more than 40 kilometers. This is because all the towns between the two have been abolished, otherwise the time will be longer. Although there are many buses, basically maintaining a schedule of one every 10 minutes, it is still very crowded. If you want to have a seat, you basically have to get on the bus at the starting station. Luo Rui's home is quite far from the starting station, so he can only get on the bus halfway, and of course he can only stand. The bus was a bit crowded. On the way, it passed the place where Wu Lang attacked that day. The scene had already been cleaned up. Although the space crack had been closed, there was an additional next to it. They were responsible for monitoring the surrounding environment to prevent strange bacteria from coming from the other side when the crack opened, causing harm to Blue Star. Luo Rui touched his chest. The attribute table was probably transformed from the stone that hit him that day. It definitely came from the other world, Macon. He didn't know where this thing was in his body, and he didn't know what its purpose was, but from the current point of view, he only gained benefits. Hopefully, there are no sequelae. His mood was a bit depressed until he got off the bus, saw the blue sky and white clouds, and breathed in the fresh air, and his mood improved again. Today's check-in location is called Xinya Plaza, which is not far from the bus station. Luo Rui spent less than 5 minutes walking over. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a super gorgeous circular hall. Various luxuriously decorated shops extended to both sides. In the most conspicuous position in the center, a huge screen had already been set up, and below it was a group of staff in uniforms, installing and debugging the machines. Those machines were very familiar to Luo Rui. The huge base, the thick mechanical arms, and the black cockpit, aren't these the game equipment of Ace Mech Pilot? It seems that there is a performance competition in the mall today. Chapter 30. Thank you, Boss Bettman, for the flying whale. Oh my god, the special effects of this gift are so beautiful. This is the first time the streamer has received such an expensive gift. It's really so beautiful. Lu Yu said with a face full of surprise, then became regretful and said. It's a pity I didn't see it clearly just now. It would be great if another boss would send one. This is still a barbecue buffet. Lu Yu was babbling non-stop, and Luo Rui was just eating silently. These were all ordered with the boss's money and had to be finished. Luo Rui didn't quite understand why some people were so happy to give gifts online like this. But to be fair, the dishes at this buffet were much more abundant than at Mi Yanjiang, especially the added barbecue and roast duck, which were both very delicious. It's just a pity that both of these required waiting in line. Even with Lu Yu helping to wait in line, he didn't eat much. After a 2-hour meal, Luo Rui and the chief director Lu Yu, who had finished the program, parted ways. Watching Lu Yu, who was holding a selfie stick, get on the elevator, Luo Rui wasn't in a hurry to go home. The sounds of gongs and drums were so loud in front that he could hear them clearly even on the 6th floor. The equipment that he saw being assembled and debugged when he arrived must have been set up. Now they were already putting on a show. Lazy County's large shopping malls hold such competitions from time to time to attract young people. Luo Rui used to take the bus specifically to watch them. Now that he happened to be here, he had to go and watch the excitement. The exhibition hall at the entrance was straight up and down, without any obstructions. Luo Rui leaned on the railing on the 6th floor and looked down, only seeing a dense crowd of people moving about. On the stage, 2 mechanical arms moved from time to time, and the cockpit floated up and down. However, the large projection screen was not clear because the angle was not very good. There was no way around it. Luo Rui went down the escalator. He first came to the 2nd floor. The view should have been very good here, but unfortunately there were too many smart people like him. The good spots had already been taken. Luo Rui walked around for a long time, only hearing people shouting excitedly, but he couldn't see anything. Forced to, he could only come to the 1st floor. Below the stage, a large area was circled off with caution tape, and it was filled with blue and green plastic stools, which were already fully occupied. Outside the caution tape, there were also people standing, mostly men, including students with childish faces and young fathers holding children. At this moment, men who didn't like to go shopping all had a place to belong. Of course, there were also many women, and even many middle-aged and elderly people. Mecha competitions have a very wide audience these days. Although there was a sea of people in front of him, fortunately the projection screen was hung high enough. Although there were countless heads blocking it, it didn't have much impact on Luo Rui, who was 1.8 meters tall. It's just that the distance was a bit far, and the sound from the speakers had some reverberation, not as enjoyable as watching up close. With the cockpit blocking it, the true face of the pilot inside could not be seen, and even if he could see it, Luo Rui probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. On the big screen, two fourth-generation mechas were fighting back and forth very vigorously. These were gold coin mechas that could only be used with recharges, and they were the long-range fire mechas that ordinary players like Luo Rui hated the most. This kind of long-range fire mecha basically has no market in reality, because when fighting in other worlds, the ammunition supply cannot keep up, and the dazzling sound and light effects can easily attract unknown dangers. And on Blue Star, although there is enough ammunition, its functionality overlaps with cheaper, more stable, and more powerful tank vehicles. There is no need for these expensive big guys to carry small cannons to find a sense of existence. However, although they failed miserably in reality, they have unleashed unimaginable brilliance in virtual competitions because their quite cool attack methods are deeply loved by many people. Watching the intense battle above, Luo Rui unconsciously substituted himself into one of the parties and began brain training and response exercises. Alas, that shell looks like a bursting incendiary shell. Even if the armor of long-range fire mechas is generally thin, it won't kill anyone to withstand it, but dodging it will lose the initiative and fall into a passive position. Damn it, that's an armor-piercing shell. You can't resist it head-on. See? You got hit, didn't you? Oh dear, the ammunition compartment is exposed. When a person is in a third-person perspective, because there is no involvement in hand and foot operations, the mind is often clearer and the thinking is clearer. If you can use people as a mirror at this time and learn from the lessons, you can also gain a lot of benefits. Boom! There was an obvious gap in strength between the two on stage. One of the mechas was restricted in its movement by the other mecha's artillery fire, and an armor-piercing shell hit the root of its thigh. The reactive armor, which had been weakened to enhance mobility, could not withstand this depleted uranium armor-piercing shell. Most of the entire thigh was torn apart. Even if it was not completely broken, it lost its corresponding function and even created additional obstacles. Although the damaged mecha could still move relying on the multiple thrusters on its body, without a leg to support it, many weapon systems could not be used, and it could only fall into a passive rhythm of being beaten. Before long, the damaged mecha was hit by several more shells. One of the incendiary shells used for harassment happened to hit the ammunition compartment that was exposed due to a mistake, instantly triggering a sympathetic detonation. The game is over. This is also one of the reasons why long-range fire mechas are not very useful in other worlds. The ammunition compartments are basically externally suspended and have no protection, making it easy to trigger a sympathetic detonation. However, it is not to say that there are no long-range fire mechas fighting in other worlds. It is said that there are some more advanced armors that have long-range fire systems directly removed from advanced silicon-based beasts. They are similar to energy weapons and belong to the same lineage as the energy core of silicon-based beasts. They can be directly grafted onto mechas. The power is good, and there is no trouble with ammunition compartments. But those are all legendary things. Ordinary people can't see the real thing. There are a few of those in Ace Mecha Pilot, conceptual mechas imagined with reference to them, but because they are too destructive to balance, they are banned from competitions. Luo Rui was shaking his head and sighing, when a sentence suddenly interrupted from next to him. What's with your expression? Luo Rui was stunned and turned his head to look. The speaker was a petite girl who looked like a high school student, but there were many people pretending to be young these days, and coupled with the tendency of makeup techniques to evolve into disguise, even 40 or 50-year-olds could be made to look like little girls. Luo Rui didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The girl was very pretty, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her doll face had big, round eyes with cosmetic contact lenses. Her hair was dyed bright yellow, and her clothes were also strangely dressed, not like normal shopping attire, but more like she was cosplaying a certain anime character. At this time, she was puffing out her cheeks and looking at Luo Rui with a disgruntled expression. Luo Rui was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around, repeatedly confirming whether the woman had any companions around, but he didn't find any suspicious people. Yes, it's you. What did you mean by that expression just now? Are you looking down on that contestant? Seeing Luo Rui pointing at himself and asking silently, the girl nodded affirmatively. Chapter 31. Luo Rui was taken aback. What kind of expression did he have on his face just now? He had always thought of himself as the type of handsome, aloof man whose inner thoughts were rich, but whose face remained as calm as still water. That contestant had indeed made many mistakes, but he didn't think he would have shown any expression. Therefore, facing the accusation, Luo Rui firmly shook his head, indicating that he had no intention of offense. Humph, you clearly had a look of disdain just now. Who are you looking down on? If you're so capable, you go up there. But the woman in front of him simply didn't believe him. She was convinced of what she had seen. Team leader knew, Sister Waiwei lost. What do we do? In the contestant waiting area behind the stage, a young man in a black leather jacket was speaking to a middle-aged uncle. Upon closer inspection, they were the group from the Starry Sky Arena that day. If one observed carefully, they would notice that one of the teams on the big screen was indeed the counterpart of the Dongmyo County Starry Sky Arena team. Unfortunately, these invitational tournaments didn't have fixed schedules, and small teams didn't have much fame, so everyone was just watching for fun, and few people could remember their team logo. Luo Rui followed the crowd and was naturally one of them. At this moment, the contestant from the match just now came off the stage. It was the green-haired punk from that day. Unexpectedly, she was already an older sister figure, and looked older than she appeared. Sorry, team leader Niu. It's okay. Their new player is very strong, which was somewhat beyond our expectations. The competition was still ongoing, so there was no need to affect the team's morale. Moreover, the opponent's strength was indeed overwhelming, so Uncle Niu didn't say much, only offered routine comfort. I heard that she also came from a professional background, very young, probably similar to Tian Junli. The young man in the black jacket shared the information he had just gathered. Speaking of which, hasn't Tian Junli arrived yet? I sent him a message yesterday, and I still don't know where this kid is. Just now, he even turned off his phone. Damn it, he always drops the ball at critical moments. Waiwei lost this round, which means we lost a point. Tian Junli isn't here either, so the competition is a bit uncertain. I said a long time ago that we shouldn't have let such an unorganized, undisciplined person with connections join the team. Now, we're the ones suffering. Stop talking. It's not up to us to decide. So, what do we do now? If it doesn't work, we can only let Xiao Lu go up. Xiao Lu? The remaining opponents are all familiar faces. Which one can Xiao Lu beat? Wouldn't it be giving away points? We can't just forfeit. Just when everyone was at a loss and had no solution, a commotion suddenly came from the audience area, attracting everyone's attention. Luo Rui had a headache. He hadn't expected this woman to be so unreasonable. He didn't have much experience dealing with girls and didn't know how to handle this kind of trouble, so he could only choose to remain silent as a cold treatment. Who knew what had stimulated this baby-faced girl? Seeing that Luo Rui wasn't speaking, she became even more energetic. I got you, didn't I? Feeling guilty, aren't you? This was truly inexplicable. Luo Rui frowned. If he couldn't afford to provoke her, couldn't he just avoid her? With his height and eyesight, wouldn't any place be the same? Seeing that Luo Rui was about to leave, the baby-faced girl quickly grabbed him. Want to run? You haven't apologized yet. Luo Rui almost cursed. What the hell was going on? He was enjoying the competition when a lunatic jumped out and ridiculed him, even accusing him of unfounded charges. Even if his facial expression management wasn't good, what business was it of hers? Luo Rui vented in his mind for a while, and his mood improved a lot. Look at that disgusting expression of yours. What are you thinking? You pervert. Luo Rui was truly angry and resolved to practice his facial muscles in the mirror when he got back. However, this baby-faced girl was also outrageous. Their argument had already attracted the attention of the people around them. Everyone was bored during the intermission and didn't expect to have a good show to watch, so they all gathered around. The baby-faced girl didn't feel anything was wrong. Seeing that she had become the focus, she was even more smug. As for Luo Rui, although he usually had many thoughts, he was a bit socially awkward. At this time, he couldn't even fart. However, falsely accusing someone of being a pervert was no small matter, so he thought about it and took out his phone. When he was in kindergarten, the teacher taught him to find the police uncle when he was in trouble. Luo Rui also got angry. He didn't know who had spoiled this baby-faced girl with her bad habits, making up rumors as soon as she opened her mouth. He had to teach her a lesson today. Xiaoao, what are you doing here? Just then, a mature female voice suddenly came from the side. Luo Rui turned his head and saw that it was the green-haired punk from the Starry Sky Arena. When he came out of the arena after the match that day, he had seen this person in the waiting area. Although he couldn't see her face clearly because of the dim lighting, her unique hair color had left him with a very deep impression. So much so that he recognized her at a glance. It's just that the style and voice are a bit of a contrast. Sister Wei, the spoiled baby-faced girl next to her, cheered and rushed over when she saw the green-haired punk. It was unknown whether these two were biological sisters, but it was estimated that they were both rich, with their own private airports at a young age. Luo Rui was unhappy. Affected by his emotions, he naturally wouldn't give a good review. What's going on? Sister Wei touched the baby-faced girl's head. Humph, when you lost just now, this person had a look of disdain. I said a few words to him, but he wouldn't admit it, and he even wanted to get physical with me. Luo Rui deeply understood what it meant to be a malicious first accuser and to lie through one's teeth. Not to mention what kind of expression he had on his face at the time, but just talking about getting physical, he hadn't stretched out his hand at all. The only contact between the two was when the baby-faced girl took the initiative to grab his clothes. You, Sister Wei raised her eyebrows and was about to scold. Who knew that Luo Rui directly lit up the phone screen, which clearly showed the police number. Apologize immediately, otherwise I will call the police immediately and check for fingerprints. If there is even one of my fingerprints on her clothes, I will admit whatever you say. With a serious face, Luo Rui didn't mean to joke at all, but he was now a little unconfident about his facial expression management, hoping that the other party could feel his resolute mood at the moment. Luo Rui put one hand in his pocket to protect his fingerprints, and held up his phone with the other. The onlookers already thought that this young man was tall and handsome, and there was no need to do such dirty things. Now, seeing this posture, everyone knew who was right and who was wrong. If he could know what they were thinking, Luo Rui would definitely agree. Men should play with mecha. He wouldn't even look at the little notes from the gentle, lovely, and knowledgeable class flower, let alone this kind of person in front of him. You. Seeing Luo Rui escalating the situation, the two women were also a little guilty. Feng Wei knew a little about her sister's behavior. Seeing Luo Rui in the backstage just now, she originally wanted to come over to build a relationship and ask him for a favor. Who knew that her good sister would help her turn the other party's goodwill into indifference, and it was estimated that they were close to being enemies. This was simply a hell mode start. Chapter 32. Little brother, we meet again. Just as the two sides were at each other's throats, Uncle Niu suddenly emerged from the crowd. Who are you? Luo Rui looked this man, who was between youth and middle age, up and down, his brain working at high speed, racking his brains, but he couldn't remember who this person was. Did I lose my memory? Looking at Uncle Niu greeting him with a friendly face, Luo Rui fell into self-doubt. Actually, Luo Rui can't be blamed for this. In that day's environment, besides the green hair, he didn't remember anything else. And Uncle Niu was surrounded in the middle of the crowd, so it was questionable whether he even saw him, let alone remembered him. Uncle Niu looked at Luo Rui's questioning gaze and immediately realized the crux of the matter. Let me introduce myself, I am Niu Wei, the captain of the Star Arena team. Little brother, you can call me Uncle Niu, Brother Niu, or Old Niu. Niu Wei? Okay, okay. Luo Rui nodded, then continued to look at him with a questioning gaze. Haha, I was also at the scene of your battle with Tian Junli last time. That was really a wonderful duel. Although little brother doesn't know me, I have long admired you. There are too many people here, why don't we go over there and talk clearly? As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Niu Wei's smiling appearance made Luo Rui embarrassed to continue his attack. Besides, he didn't like this feeling of being watched and focused on, so after a little thought, he agreed. The crowd parted, and they all turned to the lounge behind the booth. I don't know what happened just now. Is there some misunderstanding? Faced with the question, before Luo Rui could speak, Feng Yayao, from her subjective point of view, embellished the matter. It's just that those words can't be said to be lies mixed with truth, but only that there is no truth in the lies, so it seems illogical and full of contradictions and loopholes. Luo Rui silently took out his phone and unlocked the screen. In this day and age, there is still law. In this bright and clear world, can people be slandered out of thin air? He hasn't even dated yet. Although women affect his hand speed now, there will always be a day when they don't. He doesn't plan to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. If he gets a reputation as a hooligan, how will he find a partner in the future? This matter must be clarified today. Hey, little brother, don't be impatient. My sister may have exaggerated a little. Calm down first. Seeing Luo Rui's posture, Uncle Niu quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, while also winking at Feng Weiwei. He had already said that this Feng Yayao was usually spoiled, and some words came out of her mouth without thinking. Everyone at home would just tolerate it, but if she went out and ran into a hothead, she would definitely suffer. It's true that not listening to the old man will lead to suffering. Isn't this what happened? Look at how confident he is, talking about fingerprint checks at every turn. The little girl really doesn't understand how to observe people's expressions. If it really comes to this point, I don't know who will suffer. Why don't we do this? Give me some face, everyone shakes hands and makes peace, and that's it, how about it? Luo Rui curled his lips slightly. Give you face? Do you have a face fruit or something? Perhaps Luo Rui's facial expression management was really not good enough, and his strong disdain was clearly conveyed. A hothead who is stubborn and doesn't listen to reason is difficult to deal with. Uncle Niu was also a little helpless. He continued to talk to Luo Rui here, while frantically winking at Feng Weiwei. Feng Weiwei received the message and hurriedly pulled her younger sister aside. Tell me the truth, what exactly is going on? What's going on? Didn't I just say it? Feng Yayao was still stubborn. Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. As the saying goes, no one knows a sister better than her sister. In addition, Luo Rui's appearance made it clear who was right and who was wrong. Feng Yayao originally wanted to continue to act shamelessly, but looking at her sister's serious eyes, she could only mutter in a low voice, people were in a bad mood just now, and just happened to see that guy winking there. He definitely didn't have good intentions, so he touched you? No. Then go apologize to him. Why? I'm just a girl. Didn't I just say a few words to him? Can't he, a big man, be a little more accommodating to me, a little girl? Feng Weiwei also had a headache. Turning her head and seeing Luo Rui sticking his neck out there, looking like he would rather die and splatter the other person with blood if anyone wronged him again, her headache became even worse. It's a good thing Luo Rui was far away and didn't hear Feng Yayao's fallacies here, otherwise, this matter would have to be handled by the police. Feng Weiwei was a little older after all, and knew that Feng Yayao was not justified. In the end, she would definitely be the one to suffer. The two sisters didn't know what they said, but a few minutes later, Feng Yayao came to Luo Rui with a twist, with an unwilling look on her face, I'm sorry. Hey! Luo Rui didn't do it on purpose, he really didn't hear clearly. Even the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings was louder than Feng Yayao's voice. I said I was wrong this time. However, Feng Yayao didn't think so. She felt that Luo Rui was deliberately humiliating her, and said loudly with a resentful cry. Is this an apology? It's too insincere. What do you mean I was wrong? Unwillingly, it's as if he forced her. But Luo Rui didn't want to get too entangled with this kind of woman. People with different paths cannot make plans together. In the future, when he encounters this kind of psychopath, he should stay far away. Hey, little brother, it's all small things, don't take it to heart. Seeing Luo Rui turning around to leave, Uncle Niu quickly grabbed him, little brother's operating level is quite amazing. I wonder if you have a team. No. Luo Rui shook his head. He used to be just a rookie struggling to reach the passing line of hand speed, so how could he have a team? Uncle Niu's eyes lit up, I wonder what the little brother's honorable surname is. My surname is Luo. Brother Luo, with your level, if you don't mind, you can come to our team. Uncle Niu felt like he had found a treasure. This kid is so skilled at such a young age. If he trains a little more, it will be amazing. Even if he emerges in the future, their small temple won't be able to keep him, then they can also get a transfer fee, a guaranteed profit. Our team provides food and accommodation, free access to the machine, and the benefits are among the best in the surrounding cities. Uncle Niu talked eloquently about the various benefits of the team, and although Luo Rui didn't understand so many intricacies, he believed that he should focus on studying now, which would definitely conflict with team activities. Moreover, he is a man who is going to drive a real mecha, so what's the point of doing some virtual things all day long? To take a step back, there is that green hair and her sister in this team. This alone is enough for him to make the right decision. Although the free food and free access to the machine are quite tempting, Luo Rui still shook his head. Why? Is there anything that Brother Luo is not satisfied with or has difficulties with? Tell us and we can help you advise. Uncle Niu was not discouraged. If this guy signs in, sells him in the future, and the commission he gets might be enough to buy a house and a car and reach the peak of his life. My mom won't let me. Chapter 33. The reasons for Luo Rui's refusal were sharp and powerful, leaving Uncle Niu speechless for a moment. However, he still didn't want to give up, hoping to build a relationship first and then slowly work towards his goal. Brother Luo, don't refuse so quickly. Although your parents' opinions are important, you still have to make your own decisions in life. How about this? There's a competition today, why don't you go up and experience it later? What kind of development is this? Asking him to participate in a competition? Recalling that the green-haired guy seemed to have lost just now, could it be that their team is short of people and wants him to fill in? Thinking of this, Luo Rui looked around. As expected, he didn't see Tian Junli. He didn't know if he was embarrassed and deliberately avoiding him, or if he simply didn't come. Using him as a coolie while making it sound so high-sounding, as if they were making a special exception for him. Sure. Luo Rui felt that he was quite magnanimous, but not to the extent that he would help someone out immediately after being disgusted by them. Besides, he only knew how to play Warrior 7. Facing long-range fire, wouldn't he be like a sitting duck? This is purely embarrassing, and he wouldn't do it. If he lost and was mocked by that baby-faced guy again, his mentality would definitely explode. Forget it, I just had a full meal and shouldn't exercise. Luo Rui wasn't lying. He had just come out of the buffet. If an ordinary person ate as much as he did and went up to shake around, they would definitely throw up. It's okay, you can go on later after you've rested. Uncle Niu was very considerate and immediately came up with a good idea. You're really a clever little Luo Rui thought to himself. I don't know how to operate other mechs, so I'd better not drag you down. Luo Rui spoke sincerely and truthfully. It doesn't matter, winning or losing doesn't matter, just do your best. Uncle Niu still wouldn't give up. Suddenly feeling a little tired, Luo Rui felt that his face was too thin and he was no match for this greasy uncle. Seeing that Luo Rui didn't say anything and just put on a cold face, Uncle Niu's eyes rolled. Brother Luo, how about this? We'll treat you as a foreign aide and pay you a salary. Regardless of winning or losing, as long as you play, we'll give you the hourly internet fee of a Star Arena ace pilot, and if you win, we'll add 2 hours, how about that? As soon as Luo Rui heard this, he immediately became a little annoyed. Was he such a materialistic person? Isn't it just 500 yuan per hour for internet fees? He also has some assets in his pocket now, does he care about these measly amounts? But the whole thing was a misunderstanding. Besides, it would be nice to experience the atmosphere of the competition in advance, and it would be beneficial to himself to spar with experts. It was purely an itch in his hands, for no other reason. As for being full, he had already digested it while wandering around on the first floor, so it didn't matter. Who is my opponent? Is there any information? Although there was a guaranteed hour, since he planned to go on, he also wanted to strive for the other 2 hours. After all, he had only charged a total of 2 hours at the Star Arena so far, and there were still more than 40 minutes left. Why did his attitude change so quickly? Uncle Niu was still thinking about how to persuade Luo Rui, but he didn't expect Luo Rui to surrender directly. After a while, he came back to his senses and quickly asked the person next to him to bring over the information. This competition is 5 rounds of 1v1, counting small points. The opponent is the Qingcheng Internet Cafe team from Lazy County. They have already played 3 rounds, and the current score is 2:1. We are 1. This is the information of the opposing team members who have not yet played. Player 1, Passerby, specializes in Bluebird. Player 2, Drunk on the Street, specializes in Thor. Player 3, Over-Reliance, specializes in Bluebird. Looking at the information in his hand, putting aside everything else, even the IDs are people with stories. But what's with the specialized mechs at the back? Bluebird? Thor? These are all 4th generation gold coin mechs in the game, all long-range fire mechs. Including the one from the previous match, that's 4 long-range fire mechs. This team is a bit seriously lopsided. But there's no way around it. There are few experts in small places, and long-range fire mechs are the easiest to achieve results, so everyone is as pragmatic as possible. Is that all 3 of them? It's hard to say. The one from the previous match was a rookie, not in our database. We don't know if the other side is hiding anyone. Luo Rui was speechless, but he scratched his head and felt that it wasn't a big problem. According to this pattern, even if they were hiding someone, it would probably still be a long-range fire mech. How is it? Is there a problem? Uncle Niu's eyes were full of hope. Saying that winning or losing didn't matter was all fake. What's the point of playing a game if you're not trying to win? I really only specialize in Warrior 7, but it seems like there's not much chance of winning against Bluebird and Thor. In order not to overly stimulate Uncle Niu, Luo Rui spoke a little conservatively, changing only no to only specialize. It's really not easy to deal with. Warrior 7, a big guy weighing 31 tons, chasing long-range fire with his legs, this is simply a free-point question. Can I get on the machine during the break? Hearing Luo Rui's question, Uncle Niu immediately understood that this guy wanted to sharpen his gun at the last minute. But that's also good, at least Luo Rui didn't think about fooling around. No problem, the break is quite long. If your body can handle it, it's enough to practice for several rounds. If you need it, I can arrange it for you. The break time is indeed very long. The time for mech battles is usually very short, and there are not many that can last for more than 10 minutes. The shopping mall spent so much effort to organize such a big competition, but it was over in less than an hour. The input and output were not proportional, which was not good for anyone. Therefore, the organizers generally extend the break time to more than an hour. In this way, everyone can take advantage of the gap to go to the toilet, take a stroll around the store, try on clothes, buy a cup of milk tea, and then come back to wait for the next game. Luo Rui calculated the time. The game had just ended, and there was still nearly an hour of break time. Adding the next game, if there was no break in between, the practice time for familiarizing himself with a new mech would even exceed the actual operating time of Warrior 7. If the opponents were both at the level of the 2 players from the previous game, Luo Rui felt that he might be able to fight for it. Thinking of this, he didn't delay any longer and told Uncle Niu what he meant. Uncle Niu didn't waste any more words and asked Luo Rui to change his clothes first, and he went to communicate with the event organizer. Sister, what's this guy's background? Why is he wearing your team uniform? Feng Yeyao, who was hiding to the side, didn't hear what Luo Rui and Uncle Niu were talking about. She only felt that the 2 were a little close. In her impression, Uncle Niu was not easy to get along with. It's none of your business, be honest and don't cause any more trouble. Feng Weiwei really wanted to say, I don't know either, but in order to maintain the majesty of the eldest sister, she directly answered irrelevantly and scolded Feng Yeyao. Humph, never mind if you don't tell me. Uncle Niu quickly made arrangements. Anyway, the machine was idle, and it wouldn't hurt to do someone a favor. At this time, in the audience area outside, most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few who had occupied seats still in place. Until Luo Rui sat in the cockpit, he didn't attract much attention. Mech startup complete, self-check normal, hello, esteemed pilot. Chapter 34. I am this unit's auxiliary intelligence, competition dedicated number 002. You can interact with me using the number 2, or define a custom name. Custom define number 8. Modification complete. Hello, from now on, number 8 will fight alongside you. Please select a combat mech. Swift Rainbow. To maintain its high mobility, the Farfire mech shaves off as much reactive armor as possible. The thin superplastic shields barely offer any protection from wind and sand. This is quite similar to the Swift Rainbow, an assassin-type mech. However, the difference lies in the fact that the Swift Rainbow is truly lightweight, while the Farfire mech still needs to carry weapon systems. Things like rocket launchers, missile launchers, recoilless rifles, and howitzers, no matter which one, are all heavy. Add to that the accompanying ammunition, and it becomes a significant burden. Therefore, in terms of mobility, mechs like the Swift Rainbow are stronger than the Farfire mech. If the Swift Rainbow gets close, the Farfire mech can easily fall into a passive position. However, it cannot be said that the Farfire mech is completely countered, because the prerequisite for the Swift Rainbow to gain an advantage is to get close. And for a glass cannon to approach a turret built with modern technology unscathed, even if it is a bit faster and more agile, is not an easy task. Although Luo Rui had practiced with the Swift Rainbow several times in his mind, he had never actually operated it in the game. Therefore, even though he could use the competition's virtual account to play online, he did not seek excitement, but chose the most basic beginner tutorial mode. The Swift Rainbow, with a bright red paint job, strode out of the safe zone, extremely flamboyant. This is only in the game. In reality, such a flashy paint job would be like an assassin wearing a bright red coat. Following the tutorial prompts, he familiarized himself with the Swift Rainbow's controls. The virtual cockpit was somewhat narrow. After all, the mech was only 7.1 meters tall, and the cockpit had to be narrowed as much as possible for coordination. Luo Rui wondered if he could really squeeze into the Swift Rainbow's cockpit in reality. Fortunately, the feeling of tightness in the game was only a projection, and in reality, once you got used to it, you wouldn't be affected. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment he started, Luo Rui deeply felt the difference of the Swift Rainbow mech. It's like an SUV and a sports car. Although both use a steering wheel and accelerator, if you use the force of stepping on an SUV's accelerator to step on a sports car's accelerator, it definitely won't work. The driver must adapt to the new clutch and accelerator system. Luo Rui was now in this process. There was no major difficulty in this stage, it was just a matter of spending time to increase proficiency, but what Luo Rui lacked most was time. Although the total time he spent practicing Warrior 7 wasn't long, after each battle, Luo Rui had a long time to constantly review the battle and find his shortcomings. But now, Luo Rui could only find these things through constant operation. Fortunately, it was just doing some basic movements, and the burden on the body was not great, so Luo Rui could still handle it. Immersed in practice, time passed quickly, until a call from the outside interrupted this state. "Brother Luo, the competition is about to start." Uncle Niu's voice came from outside the game pod. When Luo Rui came out, the area within the cordon was already full of people, and there were even many standing outside. He was not used to this feeling of being the center of attention. After greeting Uncle Niu, he slipped back to the backstage. "How is it?" Perhaps to ease the relationship between the two parties, seeing Luo Rui return, the green-haired Feng Weiwei took the initiative to greet him. For people with Luo Rui's personality, first impressions are too important to them. Once you are labeled with something for the first time, it is quite difficult to change it. In Luo Rui's eyes, the Feng sisters are troubles. To put it mildly, they are just difficult, but to put it bluntly, who knows what they will say. Luo Rui was not good at handling this kind of interpersonal relationship, so he chose the most direct method, which was to disconnect the communication channel. "Typically, I can't afford to provoke you, but I can avoid you." Out of politeness, he nodded to the other party, but Luo Rui himself didn't know what he wanted to express. After that, he hid to the side alone and reviewed his practice just now. "You. Just because you're handsome, you think you're all that?" Feng Yayao, who was watching Luo Rui's arrogant appearance from the side, felt a nameless fire rise up. She was about to open her mouth to spray, but was grabbed by her sister next to her. Feng Weiwei also had her own self-esteem. Since the other person was ignoring her, there was no need to offer a warm face to a cold reception. There were also several other members of the Starry Sky team around, but now that one side was rejecting people, and the other side was holding back their anger and wanting to vent, everyone looked at each other and smartly lowered their heads to swipe their phones. Time passed quickly, and the fourth match between the Allure Internet Cafe team and the Starry Sky Esports Hall team kicked off amidst everyone's expectations. The Allure Internet Cafe sent out a guy with the ID Over-Reliance, while the Starry Sky Esports Hall side sent out Uncle Niu himself. Originally, Uncle Niu, as the captain, should have been the finale, but unfortunately, Feng Weiwei's match, which they had expected to win, was sniped by a mysterious newcomer. In this way, in order to play all 5 games and complete the mall's task, even if Luo Rui didn't need time to practice, Uncle Niu had to go first in this game and win a point. The Starry Sky Esports team members looked a little nervous. Over-Reliance was the strongest of the remaining 3 in the data. According to past performance and record, he was only slightly inferior to Uncle Niu, and there was no certainty of winning. According to the plan, they should have used an inferior horse to give him a point, but now, they could only let Uncle Niu go up and face him head-on. Once Uncle Niu failed, it would be a very big blow to the team as a whole. The sponsors would lose confidence in the team's ability to dominate the competition, and subsequent cooperation would inevitably decrease accordingly. Although Luo Rui was just a foreign aide and didn't have this kind of pressure, he still hoped that Uncle Niu could win. After all, if he lost, he would only get a few dozen minutes of free game time, but if he won, he would have the opportunity to get 3 hours of it. The Starry Sky esports data was quite accurate. Over-Reliance chose the Bluebird mech, while Uncle Niu chose Thor. As Luo Rui expected, it was a duel between two Farfire mechs. Bluebird and Thor are gold coin mechs in the Ace Pilot game. Although there are reference prototypes in reality, some data has been modified too much, and it is no longer meaningful. Bluebird, height 7.5 meters, 30 mm super plastic deck, unladen mass 20 tons. Thor, height 7 meters, super plastic deck, unladen mass 23 tons. The data of the two is very close, but Thor has a higher mass, and the mech's bone armor is also wider, which makes Thor perform better in terms of the types and number of weapons it can carry than Bluebird. Correspondingly, Thor's mobility is worse. Both sides have their own characteristics, and the pilots are also well-known players, so a needle-to-needle battle made the audience full of expectations. Chapter 35. The battle commenced the instant both mechs stepped out of the safe zone. Such was the nature of long-range artillery mech warfare. A 500-meter diameter battlefield was nothing to modern weaponry. Both sides' radars locked onto each other immediately. Then, whoosh, 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 tracking missiles shot out, leaving thick trails of smoke. These guys, accustomed to long-range artillery duels, equipped themselves with nothing but long-range attack systems and anti-long-range attack systems. It looked like a heated battle, but in reality, most of the work was done by the auxiliary AI. Compared to close-quarters combat of the same level, the amount of manual operation was incomparable. But for a small-town internet cafe team, one couldn't ask for too much. The battle lasted for a little over 7 minutes. In the end, Uncle Niu, leveraging the Thor's advantage in chassis weight, exhausted the Bluebird's ammunition reserves and secured the victory. The score, 2-2. The pressure was now on Luo Rui. Whether he'd be going home with 1 hour of game time or 3 depended on this moment. During the break between matches, Luo Rui relaxed his body and tidied up the snacks on the table to avoid waste. Luo, it's up to you now. Uncle Niu said with a smile as he watched Luo Rui take over. He was in a good mood, as they hadn't messed up yet. Luo Rui nodded in agreement and climbed into the game pod. What's Starry Sky Sports up to? Are they so poor that they have to take advantage of the event organizers? Although Luo Rui didn't share his game screen during practice, anyone at Internet Cafe with working eyes couldn't help but notice the mechanical arm flailing around. Maybe they're cramming at the last minute. Someone nearby sarcastically chimed in. Haha, if you don't work hard usually, do you think practicing a little now will make a difference? Who are they sending out next? They've had some personnel changes recently. It seems an old member left the team, and they brought in someone through connections. Rumor has it he's a junior majoring in mech piloting. Which school? The captain paused, sitting up slightly to show his concern. I think it's Dongning. Then it's not a big deal. The top players from Dongning were all signed a long time ago. The rest aren't worth worrying about. The other person breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he'd overreacted. That guy is probably a slacker. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to pull strings. Perhaps he spent all his time playing when he was in school, and now that there's a competition, he's realizing he's almost forgotten the command key bindings. He's probably practicing frantically. Haha, that makes sense. Many team members echoed in agreement, feeling victory was within reach. However, the captain, having dealt with Uncle Niu for many years, felt that Uncle Niu was a reliable person and wouldn't let his team members make such a joke. There must be other hidden reasons. Monkey, go find out what's going on. After thinking it over, the captain ultimately chose to be cautious. He called over a team member and instructed him to gather information. The distance between the two locations wasn't far, and the circle wasn't large. Many of the team members had friendships in private. Fighting to the death on the field and bragging over dinner off the field were common occurrences. Monkey was quick-witted and had many friends. Receiving the instruction, he quickly approached a staff member on the Starry Sky Sports side. Debeo, want a cigarette? Captain, don't shoot, it's me. In less than 10 minutes, Monkey snuck back with a grin, starting with a line from a comedy sketch to lighten the mood. The captain nodded. If he was in the mood to joke around, it seemed the problem wasn't too big. Captain, you wouldn't believe what's going on with the other side. What is it? Is there a lot of twists and turns? It's extremely twisted. The new guy they got, Tian Junli, is indeed a junior from Dongning. The one who's practicing. No, let me finish. Tian Junli got into a fight with someone a few days ago. He originally planned to have a debut, but he crashed and burned. His cockpit got blown up. Monkey tried hard to suppress his laughter, his winking and eyebrow raising making him look very lecherous. As a result, the young man lost face and went missing. He even turned off his comms for today's competition and didn't even show up. Oh? Is that so? Then who are they sending out next? That guy surnamed Lu. Lu Jensen's level isn't even good enough to be a main player. We still have 2 main players who haven't played yet. Who could he beat? Then they're giving up. No. Monkey first shook his head, then said mysteriously, you know, this world is full of coincidences. Just now, they actually found the guy who beat up Tian Junli in the audience, then offered him some benefits and pulled him in as a substitute. Then what are you laughing at? If he can beat that guy surnamed Tian, his strength must be even greater. This isn't good news for us. A team member said in confusion. Hey, don't worry. There's more to the story. Monkey reassured the person to be patient, found a stool to sit down, and struck a storyteller's pose. He even looked a bit like one, except he was missing a clapper. Tian Junli lost not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he was trying to show off. He chose a swift rainbow to fight the other guy's Warrior 7 in close combat, head-on, and then got completely destroyed. The information Monkey received, no one knew how it was spread, had a bit of discrepancy from the truth. This way of putting it made Luo Rui's combat power seem implicitly weakened. Even so, that guy's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Warrior 7 only has a slight advantage in a head-on fight when the pilot's skill levels are comparable. And someone who's good at close combat probably isn't too bad at long-range artillery either. The captain shook his head, not understanding what Monkey was laughing about. Captain, there's more to it. That guy is actually a high school student who only knows how to play Warrior 7. Tian Junli basically walked right into a trap. Monkey chuckled. There's such a thing. The captain also laughed, no wonder my left eyelid kept twitching today. No matter how well you play Warrior 7, you can't break through the mech's limitations. Its mobility can't keep up with long-range artillery unless the pilot's skill difference is too great. Otherwise, it can only be a target. But then he thought, having known the guy surnamed Niu for many years, he was usually reliable. Knowing this situation, if he still insisted on sending this person in, there must be a reason. Their intelligence still had omissions. Hearing the captain's analysis, Monkey laughed again. Captain, I also found out about this. Of course they know Warrior 7 doesn't have a chance. That's why they're having that kid practice a new mech. Everyone was speechless. This was absurd to the extreme. Everyone had been in this industry for so many years, and they had never heard of practicing a new mech right before a competition. Who are they looking down on? Yeah, Monkey, is your information accurate? Monkey straightened his neck. Of course it's accurate. Although that kid didn't share his game screen, the event organizers can check the game records through the backend. I snuck in and took a peek just now. The records show he's doing the newbie tutorial. What mech is he practicing? Swift Rainbow.